In episode 1, we get introduced to the Turners. Sean and Dorothy are new parents who have hired an 18-year-old girl named Leanne to be the nanny for their child, Jericho. They need a nanny because Dorothy is going back to work, where she is a field reporter for one of the local news channels in Philadelphia. Leanne shows up from Wisconsin at night, and Dorothy is thrilled that she's there. A little too thrilled. When she shows up, Jericho is upstairs sleeping because it's so late at night. And Leanne is insanely quiet, although, to be fair to her, Dorothy is talking a lot. Dorothy gives Leanne a tour of the house and shows her to her room, and as she's getting settled, Dorothy and Sean head downstairs, and Sean says, "She's pretty quiet, right? I expected somebody more normal." Sean also mentions how he was expecting somebody a little bit older, but this conversation is stressing Dorothy out, so he just leaves it. Right before Leanne actually comes downstairs to meet with the Turners, she checks on Jericho, even though she knows that he's sleeping. Eventually, though, she comes downstairs and they start going through some normal conversation. You know, what are you into? It doesn't seem like she's into that much. She also dresses like my 80-year-old grandmother. She does, however, ask Sean what he does for a living. And what he does is he creates recipes for local restaurants that he sells to them. But this allows him to be home all day. Although, because he's working, he's not able to take care of his child. Thus, they need a nanny. All right, in fairness, they could take care of a baby, but I'm from Philadelphia. I'm seeing where they're living. They can afford a nanny. He does tell her the one rule in the house is do not touch his coffee maker because it's very expensive and it's very finicky. Leanne then heads up to her room because it's pretty late at night and she just got there, and Dorothy is giddy at her arrival. Sean goes to bring her a bottle of water but notices that the door is cracked, and when he looks inside, she's praying. And I'm talking like full on your knees, hands clasped, praying. Stuff that you really only see from a nun. So he thinks it's weird, but he just leaves the bottle there. At this point, though, everybody's going to bed, and Sean walks into Jericho's room, picks up the baby, and his head smashes against the crib. And that's because you find out that Jericho is a doll. And Sean, looking at the doll in the middle of the night, is weeping. Although the next morning, when Leanne gets up, she acts like the doll's alive, changing its diaper, bringing him down. And this is the first day that Dorothy's going back to work. So she's on edge a little bit. But once she leaves, Sean says, "Okay, you can put it down now. I feel like we should probably discuss this, right?" Although Leanne says, "No, I'm fine like I am," and continues to coddle this doll. He explains that their son Jericho died 6 weeks ago, and when it happened, Dorothy had a nervous breakdown. What Leanne is currently holding is called a reborn doll. It's supposed to help with the grieving process. They haven't told anybody that Jericho died. He was only 13 weeks old. They just didn't want the sympathy of grief. The only people that know that Jericho is dead are obviously the parents, Dorothy's father and her brother Julian, and now Leanne. He says to her, "I don't know how long this charade's going to stay, but you're paid till the end of the month. So my wife works long hours. Once she leaves, you can go and do whatever you want, really. I don't care." But instead of putting the doll down, she tells him, "Okay, I think I'm going to take Jericho for a walk now." And it's becoming clear to Sean that she's almost as weird as his wife. And while she's out walking this doll, he decides to investigate just exactly who he let in his house. He starts snooping through some of her drawers and gets a splinter from a makeshift cross that she brought with her. And that night, after everybody's gone to bed and he heads into the baby's room, Leanne has hung that cross above the baby's crib. Dorothy goes to take a bath and Sean follows her in because he wants to have a conversation about this. He tells Dorothy she's really religious, like in a creepy way. And he doesn't mind the religion, he just doesn't really want it in his house. But she's not really listening because she's in a lot of pain from mastitis. She's still breastfeeding even though no one's drinking the milk. So everybody goes to bed, and the next day, Dorothy's brother Julian shows up. He's really just showing up to see how hot the nanny is, but Sean lets him know, "Yeah, no, not hot at all. Not that I would anyway." They start talking about how weird it is that this girl is just going along with the charade, acting like this doll is alive. Later that day, when Dorothy gets home, her, Sean, and this doll go take a walk. And when they do that, Leanne walks around the house, putting some of Dorothy's jewelry on, pretending to live that sophisticated life, even taking a bath in what looks like the same bathtub that Dorothy takes a bath in. When the family gets home, though, Dorothy goes into the bathroom, and Leanne sees Sean throw the doll down on the ground and kind of stares him down about it. So he picks the doll up, and when Dorothy comes out of the bathroom, he gives the doll over. But after Dorothy goes upstairs, Leanne is still staring at Sean. Later that night, Dorothy once again takes a bath, and for whatever reason, Leanne goes to check on her, and Dorothy tells her that she's in a lot of pain from the mastitis. So, hey, you're getting paid $900 to take care of a baby. You want to earn that money, and Leanne decides to help out, saying that all she needs to do is clear the blockage, and she starts rubbing on her tits. It's weird, but it does end up working. The next day, Dorothy heads to work, and Leanne tells Sean, "I'm putting Jericho down for his nap right now, and then after that, I need to run to the pharmacy for some stuff for Dorothy. Can you keep an ear out for him?" And Sean snaps at her, "She's not here," meaning Dorothy isn't here, you don't have to keep up with the charade, and I'm not going to listen out for a baby. She ends up coming home and he heads downstairs to work on his recipe, and when he does that, he thinks he hears a baby crying. Kind of brushes it off, but when he goes upstairs, he once again thinks he hears a baby crying. This time, it's a lot louder. And when he goes to investigate in the room, sure enough, the doll is gone and there is a living child crying in the crib. So in episode 2, Sean is just waiting for Dorothy to come home. She gets driven home by a cab, but when the cab arrives at her house, Dorothy is kind of like in a trance state. It takes a little bit of time for her to snap out of it. But when she walks in the room, instead of being troubled by the fact there is a human child in her crib instead of a doll, she acts like this is business as usual. And that's really bizarre to Sean. He heads downstairs to confront Leanne, asking, okay, whose kid is that? But Leanne says, well, that's your kid, Mr. Turner. That's Jericho. And he wants to question her more, but she gets interrupted when Dorothy brings down this real child, asking Leanne to go give him a bath. Sean is trying to make sense of everything that's going on right now, but he realizes he needs to be very careful for how he approaches things because his wife is in an extremely fragile state. During dinner, he asks her, where did you find this girl? And she says, well, I put it out on Twitter, and a guy I used to work with recommended somebody, but that person had already found a new family. And I think she shared the post because I got 8 new resumes and she was one of them. And Sean's a little troubled by the fact that they just let somebody in who was a friend of an acquaintance. But Dorothy thinks that Leanne is great and she's a godsend. That night, Sean goes to the nursery and is just staring at this child who he knows doesn't belong to him. Then he sees that makeshift cross and he decides to get rid of it, tearing it down, breaking it in half, and putting it in the garbage disposal of all places. He then tries to walk out with Jericho in the middle of the night, but when he goes to disarm the house alarm, he puts the code in and it doesn't work, and he puts it in again and again, and finally it triggers the alarm, waking up the entire household. He can't figure out why the code wasn't working. And he's especially perplexed when Dorothy comes downstairs and puts in the same exact code he was using, and that works. She wants to know where he was going with Jericho, and he says, oh, I was going for a drive. It helps soothe them. But when Dorothy takes Jericho back upstairs, Leanne, who is woken up, is staring down Sean. He wants to talk to Dorothy about it the next day before she goes to work, but she's in a rush and says, we'll talk about whatever you want when I come home. So he waits for a shipment of food, and when it arrives, he's bringing it in the house, but he gets a nasty splinter in his foot. And while he's getting the splinter out of his foot, he FaceTimes Julian, his brother-in-law, and says, you got to get over here ASAP. I can't talk to you about what I want to over this video, but you need to get over here. Julian's already headed over there that night anyway because he's coming over to the house for dinner for his birthday, but Sean assures him, this can't wait. You need to come over ASAP. Later that day, Sean wants to continue doing some investigative research, and when Leanne goes to take Jericho for a walk, he goes into Dorothy's office and sees the 8 resumes that were submitted for the job, and all of them are really professional looking, all of them except one, and that's Leanne's. Leanne was a handwritten note, and it was really super weird. It described her waking up and looking at the sun and wondering if somebody in China was looking at the same sun, and how she wanted to travel. Well, while reading it, Sean realizes that his finger is bleeding. So he goes to take care of that. At this point, Leanne and this baby have arrived back home. She takes Jericho upstairs, but notices that the cross is gone, and she seems kind of surprised about it because she's frozen still. Sean, meanwhile, figures that he's got a splinter problem, so he starts frantically sanding the floors. But then there's a knock at the door, and it's Julian, wondering what couldn't wait. So he takes Julian upstairs quietly so he doesn't alert Leanne, and shows him this baby that's in the crib. And then he sneaks back downstairs to have a conversation about it, and he fills Julian in on everything that's happened. But Julian's big concern is the fact that Sean didn't actually see Leanne bring home this baby. And it's theoretically possible that it was actually Dorothy who brought the baby home. He asked Sean, well, have you done any research? I mean, are there any missing babies? And Sean hasn't. So Julian is going to look into it, but he needs to get back to work. Dorothy gets home that night from work, and she's not thrilled about the fact that Sean was sanding the floors. But the splinter problem has gotten worse, and somehow he's got splinters in his ass, and he needs Dorothy to get them out. Sean is getting more and more stressed out, especially with Dorothy acting like Leanne is some savior. He says she's not. We don't even know if she's trustworthy. But Dorothy doesn't really pay attention to the comment, trying, it seems like, to get something physical started, asking him if he wants to flip over so she could check his front. But that actually annoys him. He says, well, what are you going to do about it if I am ready? I mean, we haven't had sex in over a year. And that really pisses off Dorothy, who yells at him and says that he deserves a Medal of Valor for not getting any for a year. They do need to put on a good face, though, because Julian is coming over for his birthday dinner. And Julian makes an excuse to head downstairs and have a private conversation with Sean, where he lets him know that I looked into it and there are no missing babies that fit the baby's description of the kid that you have. They then start talking about what they're going to do with this child. But Julian says it's been 6 weeks. You need to come to the realization that Dorothy might never snap out of this. Pretty clear that nobody's looking for this baby, so is it the worst thing in the world if you guys keep it? I mean, it's like no harm, no foul. She accepted the doll, and she clearly is accepting this child. I mean, going to the police is a no-go, and Sean agrees with that, but he can't believe that Julian is implying they should really keep this child. They head upstairs and Julian starts questioning Dorothy on how much she actually knows about this nanny. And as soon as he starts doing it, Dorothy knows where the questioning is coming from. She knows it's coming from Sean. She also realized, though, that Julian hasn't actually met the nanny, and they agree to invite her downstairs for dinner. And Leanne has spent pretty much the entire night making another makeshift cross and hanging it back in Jericho's nursery. But when Dorothy goes to check on her, it seems like she's about to go to bed, although she convinces her to put on some earrings and a hideous-looking outfit and come downstairs. And when she does, it seems like Julian is really into her. He starts kind of hitting on her, flirting with her, if you will, and insists on pouring her champagne for the toast. He starts asking her what she likes about the city of Philadelphia, and Dorothy reveals that she hasn't really explored the city, which is a shame because this city's awesome, by the way. That's just a side note. But she says that she likes a coffee shop down the street and the park where she walks Julian. They then have the toast, and they toast Julian because it's his birthday, but he toasts Leanne and welcomes her to the Turner family. As they start to eat dinner, though, Sean, who hasn't said much, comments on the fact that he can't taste the food. Now, he didn't cook the food. Dorothy did, and Dorothy takes it as an insult. But then he mentions how he can't taste the wine either. And then he starts hacking up a lung and has to excuse himself, and he goes in the bathroom and coughs up a massive splinter. When he comes downstairs to confront Dorothy about it, assuming that the splinter came from the sauce because of the wooden label in the pot, Dorothy is in another trance. She's got the refrigerator open just staring at this cake that she made, and Sean can't get her to snap out of it. And when Julian comes in, he can't get her to snap out of it either, and he thinks it's really weird, but Sean thinks maybe this is the moment where she snaps out of everything and remembers what happened to Julian. The only thing that gets her to snap out of it is when she hears the new baby crying, and when she does snap out of it, she acts like everything was fine. She goes upstairs to check on the baby, and Julian turns to Sean and says, "Well, you're not getting rid of that kid tonight." In episode 3, Sean gets a text message from Julian in the middle of the night to head outside. And when he does, he gets in a car, and Julian is with another guy who is a private investigator that Julian knows. Sean and Julian have had this guy look into who exactly Leanne is. And there's really no social media trace of her at all. But there is record of a Leanne Grayson being born in Wisconsin. So Julian and this private investigator are going to fly out to Wisconsin in the morning and go and check out and see exactly what they're dealing with. Problem is, they need a picture of her. And Sean says, "Oh, no problem. I'll get the one from the resume," because her resume had a picture attached to it. Well, when Sean goes back inside and looks at the resumes, her resume is suddenly gone. It's missing. And it forces Sean to walk into her bedroom and take a picture of her while she's sleeping. Which, by the way, insanely bizarre behavior. But gets the job done, and he sends it to Julian, and Julian and the PI head out to Wisconsin. Sean the next day has to get ready to cater a private event. His sous chef, Toby, comes over to start helping him out, and Sean is very stressed out because his fish shipment hasn't arrived yet. He's also stressed out because he has no taste buds. And it's worth mentioning that this show was done pre-COVID, so Sean could be patient 1 in the US. But I digress. Sean gets a knock at the door, and it is his fish shipment, so he goes to grab that. And Leanne brings Jericho downstairs with Dorothy introducing Leanne to Toby, explaining what Toby does. Sean then walks in with the fish shipment, and it's a bunch of eels. They're squirming all around, and to kill it, Sean ends up smacking it against the table, although it continues to squirm. In order to get it to stay still, Sean nails it to the table. But once again, this thing continues to squirm. And as Toby and Sean start to skin it, Leanne is visibly upset. It's kind of the first sign of normalcy from her, but she gets so uncomfortable that she actually faints, and Toby has to bring her upstairs. When she wakes up, Dorothy is on her bedside making sure that she's okay. Leanne apologizes to her, calling her Mrs. Turner, but Dorothy says, "Stop calling me that. Call me Dorothy. And by the way, me and you, we're going to be best friends." Downstairs, though, as Sean continues to get his food ready for the event, he gets a FaceTime from Julian letting him know that they've arrived in Wisconsin and they're heading over to the house that is of record for the Grayson residence. When he heads back to the kitchen, though, Dorothy is waiting for him. She hands him Jericho and tells him that her and Leanne are going to head out to Center City to grab some lunch and kind of have a girls' day because Dorothy's off. She also makes Sean apologize to Leanne for making her feel uncomfortable, which Sean reluctantly does. But shortly after they leave, Sean gets another FaceTime from Julian. And this time they're at the house. But the house has been damaged in a fire. They go into it just to see if they can see anything, and the house has been badly damaged. It smells horrible, and there's no real family heirlooms there. No pictures of anything. But something does catch Sean's eye in the video, and that is a handmade woven cross just like the one that was above Jericho's bed. And it definitely freaks Sean out. But he has to end the call because the girls have gotten home. But instead of revealing this to Dorothy, knowing that it's a delicate situation, he just asks her, hey, what did you guys talk about? Did she tell you anything about herself, where she came from? But Dorothy says, no, not really. She's pretty quiet. We really just talked about me. Dorothy then says, though, that they should have a date night because Leanne has offered to watch Jericho that night for free and they want to take advantage of it. So she tells Sean, book a table somewhere and we'll go out. But before he gets ready that night, he pays Toby $100 to stay in the house, finish up some prep work, but mainly keep an eye on things. And as he's handing over the Benjamin Franklin upstairs, Dorothy is getting ready for her date, but talking to her new best friend. Leanne asks her how her and Sean met, but she says, no, enough of me. I want to know about the real Leanne Grayson. Is there a guy at home? And Leanne seems to be uncomfortable with this topic and doesn't give an answer, but it leads Dorothy to think that there is, in fact, somebody at home waiting for her. She then tells Leanne, hey, if you ever want to borrow any of my things, just let me know. Just ask. And then she heads downstairs to head out with Sean. But before they do leave, Dorothy kisses him. And then her hand travels down the pants into the fun place, just like high school, over the pants. And Leanne is watching all of this go down, although the Turners have no idea. Once they do leave, though, Leanne ends up blasting some classical music, just like any normal 18-year-old would, but also putting on some of Dorothy's jewelry, some of her makeup, and heading downstairs and running into Toby, who was kind of weirded out by the classical music, but Leanne asks him if he wants to have a drink with her. And this is really bizarre behavior because before, when offered alcohol, she was acting like she was stringent to the whole being 21. The only time she did drink was when she was peer pressured to do it by Julian. But Toby's a young kid. She's 18 years old. They're in a house by themselves. Yeah, okay, I'll have a drink. And while they're sipping on this Zinfandel, she asks him, hey, are you hungry? And he says, yeah, I could eat. And Toby starts looking through the refrigerator for some food, mentioning a bunch of things. But then all of a sudden, there's a smack behind him. And it's because Leanne had grabbed one of the eels and smashed its head against the table. So I guess she's over that whole killing the eel thing. Toby, though, is a sous chef, so he whips up some food. But just as the two are about to sit down and eat, there's a knock at the door, and it's Julian. And Julian tells Toby, you can go home, leaving Toby outside completely perplexed as to how he just got cock-blocked. Julian then goes inside and sees Leanne wearing his sister's jewelry, wearing her makeup, drinking her wine, and he thinks he might have a gold digger on his hands. He tries to tough talk her, saying, if you want to get to Dorothy, you have to get through me. But then she completely gets him off his game by asking, were you here when it happened? Did they call you for help? And it totally throws Julian off. He doesn't really know what to do. So he just gets out and pours out the rest of the wine. But Leanne gets really close to him and mimics what Dorothy did to Sean with the over-the-pants move. And Julian's uncomfortable but doesn't stop it. The two are interrupted when the Turners come home, and they're pretty surprised to see Julian there, but he says, I was in the neighborhood. He's really come to give Sean an update on what they found. He shows him a video of as they were leaving this little small farm town in Wisconsin, they saw a cemetery and decided to stop by. And sure enough, they found the gravestones of the Graysons, Leanne's mother, Leanne's father, but then they found the gravestone of Leanne Grayson. So who the hell is this person in their house? They head outside to get out of earshot, and Julian thinks that she might be there trying to blackmail the family because she didn't seem all that shocked when the baby ended up being a doll. He thinks that somehow she might have gotten this information previously. But everything's on the table because no one knows what the hell is going on or who the hell she is. The last thing Julian says before he leaves is, the longer that thing stays here, the longer this is going to cost you. And then he takes off. And when Sean walks back in the house, he can hear Jericho crying, so he heads upstairs to coddle him and soothe him, but he's also trying to make sense of everything he just heard. In episode 4, Sean can't sleep and gets up in the middle of the night and goes to the bathroom, and Dorothy follows him in there because she also has to go. Dorothy asks him to check on Jericho, but when he goes to do so, Jericho's not in his crib, and he can hear Jericho crying from Leanne's bedroom. He decides to leave it as is and gets back in bed and tells Dorothy everything's fine. But he's definitely perplexed by it. The next morning, he's still trying to make sense of it, which is becoming a theme for him. Dorothy comes downstairs before work and asks him what recipe he'll be working on that day, and he tells her it's lobster ice cream, which she finds disgusting, but he's making it to dispel the myth that it is disgusting. And after she goes to work, he whips up a nice batch of that delicious lobster ice cream. The issue is, he still can't taste any of it. This guy has no idea if this ice cream sucks or it's great. He still knows that he needs to find out more on Leanne, and while she's preparing dinner that night, he sneaks up to her bedroom and is able to get in between the walls, drilling a tiny hole in her wall and putting a nanny cam in there. So now he's got access to her room, which is incredibly creepy if you don't know the context. You just think he's a peeping Tom. But he doesn't have those intentions. He just wants to know who the hell this person is. Dorothy comes home that night and immediately calls for Leanne to come downstairs with Jericho. And when she does, she asks Leanne, do you have any plans tomorrow? And Leanne doesn't. So Dorothy says, great. All the people at the news stations can't wait to meet Jericho. So she's got plans to bring him in there to show off Jericho while Leanne watches him as Dorothy does her job. But Sean doesn't want that to happen. Sean doesn't want Dorothy parading around this child that Sean knows isn't actually his. He also knows, though, that he can't just come out and say that. So he tells her that he doesn't think it's the best move because of the fact that he's not old enough. But it seems like Dorothy's pretty set on it, and Leanne is excited about the opportunity. But Sean isn't ready to let this die, and when Dorothy goes upstairs to take her bath, he follows her in there and starts telling her that he really doesn't think this is a good idea, deciding to go with the argument that Jericho is small and fragile, and they'll show him off when the time is right, but this isn't it. And he's able to actually change her mind. The two head off to bed, but shortly afterwards, Sean goes and watches the nanny cam footage to see, sure enough, Leanne is taking Jericho in with her at night. Although she needs to get to bed because she's got an early morning. The next day, when Dorothy gets up to go to work, Leanne is downstairs, all dressed, along with Jericho, who, by the way, is looking at her like, this bitch is crazy. But Leanne didn't want to make Dorothy late. She didn't know what time they had to leave, so she got up super early and got everything ready. The problem is, nobody told Leanne that their plan was off. So Dorothy heads upstairs to go brush her teeth, and she feels really bad about this. It's obvious that Leanne was really looking forward to it. But Sean says, fuck her feelings. You're not taking them in. And Sean's a little ornery because of the fact that something is in his eye. He can't quite figure it out. And to make matters worse, when he asks Leanne to check it out, she blows toothpaste in it. So he's in a bad mood when he heads downstairs sporting a sweet eye patch. He grabs Jericho and just tells Leanne, yeah, it's not happening. And Leanne is kind of left in shock, definitely disappointed that they're not heading out with Dorothy. Later that day, as Sean is preparing his recipe, it seems like his eye is fine, by the way, Julian stops over with a new bottle of wine that is pretty hard to come by. He pours both of them a glass, but Sean once again can't taste anything, which is frustrating him. Sean then reveals to him, though, that he set up the nanny cam, which Julian's first thought is, have you seen her without clothes on? But Sean brushes that comment off, telling Julian how every single night she's taking this baby in with her, which is weird. That's unusual behavior. It crosses a line. But because of it, Sean thinks he's got this whole thing figured out. What if this baby was Leanne's the entire time? What if she snuck into their house with this baby and simply switched out the doll for her own child? It would make sense because she's nurturing the child at night. That's the only reason she's doing it. She's obviously extremely religious. She covered her tracks, but she wants to give her child a good life. And this is it. But Julian says, you want to keep the child, don't you? I mean, you just pitched me a fairy tale princess movie. Just say it. You want to keep the baby. And after a little hemming and hawing, Sean looks at him and says, well, wouldn't you? And while the two are having this discussion, Leanne is upstairs with Jericho watching Dorothy on the news. She's reporting from City Hall where there's a big case, and they're waiting for the jury to come in with the verdict. And that gives Leanne an idea. She takes Jericho out for one of her, quote, walks, but she doesn't walk anywhere. Because later on, as Sean is watching the news and watching the verdict come in the background, he sees Leanne with Jericho watching Dorothy do the news. And when Dorothy gets home, the first question Sean has is, where is she? But Dorothy has no idea what he's talking about because Leanne never approached her. Shortly after that, though, Leanne walks to the door and Sean confronts her, saying, do you have anything to tell us? And Leanne admits, I took the bus downtown. I saw the news camera, so I knew you'd be there, but I didn't want to bother you because you seemed busy. I did want Jericho to see what his mom did, though. And Sean isn't buying this at all, but Dorothy loves it. She's only mad about the fact that Leanne didn't walk up because people from the news station would want to meet Jericho. She tells Dorothy, come on in, let's go watch the footage. And as they're watching baby Jericho's TV debut, she turns to Leanne and says, is this their first time on TV? And Leanne says, yeah, but it's not sitting right with Sean at all. Late that night, Sean gets up to continue to prep recipes, and down walks Leanne looking for a midnight snack. And to Sean's surprise, she grabs the lobster ice cream, not caring that it's lobster ice cream. He's silent for a while, but eventually he can't hold his tongue and says, why did you disobey me? I told you not to go down there with Jericho. And she sticks to her story that she went down there on the bus, but he cuts her off and saying, come on. And finally, she admits, Dorothy promised me that I could see her work. She promised me. admitting that this whole thing was premeditated. He gets really, really angry when she refers to the baby as Jericho. He tells her, don't call him that. You can call him that around Dorothy, but don't call him that around me. And Leanne is confused because Jericho was the name that Sean picked out. But Sean admits that Jericho wasn't their first name. In fact, Jericho wasn't even their first baby because Dorothy kept having miscarriages. She has an over-aggressive immune system that attacks any foreign body, and it just led to them losing baby after baby. And Dorothy blamed herself. She was thinking she was killing these kids. It got to the point where they couldn't even have sex. He tells Leanne, I don't want to put her through that again. So if there's a way, but Leanne cuts him off saying chocolate sauce, meaning the ice cream needs chocolate sauce. And that is a revelation to Sean, who hasn't been able to taste the ice cream, and now he knows how to perfect the recipe. And it seems like he's actually appreciative of what Leanne told him, but as she's going back upstairs, he says, I gotta ask you, why us? And Leanne just looks at him and says, I know I'd be happy here. And then goes upstairs. But she waits for Sean to go to bed, and when he does, she heads downstairs and pulls some news footage because Dorothy keeps all of her news footage. And she picks a particular video, March 11th, 2011, where Dorothy is interviewing a bunch of 9-year-old kids at a beauty pageant. And one of those kids is Leanne Grayson from Wisconsin. Episode 5 starts out with everybody's favorite day, payday. But in the Turner household, it's pretty informal, with Sean just slipping an envelope of cash under Leanne's door. She comes downstairs to find Sean yelling for Dorothy, and Sean says, can you go check on her? And when Leanne does, Dorothy is in one of those zombie-like states. When Leanne touches her, she snaps out of it, but she's giving Leanne crazy eyes. Although she has the audacity to say that it's Sean who's acting weird, because he's being nice, but apparently Sean's not nice to anybody. And to put her mind at ease, Leanne says, I'm sure he's not having an affair with anybody. But that was the farthest thing from Dorothy's mind. Although now it's on Dorothy's mind. Just wasn't the right place to say that. Sean tells Leanne, I'm not going to be around much this week. You'll be all right on your own, right? And Leanne says, I won't be alone. I'll have Jericho. But as Leanne's leaving the house, taking Jericho on one of his walks, she notices that there's a guy parked in a car outside, just sitting in it. She doesn't think anything of it. And as she's walking in the street, passing a stoop, she passes a girl around her age with a little girl probably about the age of 6. Although when she returns home, the door is open, and she's a little freaked out. She hears something in the basement, and when she goes to investigate, she finds Toby. Toby was told to come over and do some prep work. And she starts to yell at him for leaving the door open, but he says, I didn't come through the front door. I came through the side. I used the spare key under the grill. He shows her one of the items that he brought over for Sean, and it's a box full of crickets. But their conversation is derailed when there's a knock at the door, and it's that girl about her age who was on the stoop. And she's knocking on the door because Leanne forgot to bring in Jericho's stroller, which isn't the smartest move in the city. I literally had one stolen outside of my house when I just ran in for 2 minutes. That's why I implore you to just let the ads run. I have to buy a new one. I digress. This girl's name is Wanda. She's with a little girl named Olivia, and she tells Leanne that they're locked out of their place. But she is familiar with who the Turners are, so it's not really raising any red flags. Although, she's not really acting the part of somebody that lives on the block because she keeps complimenting how nice the house is and looking up how much it went for. When Toby comes upstairs, he sees this random girl sitting on the couch with a 6-year-old and asks Leanne, is everything okay? But Leanne shoos him off, saying, yeah, everything's fine. You can leave now. Although Wanda gets a phone call and excuses herself. But when she comes back, she tells Leanne that she has to run downtown and pay a fine or her boyfriend is getting deported. And she asks Leanne if she can watch Olivia for a little bit, and Leanne says, yeah, no problem. So Wanda heads off, promising she's only going to be about an hour, and Leanne and Olivia decide to play hide-and-go-seek. And Leanne is the seeker to start out, and she checks down in the cellar. When she goes in there, she hears something on the ground, and when she picks up a box, there's a giant rat. Somehow that does not freak her out. I mean, this thing is massive. But what really catches her eye is a onesie. It's crumpled up, it's dirty. She's kind of wondering what it's doing there. Although when she hears footsteps upstairs, she runs up and checks on Olivia, who lets her know that a guy was in the house and ran out. It really freaks Leanne out, and her, Olivia, and Jericho wait on the stoop for Wanda to come back, who eventually does, apologizing for taking so long and saying, okay, I can take Olivia home now. And as Leanne is watching Wanda and Olivia walk back to their house because it's only about a block away, she notices that that car that was parked outside with the guy sitting in it is still there. Although she has to go run out and get supplies because she's running low on tomato soup, the only food that she seems to eat. She does that, puts it away, and even catches Dorothy's story that night on hygiene problems at the makeup stations and stores. But then she gets a knock on her bedroom door, and it's Dorothy asking her if she wants a piece of cake. And when poor Leanne says, yeah, I'd love some cake, instead of handing her cake, Dorothy hands her cash, saying it's about 40 minutes there and back. And Leanne doesn't seem to really have a choice. So she heads out to go get the Turners some cake. Luckily, though, don't worry, she gets to keep the change. But when she returns with the cake, she goes upstairs to give Dorothy what she just spent 40 minutes going to get, to find out that Dorothy and Sean are having sex. I mean, good for them, but kind of rude. And Leanne heads back to her bedroom, doesn't eat the cake, but what she does do is open up her Bible and write Dorothy in one of the margins. The next day, when Leanne wakes up, Dorothy has a giant zit on her face from the makeup bar. But Leanne brings up the fact that, quote, you didn't eat your cake, and Dorothy lies to her saying that her and Sean just had an early night, but thanks her for going to get it. After the Turners leave for work, Leanne once again takes Jericho out and notices that the same guy is in the same car outside. The guy is the PI. She walks across the street and goes to Wanda's house, but when she knocks on the door, she finds out that there is no Wanda. Nobody by that description lives there. There's no Olivia. There's nobody. She was lied to. And this revelation is really upsetting to Leanne. When she returns home from the walk, she notices that once again, someone is in the house. And she starts to go from room to room when she hears the person come downstairs. The PI, though, doesn't notice her, punches in the security code, and leaves. And you gotta figure he was there just collecting information. But after he leaves, Leanne seems a little more comfortable and does some laundry. She even washed that onesie that she found in the basement. And as she's folding it, she hears a cricket. She goes to put it back in the box, but all of the crickets that were in there are gone. She doesn't really think anything of it, though. She heads upstairs and starts dressing up Jericho in that onesie. But when Sean sees it, he gets enraged, asking, where the hell did you find that? You can tell he's really upset about this, and it kind of catches Leanne off guard. Leanne's saved, though, when Dorothy comes in and asks what everybody wants for food, Indian or Greek. And Sean doesn't care because he can't taste anything, and the only thing that Leanne eats is tomato soup, so it's on Dorothy. That night, though, Leanne is brushing her teeth, and she hears yet another cricket. This one is coming out of the sink. Once again, though, she doesn't really think anything of it. She heads downstairs to overhear a conversation between Sean and Julian about getting her out of the house. Julian calls her a freak and tells Sean, let her know she's not welcome. If it was up to him, he would shut up the heat in her room. But Sean yells at him saying, that's really your answer? Practical jokes? Because Sean is holding a can of dog food. And after overhearing this conversation, when Leanne heads back upstairs, she writes Sean's name in one of those margins. The next morning, though, when she wakes up, her entire bed and her entire bedroom floor are covered in crickets. And one by one, she actually recollects them and puts them back in the box in the cellar. She returns upstairs to find Dorothy trying to get another splinter out of Sean, this time a giant one in his neck. And after they do that, she grabs some duct tape because she heads upstairs to start duct taping the vents to make sure no more crickets get in. But one has, she traps it under her glass and heads downstairs to make some more tomato soup. But when she puts it in the pot, it looks nothing like tomato soup. It doesn't smell like tomato soup. So she goes to throw it out. And that's when she finds the dog food stuff. She knows that she's being messed with, and it's not sitting well with her at all. She doesn't have a lot of time to dwell on it, though, because she gets a knock at the door, and it's Wanda and Olivia. And she doesn't reveal to them that she knows they don't live in that house. They just walk in and start kind of hanging out. And it seems like Olivia wants a snack. And when Leanne says, hey, is this cool? Gesturing to the lobster ice cream, Wanda says, yeah, I don't care. Even though she previously told Leanne not to feed her because she's allergic to everything. And I guess that information has slipped Leanne's mind because she gives her a bowl of the ice cream. Wanda starts to pitch Leanne on leaving the Turners because she can get a better job somewhere else in the city. But Leanne tells her, I'm not leaving. She then walks over and is just staring outside of the window. And everything that's happened in the last couple days is coming to a crescendo. She's speaking aloud, saying, how was I supposed to know about that onesie? And if she wanted me out of the house, she just could have asked. Wanda's kind of curious on what the hell she's talking about, but then all of a sudden Olivia starts hacking up a lung because she's allergic to the ice cream. And Wanda realizes she's having an allergic reaction. She frantically tries to get her EpiPen, but she's just unloading her purse, and the EpiPen actually ends up going near Leanne's foot. But in this frantic state, Wanda can't find it. And instead of helping, Leanne just screams, you don't live on this block, do you, Wanda? Who sent you? Who told you to be friends with me? And Wanda reveals that it was Julian. Julian paid her to befriend her and try to convince her to leave. The whole time, Wanda is begging her to help out Olivia, and finally, Leanne picks up the EpiPen, stabs her, and sends them on their way. That night, while she's in her room, Leanne definitely feels like she's been betrayed, but she gets a knock at her bedroom door, and it's Sean wanting to know if he can borrow her for 5 minutes, because Sean still doesn't have any taste buds. And the crickets weren't just pets, they were food. He's injecting these baked crickets with a sort of fruit, but he needs a taste subject, and it seems like Leanne's palate's pretty good. She picks up one of the crickets and says, my aunt used to say that when a cricket came into your home, something bad was coming. And Sean asks, what's coming, Leanne? But Leanne doesn't answer, simply popping the cricket into her mouth and telling Sean that it's too sticky. And Sean changes the crickets up a little bit, has Leanne test them, and actually thanks her, saying, I couldn't do this without you. But Leanne isn't in a smiling mood at the moment. She goes upstairs where that cricket that she left is dead. She undresses and starts whipping herself. And as she's whipping herself, suddenly that cricket ends up coming back to life. In episode 6, Dorothy gets the mail, and shockingly, there's a letter for Leanne. She tells her about the letter, leaves it on the table, but the Turners have to run out because Sean needs to catch a flight. He's going with the Philadelphia Eagles, go Birds, to cater an event on the road, and she has to drive him to the airport. So they take off, and after they do, Leanne goes and opens up her letter, but when she does, she has a look of horror on her face. And it's not really a letter, it's more of a postcard that says, "Found you." She puts the postcard aside and continues to go about her day, but there's a knock at the door. It's a man drenched because it's pouring out, and this guy doesn't have an umbrella. And when Leanne opens the door, she once again has a look of horror on her face. She recognizes this guy. She lets him in, and he asks if the Turners are home, but she says, no, work. And then she instructs him to take his shoes off, because Dorothy doesn't like shoes in the house, which is weird because she's wearing hers. But this guy's suit that he's wearing is pretty tattered up, and the shoes that he's wearing have holes all over it. He's not wearing socks. Looks like he just walked here from Wisconsin, and his feet are pretty gross. But his main concern is with Jericho. They go upstairs, and he's holding Jericho in his arms, looking at the baby. Later that day, when Dorothy gets home, she sees Leanne's postcard, and she's a little freaked out by it too. When she heads upstairs to go check on Jericho, she can tell that something's wrong with Leanne, who's holding Jericho on the bed, and that's when this guy pops out, introducing himself as Leanne's Uncle George. And the Turners had no idea that Leanne even had family. He tells Dorothy that he was in town and he just wanted to check on her. And Dorothy's a little freaked out, but she's trying to be cordial. George has brought a gift for Jericho, and it's a marionette of a chef that's supposed to be Sean. It's made from wood back in their hometown. And it's creepy as hell looking, but Dorothy, being polite, thanks him. She then invites him to stay for dinner. And since this guy looks like he could use a free meal, he accepts. So Dorothy starts whipping up some food, and as she's doing so, she's FaceTiming Sean to see how he's doing. But he notices that she's making a lot of food. And Dorothy lets him know it's because they have a guest, Leanne's uncle. And that doesn't sit right with Sean at all. He says, who the hell is in our house? But Dorothy says, well, it's okay. Leanne vouched for him. And he shoots that down right away, saying, well, then who the hell vouched for her? But Dorothy just rushes him off, finishes the meal, and when she puts it on the table, she gets ready just to eat it, but George grabs her wrist. It really scares Dorothy, but there wasn't any malicious intent. He did so to pray. Dorothy starts trying to make conversation, but neither George or Leanne are giving her much back. And that's when Dorothy notices that George is drying the chicken out, patting it with his napkin. Dorothy doesn't say anything, but she does ask him, what do you do? And he says, salvage. He then starts wringing the chicken out, and even going so far as to grab Leanne's napkin to do so. More extremely bizarre behavior from this guy. When Dorothy gives Leanne a compliment, George says that Leanne was the most beautiful baby, although you wouldn't know it by looking at her now. George tells Dorothy that there's been issues back home and Leanne is needed. But this takes Dorothy completely off guard, and she says that doesn't really fit in with our plans. And George shoots back, do you have a contract? To which Dorothy says we have a verbal one, and he reminds her, yeah, for 1 month, just so you could fire her if you didn't like her. Thankfully for everybody, this awkward conversation is broken up when Julian rings the doorbell and comes in. He was called by Sean to make sure everything's okay. And shortly after arriving, Jericho is heard crying on the baby monitor. But when Leanne goes up to attend to him, George snaps at her, saying, what hours do you work? And to try and not cause confrontation, Dorothy says, I'll go look after him. And that's when Julian sits down and says, you want to tell me who the hell you are? But George sticks to the script, saying, I'm like you, Julian. I'm an uncle. Julian goes upstairs to the nursery when George and Leanne are busy washing and drying the dishes. And Dorothy says, we have a big problem. But the problem has nothing to do with this creep that's in their house. It has to do with the fact that Leanne is being taken from them. That's what she thinks is the big deal. And Julian says, good, let him. But Dorothy's not about to let that happen. She heads downstairs to the kitchen, and George says, I think we should go now. Train leaves in the morning. We'll get a hotel somewhere near the train station. But Dorothy, trying to force a stay of execution, if you will, insists that George sleep the night there because it is still pouring outside. And after being peer pressured by Leanne to do the same, George reluctantly accepts. But when Julian found out that Dorothy invited this guy to stay the night, he can't believe at what his sister just did. Even though she reassures him, I know what I'm doing. He immediately goes outside and FaceTimes Sean to let him know that this creep is staying, and he promises Sean that he will also stay. He'll sleep on the couch, make sure nothing weird happens. Upstairs, however, Dorothy is setting up the couch for George. And George says, call me old-fashioned, but a child's place is with her family. And Dorothy says, I couldn't agree more, but Leanne is hardly a child. And then George shows Dorothy a picture of Dorothy when she was a little girl and her mother. And he asks her, "When did your mother die, Dottie?" And Dorothy admits that Dottie was the nickname that her mother used to call her. Although the bigger question is, how does George know any of this? And that's a question that Dorothy never asks. Later that night, though, she tries to make the hiring official by bringing Leanne a contract. She apologizes, saying they should have done it a long time ago, and she's including a pay bump, telling her how much they like having her there. And it's actually bringing Leanne to tears because she does want to stay. So Dorothy says, "We just have to convince your uncle that it's the wise move for you to stay. Both of us, together." So everybody goes to sleep, but Julian is awoken in the middle of the night when he hears a bang. And when he goes to check on George, George isn't there. He checks just about every room in the house, and when he can't find George, he goes to wake up Dorothy saying, "Hey, he's gone." So both of them together start checking a couple of the rooms, but then they hear Jericho crying, and they rush to the nursery. And Jericho is on the floor. And that's when Julian notices that in the crib is George, sleeping, a grown man in a baby crib. This guy walked in, took Julian out, put him on the floor, and climbed in. And right away, Julian says, "That's it, I'm kicking this guy out." But Dorothy begs him not to because she's worried that if they kick George out, they're going to lose Leanne forever. And Julian could not care less about that because this is weird as hell. But Dorothy tells him that not everybody is as normal as them. Just let it go. And she takes Jericho into bed with her, but does ask Julian, "Can you stay in here and make sure that he doesn't move?" Although Julian falls asleep, and when he wakes up the next morning, George is already downstairs for breakfast. And Dorothy has gone into full convince George Leanne needs to stay mode. I mean, she is dressed up like a nun, even embracing the whole praying thing, which catches Julian off guard. And nothing is said about the fact that this guy slept the night in the baby crib. When he goes to leave, he notices that his old shoes are gone and they're replaced with new shoes, or slightly used shoes from Sean. Dorothy tells him that he hasn't worn them in years, and she felt like George could use a new pair. So George quickly slips on into him and says, "Thank him for me." But then he calls for Leanne to say her goodbyes. And it's obvious that Leanne doesn't want to go, and Dorothy tries to tell him that, but he cuts her off and saying, "I wasn't talking to you, woman." Dorothy then implores Leanne to tell George how she feels, and she does, saying, "I want to stay." And George goes up to her, very confrontational-like, and says to her, "What about the others, the ones that deserve your help? You want to abandon them for this, for her?" And she says, "Yeah." So George says, "Very well then, I'll come back with your Aunt May. You know that you can't say no to her." But right before he leaves, he looks at everybody and just says, "This is a godless house," which Dorothy really takes to heart. And when Sean gets home from his trip, Dorothy has just gotten off the phone with the church to baptize Jericho, and there's no talking her out of it. Sean heads upstairs to the nursery to check on Jericho, but he also notices that creepy marionette that is now hanging from the ceiling. Although upstairs, in Leanne's room, she's looking outside because George never left. He's across the street, staring her down. In episode 7, Dorothy gets a visit from Natalie, the kinesiologist that actually suggested to the Turners that they get this doll to help Dorothy cope with the loss of Jericho. Natalie is doing some kind of practice, and in the middle of it, a door slams, and Dorothy jumps up startled, although it turns out it was just Leanne. But Natalie hasn't heard of Leanne. So when Dorothy explains that Leanne was hired as a nanny, she gets really concerned with the fact that the Turners hired a girl to take care of a doll. When the session eventually does wrap up, though, Dorothy thanks her, pays her a little bit of extra, and kind of fires her. But because they're friends, she does invite her over for dinner. Dorothy tries to hurry out of the house, but before she does so, she yells for Leanne to bring Jericho down so she can hug him. But Natalie is very concerned for Dorothy's well-being, saying, "I think we should talk about this." But it doesn't matter anyway because Leanne doesn't bring Jericho down, and Dorothy's Uber is waiting outside. So Natalie is in the house by herself with Leanne, and she's waiting for Sean to come home to help her with the kinesiology table, and she decides to go take a look in Jericho's room. But right before she actually gets to the crib to see what Jericho has, become, Leanne comes out of nowhere, attacks her, grabs Jericho, and runs and locks herself in her bedroom. And as Natalie is trying to get upstairs to see what's going on, having just been attacked, Sean arrives, wondering why Natalie is racing up the steps. Natalie fills Sean in on how she was attacked by Leanne, but Sean's big concern is he doesn't know what Dorothy told Natalie. So you can imagine his relief when she says, "You really hired a nanny to take care of a doll? I mean, this is delusional. This was never supposed to go on this long. You're doing real harm here." Sean tells her, "I think I know what's best for my wife," but Natalie says, "I don't think you do. I think you're using that doll as an emotional crutch, just like your wife." I think you're starting to tell yourself that that's real. I mean, we did what we thought was right at the time, but this has gone too far. Natalie eventually leaves, and Sean is relieved because he feels like he dodged a real bullet with Natalie not finding out there's an actual human baby upstairs. But when Dorothy comes home and tells Sean that she invited Natalie over for dinner, the panic starts to come back. He tries to convince Dorothy to go out to a restaurant with her, but she doesn't want to. She wants to host, and that's an issue. The next day, when Leanne is doing some laundry, she goes over to the table to see what Sean is working on, because he clearly has like the insides of an animal. And he tells her that what's on the table is heart, liver, all the nasty stuff. He tells Leanne that they have a guest coming over, and it's Natalie. And he explains that if she finds out about Jericho, it's all over. He can't keep a lid on that, so he needs Leanne's help. They cannot let Natalie and Dorothy alone together for more than a couple seconds. So Leanne has agreed to kind of play hostess for the night. Another person that's coming over for dinner is Julian, but he gets a call from the PI who looked into George and didn't find anything. Julian wants him to tap into the train footage, but he can't do that. And as Julian is walking in the house, unbeknownst to everybody, there's a stray dog in the back going through the trash. And this is ironically a story that Dorothy did that night on the news about how stray dogs have run rampant in Philly. But once again, nobody knows about the stray dog, and Julian comes in, and he hasn't come empty-handed because he has $20,000 with him. Sean, meanwhile, was only able to get $8 because he had to move some things around. And the money is going to be used for when they figure George comes back and tries to blackmail them. They put the money aside, and Sean explains to Julian the whole Natalie situation. And when Natalie does arrive, Leanne is there to greet her. Leanne apologizes, saying that there have been some home burglaries and she thought she was one of them. But Natalie's pretty short with her. She does want to know, what exactly do you do for the Turners? And Leanne plays it beautifully, saying, I do whatever's asked, and walks away. Everybody sits down for dinner. It's going to be a traditional Scottish meal. Leanne goes through what everybody's going to be eating, but right before they dig in, Dorothy starts to pray, which isn't normal. Natalie says, when did God enter this house? And Dorothy lies to her, saying that they've always been religious, they just kept their beliefs close to the vest. Sean tells Leanne to go grab some wine from the cellar, but when she does so, all of a sudden, the cellar floor gets a giant crack in it. Really startles Leanne, but she gets the wine, delivers it, and every single time that Natalie tries to bring up the subject, Sean and Julian are obviously trying to get her off the subject. It comes to a head when Julian says, you're the only person that wants this. And finally, Dorothy realizes that they're kind of having an intervention with her. Because Natalie says, Dorothy, you need to hear me. You are not well. Although, Dorothy doesn't think this has anything to do with Jericho. Dorothy thinks this has everything to do with the fact that she fired Natalie. She gives the group a verbal tongue lashing, saying she's stronger than they think, and then she walks away. And Sean isn't far behind her to check on his wife. Natalie turns to Julian and says, we have caused irreparable harm for that woman. Natalie then heads outside to find Leanne cleaning up some of that trash that stray dog was into. And she asks Leanne, what did those guys tell you? But Leanne doesn't answer. She then tells Leanne that she was the one that everybody called, because nobody knew what to do. And Leanne is pretty concerned and asks, what did they do? But the conversation gets broken up when Julian says that Dorothy wants to play a game. When the group heads back inside, the downstairs bathroom is being used, so Natalie heads upstairs. But when she does, she hears something coming from Jericho's room. She goes to investigate, and she sees the living, breathing Jericho. But then right behind him in the shadows is this stray dog. And Natalie gets scared and runs out, and it forces Julian to grab a wine bottle and kill it. And when Leanne comes into the room and sees the dead dog, she is completely shook. They drag the dog into a closet for the time being until animal control can show up, and the Turners head upstairs to tend to Jericho. Natalie and Julian head outside because Natalie has some questions. And Julian apologizes, saying that they should have told Natalie what was up beforehand. The child is Leanne's. There's some rape incest situation going on, and the Turners are thinking about making it a proper home, going through the adoption process. But Natalie's big concern is the fact that Dorothy thinks that child is Jericho. She tells Julian this isn't what Dorothy needs, but Julian snaps back and says, fuck Dorothy. What do the rest of us need? We were there too. And I guess Natalie needs to get laid because she whispers into Julian's ear, let me take care of you, and they head down to the basement and bang one out. Although, as they're doing so, Julian's getting distracted because he's hearing this squeak sound coming from one of the baskets. Eventually, though, they wrap up, they head upstairs to say their goodbyes to Sean and Dorothy, saying that they're actually going to go home together, which is surprising to everybody in the room. But Natalie's coat is in the same closet with the dead dog, and when Julian goes to get the coat, that dog is suddenly alive. And when the closet door is open, it just runs out of the house. In episode 8, the Turners have a fancy dinner that they need to go to, and Toby is actually taking Leanne out on a date. It's going to force Julian to have to come over and watch Jericho for a couple hours. When Julian gets there, though, he fills Sean in on what's going on the Natalie front. Natalie hasn't left Julian's apartment in the last 3 days, and she got him on this cleansing detox. But more importantly, Julian has been telling her about the whole adoption thing, and she's been buying it, although she thinks it's a terrible idea. As soon as everybody leaves, though, for the night, and it's just Julian, he calls up his private investigator and tells him that Leanne is going to the bowling alley and just take a look at her, see if she's talking to anybody, get in contact with anybody. He starts making himself dinner, pouring himself a bottle of wine, but he's realized that there's no sound coming from the baby monitor, and when he goes to check up on Jericho, the doll is back, and the real Jericho is gone. He frantically starts running through the entire house looking for baby Jericho, but he's coming up empty, and he's panicking. He calls up Sean, but Sean doesn't answer. And when the private investigator gets in contact with him, he's freaking out at him, yelling, does she have a baby with her? But she doesn't. She's just bowling. Eventually, though, Sean does end up returning his call. And as the two are FaceTiming, he's telling Sean it's gone. But he needs to clean up his act because Dorothy is basically right next to Sean, and he can't let Dorothy know that something happened to Jericho. And when Dorothy asks, how's Jericho doing? He just says, quiet as a mouse. And Sean ends up hanging up on him because they need to go take their seats. He's trying to figure out what exactly he is going to do when he gets a knock at the door and hits his father. His father was looking for Dorothy, but as soon as he finds out that Dorothy isn't there, he just throws the doll aside. He's shown up because he's really concerned with the fact they're going to actually try to have a baptism for a doll. He thinks it's gone too far. And Julian reassures him that he, along with Sean, are trying to talk her out of it. His dad shows him a picture of a baby that looks like Jericho, and he tells him that for a price, this baby, who belongs to a Swedish woman, could be theirs. They simply swap out the doll for the baby and see how she reacts. If she freaks out, they take the baby away. But if she doesn't, no harm, no foul, that's now Jericho. And this whole story just causes Julian to laugh because unbeknownst to his dad, that's exactly what's happened. Although his dad takes it as Julian's laughing at him because it's a stupid idea. And right before his dad goes to leave for the night, Julian tells him, look, it's not the worst idea. It's not like we haven't thought of something similar. And Julian's dad reassures him, if we do it my way, it'll be like none of this ever happened. And then he takes off. Shortly thereafter, Julian gets a phone call from the private investigator that Leanne and Toby are headed back in. And poor Leanne goes to kiss Toby goodnight, but Toby pulls back. I don't know if he was caught off guard or he just doesn't like her like that, but Leanne took it as an insult. She comes into the house and sees the baby on the ground and picks it up and starts coddling it like it's a real child, taking it upstairs. But she gets cut off by Julian, who says, all right, where is it? But she ignores the comment, continuing to go upstairs, changing its diaper, and every single question that Julian asks her about where the real Jericho is, she's acting like he's not even asking it, responding with things like, hey, I need more diapers, can you go grab them? The two head downstairs and Julian asks, are we waiting for your uncle? But she says, no, he should be home by now. My Aunt May, however, and he cuts her off, saying, I went to Wisconsin. I saw the gravestone for Leanne Grayson. I don't know who you are, and honestly, I don't even care at this point. I just want to talk to whoever's in charge. But once again, she just keeps ignoring it. And Julian's becoming more and more on edge. Because the Turners are going to be home in an hour, and he's wondering, what exactly is Dorothy going to find? But Leanne tells him she's going to find Jericho. Julian asks her, okay, where's the real Jericho? And once again, she repeats, he's in his crib. He's losing his patience quickly, and he yells, what do you want? But she responds with, well, what did you find? Meaning, when he came over and the incident happened, what did he see? And he gets thrown off by the question, just throwing a number at her, $100,000. But instead of accepting the offer, she says, thank you for sitting with Jericho tonight. I think it's good that you guys got to spend some time together, and heads upstairs. He runs upstairs and grabs the doll, holding it over the banister, threatening to drop it. But Leanne says, you're not going to drop it, Julian. You don't want to cause any harm. But Julian is going to drop it, counting down from 5, wanting to know exactly what happened to the real Jericho. And when Leanne doesn't tell him, he does in fact let go of the baby. But as soon as he does, for a split second, he hears a baby cry, and he frantically reaches out and is able to grab the doll. But the doll is just a doll, so he figures that the real Jericho is somewhere in the house. And he once again goes searching throughout the entire house, including grabbing a pot and banging the crap out of it to try to get this baby to wake up and cry. But no matter how hard he tries, he doesn't hear a baby cry. Eventually, he gives up and heads upstairs to find Leanne praying, and that's when he fills Leanne on everything that he found the day that Jericho died. When the Turners get home, Julian tells Sean she knows everything, and Sean is not too happy about that at all. But upstairs, Leanne is helping Dorothy take off some of her jewelry, but you can tell that the mood in the room has shifted, because Leanne is no longer calling Dorothy Dorothy, she's calling her Mrs. Turner again, and she seems to be pretty pissed off at Dorothy. Eventually, she takes off this pearl necklace, and the pearls go everywhere, and Dorothy is trying to pick them up, begging Leanne to help her. But instead of doing so, Leanne picks up one of the loose pearls that landed on the bed and swallows it, and then tells Dorothy, I think some more headed under the bed. In episode 9, we get a look into what happened in the birth of Jericho. Dorothy had him at home, all natural, water birth, no drugs. Very impressive stuff. She took some time off of work, which gave her a nice little shout out. Worth mentioning, that guy is actually a newscaster in Philly. The girl, not so much. But she's a new mom. She has to hire a nanny. And worst of all, Sean had to go out to California to film this cooking competition show where he was going to be a judge on it. So it left Dorothy all alone with a newborn. She could have gotten help from Julian, but she didn't feel comfortable doing so because she was pretty sure he was back on drugs. So she was just all alone, and she would watch the episodes of this cooking competition with Jericho, but she was obviously having a tough go of it. And one particular day, it's over 100 degrees in Philly. She's gone out, gotten some food, and when she gets home, she parks the car. Worth mentioning, she parks like an asshole because she really boxes the guy behind her in. There was plenty of space in front. But more importantly, she forgets to bring Jericho inside. She just goes throughout her normal routine. And it wasn't intentional because she turned on the baby monitor. But baby, hot car, not hard to figure out what happened. And eventually, she went out and got Jericho from the car. But when she did so, she just proceeded to act like nothing wrong happened. Including when a food delivery comes to the house for Sean 4 days early. It's this massive slab of meat that they just left on the table. And instead of putting it away, Dorothy just left it there, coddling this dead infant. And it didn't take long for that hunk of meat to start to rot pretty quickly under the hot Philly summer. Gets pretty muggy here. When the last episode of the show airs, Dorothy is FaceTiming Sean, but Sean can tell that something isn't right. Sean just figures, though, that it's postpartum depression. But when it finally comes time for Sean to come home, he needs a ride from the airport, but Dorothy isn't answering. She's not trying to be a bitch. She's literally in a catatonic state. Julian eventually shows up, knocking on the door with nobody answering. He gets in the house using the spare key, and he was the first one, outside of Dorothy, obviously, to find Jericho dead. Now, back with present day, Dorothy is awoken really early in the morning by Leanne because the car alarm is going off. Sean has already taken off out of the house. He's gone to the fish market. So a very groggy Dorothy finds the key, turns the car alarm off, but they start having a conversation about how Leanne has helped Sean with the food. And Dorothy tells her, yeah, you can do that as long as you get everything else done. And Leanne takes that as a slap in the face, saying, what, have I not been attentive to Jericho? And it's not like Dorothy meant it that way. She's just tired and miserable. So Leanne says, hey, I'll make you breakfast. And she goes downstairs to start making her breakfast, but Sean has arrived back from the fish market and tells her that what she's about to make, this cayenne omelet, it's not actually something Dorothy wants. She just thinks she wants it. She tells herself that she likes spicy stuff, but she doesn't actually. It messes with her stomach. So just tell her it's in there, and she'll believe it. Leanne starts to take it upstairs, but Sean stops her, telling her that what happened to Jericho isn't a crime, at least not according to the police. The police told the family that it actually happens a lot more than you think. But Leanne doesn't say anything, just saying that I need to get this food upstairs. And when she does, Dorothy is trying on swimsuits because that day's story is going to be about this local pool opening up, and the producer wants her to dive into it. But Leanne gives her a backhanded compliment, saying that she looks great, but pointing out the fact that people know that she just had a baby, so they won't get taken aback. It makes Dorothy pretty self-conscious. Dorothy gets ready and rushes out the door, grabbing the car keys, and Sean is yelling at her, hey, I need the car to do deliveries. But Dorothy says, well, I need it more. And when she gets in her car, she smells something weird and she turns around and sees the fish that Sean had got from the market and projectile vomits all over the front of the car. She walks back into the house in rough shape, sick, just puking her guts out. And Sean puts the remnants of the omelet that she was eating into a Ziploc bag and puts it in the freezer. Ironically enough, putting it right next to Jericho's placenta. Sounds delicious. So Dorothy has to call out of work for that day, and as she's trying to rest, she hears the car alarm going off again. Although this time she can't find the car keys. And she's in pajamas, she's running around the house trying to find them, and eventually she locates them, but it's not working. Every time she presses the button to turn the alarm off, nothing's happening. And it causes her, in her pajamas once again, to go out in the middle of the street trying to turn the car alarm off in front of all of these people who are staring. Some even have their phones out recording the incident. And finally the alarm goes off, but only when Dorothy opens up the back seat, which is where Jericho died. Although, as soon as she closes it, the car alarm goes back on. And it turns out that Leanne is on the third floor of the house, just screwing with her. She goes back inside and is watching the story that she was supposed to do that night, and the girl that replaced her. It has to do with this pool opening back up in Roxborough, which I'll tell you right now, I live in Roxborough. We don't have pools like that. So that's a lie. But when Sean comes in, she asks Sean if he needs a taste tester for the dish that he was working on, but he says, no, you're sick. So he goes and asks Leanne because he still can't taste anything. He tells Leanne that what he's prepared is blowfish, and blowfish gets a bad rap because of the fact that it's so poisonous. But if prepared correctly, it's actually delicious. He just needs to know if she likes it. Although when she puts it in her mouth, she gives a face and spits it out. She doesn't like it at all. And he says, well, try it again. I need to know why you don't like it. But instead of taking another bite, She asks, why did you stay with her? And Sean says, people make mistakes. Dorothy made a mistake, and Dorothy had to spend 4 days with that dead child because she was waiting for Sean to come home and help her with it. And Sean's mistake was the fact that he left her. Leanne takes another bite of the fish and tells Sean that it tastes like bad fruit. She then goes upstairs to find Dorothy handling Jericho, and she sort of rips Jericho away from Dorothy, which takes Dorothy aback. But she tells Dorothy, you're sick. You have a bug. You don't want Jericho to get it. And while Dorothy understands, she feels hurt because Leanne's kind of making her out to be a bad mom. In the season finale, it is finally the day of the baptism. Sean has made a bunch of food for the event, including integrating Jericho's placenta into some of the food, and not telling anyone, which is super weird. Toby and Leanne were not invited to the church. They were getting everything prepared, and they will be serving the group that comes back home for the reception. And shortly after everybody arrives back, Dorothy is in the living room kind of bragging about the fact that she was able to do a natural birth. But in the middle of Dorothy patting herself on the back to this crowd, she sees a little girl walk by, which catches her eye. And then suddenly everybody gets an Amber Alert on their phone. Dorothy doesn't pay any attention to it, following the girl upstairs who is sitting on the steps. And the little girl is holding a doll. And when Dorothy tells her that's a really nice doll, the little girl says it's not a doll, it's some name that the little girl gave the doll. And the little girl gives Dorothy the doll to hold, but when she does that, Dorothy suddenly remembers holding the fake Jericho doll. She's in a little bit of a shock, and she ends up dropping this little girl's doll down the steps, but the little girl doesn't understand what's happening. She just walks down the steps, picks up the doll, and looks at Dorothy like, yo, what the hell? And then walks off. Back in the living room, however, the cameraman that had filmed the baptism puts it on the TV. But Julian, who is watching it, yells at the cameraman, yo, rewind, go back. And when he does so, there is Leanne's Uncle George, along with a female that we can only assume is Aunt May, standing across the street. And Leanne saw it too. So Julian heads out and calls his private investigator, telling him that they saw Uncle George, but it was on camera, so if you see him, take him out. And as Leanne is watching from afar Julian talk to the PI, Natalie comes over and says, hey, I might as well play the game. Can I hold the baby? Where is he? But when she goes outside to get Jericho, she can't find him. And she's kind of freaking out a little bit. She runs up to his crib where there's a woman holding Jericho, and it's Leanne's Aunt May. Downstairs, however, in the cellar, Sean is going downstairs to get some champagne when Uncle George shows up, and immediately Sean knows who he is. He goes to get some money and tries to pay him off with $6,000, but Uncle George doesn't want that. So Sean yells at him, what do you want? If you don't want money, do you want Leanne? Do you want the baby? But George starts to explain the backstory of where Leanne came from, saying that when the fire happened in Wisconsin, everyone just believed that Leanne was dead, and it was just easier to make everybody think that. George and May brought Leanne to PA and raised her. He tells Sean, your wife wouldn't remember meeting Leanne. It happened so long ago, but Leanne never stopped talking about it. How beautiful Dorothy was and how nice she was to her. And it definitely helped that every single night on the news, it was like Dorothy was telling her stories and tucking her in. He goes on to explain how Leanne likes to help the people that she likes and hurt the people that she doesn't. And he fears that Leanne has done something that can't really be easily put back together. But Sean tells him, I just want to know whose child this is. And George tells him, you know the answer to that. But Sean doesn't. And George yells at him, well, if it wasn't your child, why did you keep it? And Sean explains that it was for Dorothy because she needed it. But George gets up and asks him, well, what did Sean need? What's going to mend Sean? What wounds do you have? What has she done to you? And Sean realizes it's the splinters and the fact that ever since she arrived, he hasn't been able to taste any food. And George has Sean's hands clasped, and he's gotten on his knees in kind of a praying formation. And Julian comes in and sees it, but Sean tells him to stay back because he's cool with what's going on. George tells Sean, ask him. Ask and you shall receive. What do you want? And Sean says, I want Jericho to stay. I want my son back. And this is a big moment for Sean, who seems to be buying into all of this. But back upstairs in Jericho's nursery, May can tell that something has happened to Leanne. It doesn't seem like Leanne is infatuated with Dorothy anymore, and she asks her, what did she do? And Leanne fills her in on everything that happened, but says it was a mistake. It wasn't baby Jericho's time to go. But May tells her that God had a plan for that baby, and you thought you knew better. May tells Leanne that Dorothy will hurt that baby again, and she will hurt you. But Leanne feels like the Turners deserve a second chance, and if she can do that for him, she's going to. But May feels like the house has changed Leanne. Dorothy shows up, though, because she needs to bring Jericho downstairs, and she's surprised to see this random woman in Jericho's nursery. And Leanne introduces the two, saying, this is my Aunt May. May thanks Dorothy for all the kindness that the Turners have shown to Leanne, but she says, of course, she's like a member of the family now. She does take Jericho down because her dad is going to make a speech. Her dad doesn't really care where this baby came from because Dorothy seems to be in a really good state. But when she does take him down, May turns to Leanne and says, come home. both of you. But Leanne is really concerned with what would happen to Dorothy if she did that. And May says she would wake up tomorrow and you'd both be gone. No more dolls, no more pretending. It'll be as everything was meant to be. Besides, you're our servant, not hers. But everybody heads downstairs to do the toast. Sean ends up cutting open a bottle of champagne. But as soon as he does that and hands the bottle over to Toby, he goes over to George saying, okay, that's it. He's ours now, for life. But George gives him some religious mumbo-jumbo that Sean doesn't really understand. And before Sean can get an answer as to what it means, Toby comes over and hands him the broken bottleneck, saying that it's good luck and to give it to Jericho on his 21st birthday. Dorothy, meanwhile, walks up to Aunt May and says, have we not met before? But May says, oh no, Dorothy, we've never met. That's impossible. I would have remembered you. But then there's a knock at the door from the Philadelphia Police Department. They've gotten the address and think that there's a missing child in the house. And Sean gets a pit in his stomach. He is crushing this broken bottleneck in his palm. Turns out, though, this had nothing to do with baby Jericho. It had to do with that little girl and the doll from the steps. The police figured that she saw the procession going from the church and just followed everybody home. But Sean's hand is pretty cut up, and when he goes to clean it, he realized that he can't feel anything. There's no pain. So he can't taste, and now he can't feel pain, and he figures Leanne has got to be doing this to him, but Julian says, do not let her get inside your head. And while that was going on, Leanne was in her bedroom, looking outside, because Aunt May and Uncle George haven't left. They're across the street, just staring at her. Eventually, though, everybody leaves, and the last ones to do so are Julian and Natalie. And Sean tells Julian that he prayed for Jericho to come back. And he doesn't know how, but he knows that the kid up in that nursery is his son. He knows that somehow Leanne brought his son back to him. But Julian doesn't really give into that conversation, telling him that he's paid the private investigator to stay on the block and just keep an eye on things. He doesn't expect anything to happen, but just in case. And after Natalie and Julian leave, Sean heads back upstairs, and both Sean and Dorothy tuck Jericho in for the night. Although, unfortunately for that private investigator, something does happen. While sitting in his car, he looks up and sees Aunt May standing in the street pretty close to his car. And when he gets out to see if she's all right, Uncle George is behind him. And when Toby leaves shortly after, Toby walks by the private investigator's car where the door is open, but no one's around. Toby really doesn't think anything of it and just keeps walking home. Later that night, though, Sean goes downstairs to test out this whole I can't feel pain anymore situation, putting his hand over an open flame on the burner. But the closer he gets, he still cannot feel pain. Dorothy, though, is getting ready for bed when something jogs her memory, and she rushes downstairs and starts putting in old news footage that she did. And there's one story from Wilmington, Delaware, where there was a standoff with the police and a cult called the Church of the Lesser Saints. There were reports of gunshots, and at the time, there was thought to be about 12 people in this compound, half of which were children, and the compound was led by Aunt May. And when Dorothy sees that, she goes upstairs to talk to Leanne, but Leanne is gone. All of her stuff is packed. She's left. She rushes to Jericho's nursery, and when she opens the door, a flashback hits her of the police taking Jericho's dead body out of the crib. And when she walks over to the crib, the living, breathing Jericho is gone, and it is replaced by that doll. So the big question is, what happened to Leanne? Well, Leanne walked outside, where in the middle of the street were about 30 people waiting for her. And as she made her way through them, right at the front was Uncle George and Aunt May. And all these people have a group hug in the middle of this residential street. A cop even drives by it and sees it. And when he backs up his patrol car, though, everybody is gone. Season 2 picks up right where Season 1 left off, with Dorothy finding the doll in the crib and then frantically searching for Jericho all over the house. She goes downstairs where Sean is still burning his hand, feeling no sensation whatsoever, and asks him, do you have Jericho? And when he says no, then the panic really sets in. She runs outside looking for any sign of Leanne, who also isn't in the house but doesn't find any. When she comes back in, she calls the police, and that's when Sean comes into the room and asks, who are you calling? And she says, the police. Who else would I call? Don't just stand there, do something. And boy, does he ever. He runs around the house and tears down any sign whatsoever that there was a baby shower in there. He grabs every gift, pops every balloon, and has it set so when the cops do show up, he can play it off like there is no baby. And that works, because when the cops show up, Dorothy starts showing them old news footage that she took about the Church of the Lesser Saints, where allegedly Aunt May died, or at least she was thought to be dead in that explosion. So when she starts telling the cops that this woman was in my house, they're saying, hold the phone. You mean to tell me that the dead lady took your child? And that does sound pretty bad. The more that they have trouble understanding, the more irritated Dorothy is getting. Sean, meanwhile, is upstairs just staring at the doll in the crib, shocked. And that's when a police officer named Officer Reyes pops in. Reyes' shift was about to end, but then she got the call and recognized the house number because Officer Reyes was the police officer that showed up when they eventually called the police about the first Jericho dying. Sean explains the doll how it's not real, it's Dorothy's, and then the two head downstairs where Dorothy is berating the police officers about how they need to set up roadblocks. She looks to Sean for reassurance about this whole thing because she's coming off as crazy, but Sean doesn't give her any. He doesn't say a word. Dorothy clearly needs a break, and she gets pulled into another room away from the cops, and that's when Julian and Natalie show up. Natalie heads off to find Dorothy, and Julian tells her, drug her if you have to. And then Julian and Sean go into separate rooms so they can speak privately. Sean says, I don't know what happened. I don't know if the uncle took him, but yeah, the baby's gone. And Julian's feeling is, good, let him. Sean's freaking out a little bit. He says to Julian that Dorothy's up there telling them everything. And even though she hasn't been right since the accident, she's not crazy. But Julian's feeling is that they have to protect themselves. He tells Sean, I briefed Natalie in the car. Deny. There is no baby. But Sean looks at him like he's crazy, saying, we just dunked him in holy water. People were there. They saw it. And Julian says, yeah, that's even more reason to get the cops out of here before they start poking around. While Julian and Sean argue downstairs, upstairs, Natalie pulls Officer Reyes aside and tells her that Dorothy just hasn't been doing great, implying that she's concocted the baby and also Leanne. It's a pretty damning look because in the other room, Dorothy is frantically trying to find the resume of Leanne Grayson, but she's coming up empty. Later on, Julian tries to do his part. He sees Officer Reyes looking at the baby, walks in the nursery and says, we'll never understand what they go through. You never recover from something like that. Although he looks visibly worried that Reyes is going to be onto his bullshit. But when she gets the call about an update, she just says, false alarm. She does, though, look at Julian and say, I hope you guys know what you're doing. And then she takes off. Later that night, after the cops have gone, Julian shows Sean the videotape from the baptism that he saw that shows in the background Uncle George and Aunt May. And Sean's a little freaked out because this is the first time he's seeing this video. But Julian says, well, the good news is they're gone now. But Sean's big concern is, who were these people and what the hell did they want with them? Natalie then walks in the room, having just slipped Dorothy some melatonin so she could sleep, and she asks to get filled in on exactly who Aunt May is. After Sean does fill her in, she says, I agree with Julian. Maybe this is an opportunity for everybody to move forward. I mean, Dorothy's up there grieving the wrong child. But Sean screams at her, he's not dead. We were giving him a loving home. We were taking care of him. But Natalie cuts him off and says he was never yours to keep. The problem is, Sean truly believes that baby, whoever he was, belonged to the Turners. Sean heads upstairs the next morning and finds Dorothy sleeping on the couch. But on the TV, she had found a YouTube video of some kids pranking Aunt May. And it was Aunt May in a mall giving out pamphlets, clear as day. Now, when Dorothy does eventually wake up, she goes into Leanne's room looking for anything, really, when she sees something coming out of the wall. So she starts tearing the wall up. And Sean ends up coming upstairs hearing all the commotion, and that's when Dorothy finds the wire that he put in there to spy on Leanne. Now, at first, he's like, oh, shit, thinking that the jig is up, he's going to get caught, because that is pretty damning. But to his surprise, Dorothy doesn't take it like my husband put it there. Dorothy takes it as, these people were spying on us the entire time. And instead of trying to explain himself and correct her, Sean just goes along with that lie. Sean then heads into the bathroom to check on his hand, and his hand is all blistered up. He starts cutting open the pus pockets, but he's still not feeling anything. He rewraps the bandages and walks into Dorothy's office where she has printed out, have you seen this woman posters for Aunt May. She wants to canvass the area because it's the utmost importance that they get as much information as possible in the first 48 hours. After 48 hours, your likelihood of finding a lost child go down drastically. So she prints out a bunch of these flyers and gives them to Sean to canvass the area, but he just walks outside and tosses them in the trash. When Sean eventually comes back, Dorothy is once again watching old news footage, where it's the aftermath of the explosion at the Church of the Lesser Saints. And a lot of people surprisingly showed up to mourn the losses. She interviews one guy who says that he recognized one of the victims on television as somebody who revived his daughter after she got hit by a car. It's a story, though, that Dorothy isn't buying. She's not believing that anyone in that cult revived anybody. Sean then heads upstairs looking to see if he can find anything in Leanne's bedroom. And he finds, a strand of hair. Nothing of significance, though, until he looks under the bed and finds that she left her Bible. He starts flipping through it and notices that she had written the name Sean in one of the margins. And at the top, it says the test of leprosy, although I'm not sure if any of the symptoms actually go with leprosy or not. But yeah, it's not good. Sean, though, shakes that off and heads downstairs to try to feed Dorothy, but she's not interested in food at the moment. She's still trying to find more information about Aunt May. The problem is the trail went cold 7 years ago when the church exploded. Dorothy's thing is that somebody must have seen her. Somebody must have known where she was this entire time. And that's when she finally notices that Sean's hand is all bandaged up. He tells her it's fine, and as soon as he says that, she moves back to Aunt May, saying that she could have changed her identity. The next day, Julian stops by, and right before they get into the crux of the issue, Sean says, "Hey, have you heard from Roscoe? Because pretty sure his car is still out front." Roscoe being the PI. And Julian tells him no, but in all honesty, he's not the most reliable. Just because I haven't heard from him doesn't mean that they have him. It also, though, doesn't mean that he is still trailing them. Sean seems to think it's a big deal, but Julian doesn't. Sean called Julian over, though, for information about the Church of the Lesser Saints. He needs to find these people. But Julian came up empty, just like Dorothy, saying the trail's cold. And that's not exactly what Sean wanted to hear. He tells Julian, well, we gotta find these people before Dorothy involves the entire neighborhood in on this. She's not gonna stop looking for him, not while they have Jericho. And Julian kind of looks at him cross-eyed and says, I'm sorry, who? And that's when Sean corrects himself and says, the baby. After this conversation, Julian heads upstairs to see how his sister's doing, and she has turned that office into a full-on research center looking for these people. She's also switched her Have You Seen posters from Aunt May to Leanne. She feels like Aunt May is too smart. She's been able to cover her tracks. Leanne, though, is just an innocent 18-year-old girl. They probably have more luck finding information on Leanne than they do Aunt May. She gives Julian the posters this time to go canvass the neighborhood, but before he goes outside, he stops in Jericho's nursery. He grabs one of Jericho's shoes and then also grabs the Jericho doll. And when he gets outside, he tosses the posters and the doll in the trash. Of course, Sean and Dorothy have no idea he just did this. Later that night, when Sean comes downstairs, Dorothy has put up a diagram figuring out how far they possibly could have gotten and how far the police currently have to search for Jericho. This leads to a really big fight with the two, with Dorothy telling Sean that she thought he would be a better father, and Sean snapping back at her, coming really close to saying, yeah, well, I trusted you not to kill him, but he catches himself, simply saying, what would you do if he was dead? And Dorothy admits that if he was dead, she would end up committing suicide to be with him. This argument, though, is broken up when an alarm goes off, and the alarm was there to signify that it's been 48 hours since Jericho is missing, and now the likelihood of ever finding him has just gone in the toilet. Dorothy breaks down, and Sean consoles her. They then get a knock at the door, though, but when Dorothy goes and opens it, no one's there, but someone has left a manila envelope. When she opens it, Jericho's shoe is in the envelope along with a note that says, tell no one baby lives. It was obviously put there by Julian, but Dorothy doesn't know that, and it gives her hope for the moment. The next day, though, is trash day in Philadelphia, and to the surprise of many Philadelphia residents, they picked it up on time. As Sean wheels the cans out, the trash men dump it in the trash truck, and that's when Sean notices that the doll was in there. And he didn't put it in there. And instead of letting the trash truck take the doll away, Sean grabs it, takes it upstairs, and starts giving it a bath as if it were a real child. Even though at the end of episode 1, Dorothy got a little bit of hope, a couple days later, the hope is gone. She's in a bad spot. Julian is actually staying over just to kind of be there for his sister. But he's staying in the same room that Leanne stayed in. And when he wakes up one day, he's a little creeped out, especially when he goes in the bathroom and someone has drawn a bath. He goes into Dorothy's office to see if she was the one who did it, but it's clear that she didn't, because she is just lying on the couch watching home movies of herself with Jericho, who is nonstop crying. In fact, the only time that he stops crying is when Leanne holds him. Julian, in fact, has to calm her down because she's focused on what these people might be doing to Jericho. The doorbell then rings, and when she goes downstairs, she's received a package. She assumes that it's from the people that took Jericho, but it's not. It's actually a present that Julian got for the baby for the baptism, little spaceman suit. She tells Julian how her stomach hurts and it must be because of Jericho, but he says no, it's because you haven't eaten in a bunch of days. You're assuming the worst, but he might be laughing. I mean, there's no way for you to actually know what he's up to. And that really upsets Dorothy, who looks at him and says, you don't believe in anything. You never did. You know what you are? You're an atheist. And then she just heads upstairs. But damn it, Julian paid for that spaceman suit. It's going on a baby. He sees the doll there and he dresses it up in it. Julian then heads in the kitchen where Sean is making Dorothy some French toast just to cheer her up, although he does think that everything he's doing lately is just making things worse. Luckily for everybody in the house, Julian has another genius plan. A ransom. He asks Sean how much money he has and how much money they should ask for because he feels like his sister needs a little bit more hope. But Sean thinks that's absurd. Giving her hope through a fake ransom isn't the way to do things. Julian then notices that Sean is burning the caramel that he's cooking, so Julian lets him tend to that. But upstairs, Dorothy isn't doing a real great job of taking her mind off things. She's found a YouTube video where the Church of the Lesser Saints are going through some sort of ritual. They're all sitting in a barn as a guy, naked, is whipping himself, just like Leanne did in their own home. But she has to put the iPad down when she gets a phone call, and it's from work. They want her back on the news desk because she has to fill in. And when Julian finds out, he thinks this is a terrible idea. He warns her, yeah, but what about Jericho? And she shoots back, I'm doing this for Jericho. Julian tries to enlist Sean's help, but while Sean is a little worried about his wife going on TV, he's willing also to let her get out of the house and go to work. And Dorothy's whole thing is, well, if they're watching the news, then it'll give Jericho a little mommy time. Before she leaves, she asks Sean to tape the news, and she heads off. And one of the reasons that Sean was cool with letting her go is because Roscoe has shown up. He woke up outside in the car, and when he had trouble finding his keys, he went in the house. The problem is, Roscoe thinks it's Monday, and it's actually Friday. He can't account for where he's been, and that is really freaking out both Sean and Julian, because Roscoe is dead set on saying, no, it's Monday. I was outside in the car the whole time, when he really wasn't. And you can imagine being gone for 4 days. He is famished. He is inhaling food. And when they finally show him his phone, his first thing is he's got to get in touch with his family because they're going to be worried sick about him. Sean asks him, what's the last thing you remember? And he says, there was some lady in the street outside. Thought she needed help. I got out. That was it. Julian then grabs Roscoe's cell phone because he had a bunch of pictures from his pocket, but he also has about a 12-second video. And in that video, you can hear Roscoe pleading with these people to let him go. But you can also hear a voice in the background that kind of sounds like Leanne, telling him that there's no need to be scared. They're there to help him. Roscoe is crying his eyes out in this video, and Sean says, why is he crying like that? And Julian says, well, they're breaking him. It's what cults do. They start questioning Roscoe because he was clearly with these people, but he doesn't remember any of it. He just woke up. And after a very quick interrogation, it becomes obvious that Roscoe isn't holding back. He literally doesn't remember. He was either brainwashed or drugged or something. And what they need to do is unlock that memory. It's in there somewhere. And even Roscoe wants to know what the hell happened the last 4 days. And there's one person that can actually do that. Natalie. So she comes over, Sean explains the situation, and she agrees to help, hypnotizing Roscoe, and then once he is, that's when they start asking the questions. Sean asks him, where were you? And Roscoe starts mumbling how they took him to a room, they won't turn on the lights, and they tied him up. He says how they never left, and there was a smell, a rotting smell. Sean then asks him, well, what do you see? What do you hear? And Roscoe fights the words, but he does end up mumbling he's behind the door. And Natalie can tell that Roscoe's in a fragile state, so she reminds him, hey, you're in a safe space here. But Sean, wanting answers, yells, no, he's not. Go back. Who's behind the door? And Roscoe just starts yelling, knees, knees, knees. They're on their knees, bowing down to him. And his hand is a hook. Sean starts asking, well, did you see a baby? And Roscoe says, crying. The baby is crying. And at this point, Roscoe himself is crying. I can't stress enough how much Roscoe is fighting telling this whole story. But he says that the baby was being passed forward. Until finally, this guy with the hook was holding the baby. And Sean is screaming, well, what was he doing with the baby? And that's when Roscoe says the most troubling thing of all. He takes out the eyes and he throws them away. And everybody in the room is freaked out, including Julian, who is actually holding back tears of his own. And that's when Natalie snaps Roscoe out of it. But Roscoe is freaked out because of the fact that he blocked all of that out. And Julian, who is in a state of denial, thinks that he was just drugged. He didn't see any of it. But Natalie's pretty convinced that that all was true. Afterwards, though, Natalie wants to talk to Julian because of the way he acted. She understands why Sean acted the way he did because of this fake Jericho, but she wants to know why Julian was upset. And he claims that it's for Dorothy, but Natalie isn't buying that. She asks him, do you miss him too? And he says, no, Jericho's dead. But she says, not him, the other one. He doesn't really answer the question, though, just talking about how when he was a kid, he wanted to go in a deep, deep space. And Natalie says, I really want to help you. I mean, I've tried everything. And Julian says, nothing helps, but she shoots back, you don't allow it to help. She tells him, you have to believe in something, no matter how stupid it sounds. And this is now the second time in a day that Julian's heard that he doesn't believe in anything. And while those two were chatting in the kitchen, Sean was helping Roscoe out. He thanks Roscoe for going through that whole ordeal, and then Roscoe finds his keys in a pocket that he never uses. And then he heads home. Now, Sean did as he was told. He taped the news coverage that night. But Dorothy is weird as hell. First of all, she's not looking into the main camera. She's doing the news extremely slow and very creepy. And when it ends, she kind of hijacks it, putting a plea out to Leanne that if anyone knows where she is, to please contact her at the station. And when she gets home, she tells Sean, yeah, I don't think they're going to have me on the desk again, but Sean says, you did what any mother would do. She then goes upstairs, though, to take a shower, and in the middle of it, the water just stops. She calls down to Sean, but Sean is a little busy because while she was in the shower, she got a phone call from an unknown number, and Sean just answered it, and it was Leanne. Leanne asked Sean, "Why is she looking for me?" Sean asks, "Where are you, Leanne?" But Leanne asks him, "Why haven't you told her what she did?" And downstairs, in those cracks that formed in the cellar when Leanne went down there to get some wine a couple of weeks ago, this murky liquid starts forming. In the third episode, we get more backstory on Dorothy's pregnancy with Jericho. She was actually bedridden for the last month. She was told by her doctor that if she actually just got up and walked around, she would be forced to come into the hospital. And she really didn't want to do that. And boy, did she milk that bedridden excuse. She was really taking advantage of Sean. One day, however, an alarm goes off in the house, and she calls up the alarm company to see if they can turn it off, but they can't. And it forces Dorothy to actually get up out of bed and go downstairs. But as she's doing so, she ends up slipping. She's concerned at first, but she dusts herself off and goes downstairs to find a towel had been left too close to the stove and it caught on fire while Sean was out. She takes care of the issue with Sean walking in, wondering why she didn't yell for him. She did. And you can tell that she really is pissed off at Sean for making her get out of bed. Now, present day, the Turners have gotten flooded with tips on where Leanne might be, but they've come up empty on just about all of them. It's been Sean who's been forced to go out and check on these tips, but she's also sent Julian to a couple of them. One of them being out in Westchester, which is about an hour away from the city. And when Julian gets there, this place is a mansion. It's huge. He can't even knock on the door because you have to get buzzed into the gate. And the size of this house has really piqued their interest. They're wondering why somebody needs all that space and all that security. And after a quick Google search, Dorothy finds out that it's a couple that owns a tech company. But she still believes there's way more to this story. And as Julian is outside, somebody comes to the front gate, but it's just a pizza delivery guy dropping off a flyer. So Julian heads back, but something about this house is just sticking with Dorothy. And that night she's discussing it with Sean, but he's being a little dismissive, and she's getting really angry about that. So Sean tells her, "All right, say you're right," and we burst on in there. "What exactly do you think's going to happen with Jericho?" And Dorothy comes around to his line of thinking. He does tell her that tomorrow I'll go and check out this house, and he does that. And as he's doing so, a grocery delivery truck leaves, indicating that the people are in fact there. And not only are they there, they have a lot of mouths to feed. So Dorothy, Julian, and Sean devise a plan to get in there by coming up with a fake pizza business called Jesus Christ. Because they also found out that these people are involved in the local church. And it is a creative name. I'll give Julian that. And they go through a lot of effort into making this front look legit. Using the pizza oven out back, Sean makes a ton of pizzas, takes pictures of all of them, makes a website, and prints out a very professional-looking flyer with very affordable pricing for what looks like amazing pizza. And they send Julian up to Westchester to drop the flyers off in the neighborhood. And then they wait. And it takes a little bit, but they finally get an order from the house they want to. And the order is for 20 pizzas. So as Sean is preparing the pizzas, Dorothy calls up Julian and he rushes over from the opera looking ridiculous. And both Dorothy and Sean say, "You can't deliver pizzas dressed like that. They're going to know something's up." So they decide to send Toby instead. So they put the pizzas in Toby's car and tell him that when he arrives to FaceTime them with his phone, but hide it a little bit. Don't make it so obvious. And as Julian and Sean are watching Toby drive off, Julian says to Sean, "What do we do exactly if she is in there?" And Sean tells him, "No matter what, we have to keep Dorothy here." So as they're waiting for Toby to arrive at the house, Julian heads down in the basement to grab a bottle of wine. And that's when you find out what they've done about that leaking floor. They've had to dig it up. The water has done immense damage. But to get over to the wine cellar, they've put a wooden plank that they've just been walking back and forth on. And as Julian is walking back to the steps, he actually slips on it and drops the wine bottle in this murky sludge pit. So he bends over, grabs the wine, and heads back upstairs, not thinking anything of it. And at this point, Toby has arrived. And after being buzzed in, Leanne doesn't come to the door to grab pizzas, but a bunch of kids do, for a soccer team. It looks like nothing more than a pizza party, and Sean thinks, all right, that's that. But the kids tell Toby that if he wants to get paid, he has to head upstairs to get the money. And as he does so, he turns a corner, and there, right in front of him, is Leanne Grayson, wondering what the hell he's doing there. And since Toby hasn't been filled in on this little mission, he's thrown off too. Now, Dorothy is back at the house screaming at him to follow her, but Toby can't hear her because she's on mute. So he heads into the next bedroom to grab the money, where he finds a woman dying of cancer or something. She's bedridden, and she gives Toby the money, and he heads out. And Dorothy grabs her coat because she's planning on driving up to Westchester and grabbing Leanne. But Sean has to stop her, saying, "No, we can't do this. It's clear she found a new family. That's it." But the good news is we found her, so now we have to strategize. We need a plan, but we also have to be cautious because we have to bring Jericho home safe, and we need her to do that. So Sean has seemingly talked Dorothy off the ledge a little bit. Now, inside, Julian is talking to Toby, who feels betrayed a little bit that he was used just to spy on Leanne. But Julian tells him to suck it up, and he hangs up on him. And as soon as he does, the pizza business gets another order, and this time it's from Leanne for one pizza. So Dorothy heads to the kitchen and insists that she make this pizza herself. And Sean backs up saying, look, if you want to be involved, go ahead. And Sean can tell that something's up with Julian, and he says, are you all right, man? You don't look so good. How's Natalie doing? And Julian freaks out at him, demanding to know why everyone's asking about Natalie, and then he admits he has no idea how Natalie's doing. So it doesn't seem like that relationship's going too well. But they fire up the pizza, they give it to Toby to get back in the car and go deliver it, and then they wait for him to turn on the camera. And when he gets there, he gives the pizza to Leanne, and she admits that she ordered it because she wanted to say goodbye to Toby. Because initially, she thought he was there to talk her into leaving. She tells him that she had to go. She didn't have a choice. And Toby asks her, did something happen with the Turners? And she says, it was Dorothy. I couldn't live with her for another day. She's not like she is on TV. She's selfish. She's cruel. She's mean. Mrs. Marino treats me really well here. And Toby says, well, what about Jericho? I'm sure he misses you, but Leanne quickly tries to change the subject, begging him not to tell the Turners where she is. But Toby kind of admits that they're the ones who sent him. And she gets upset, but when she gets up, she feels really lightheaded, and then she just faints. And Toby's freaking out a little bit, not knowing what to do, and that's when Dorothy takes herself off mute. Toby's freaking out, saying, I have to call the police, but Dorothy points out that's going to be a really bad look. It's going to look like the pizza delivery guy brought this young girl pizza and drugged her. And unfortunately, Toby knows that she's right. So Dorothy tells him, here's what I want you to do. I want you to pick her up, put her back in your car, and drive her back here. And if you don't, I'm going to call the police on you myself. And then she hangs up. In episode 4, Toby ended up doing what he was told. He dragged Leanne back to the Turner residence. And the Turners have put her up in their attic, locked away, with Dorothy waking her up with food, but Leanne's confused, she's disoriented, she has no idea how she got there. And Dorothy fills her in that it was Toby who was the one who brought her there, and then asks her, where's Jericho? But Leanne says, I don't know. And Dorothy tells her, all right, well then you'll stay here until you remember. When she heads downstairs, Sean is a bit concerned. He asks Dorothy what is she going to do if she has to go to the bathroom, but Dorothy was really nice. She left a bucket and some toilet paper. Pitch is crazy. She tells Sean that he needs to be on board with this because it'll only work if they're united. She's taking the same precautions that people take when you're trying to get somebody off drugs. Isolate them, break them down, make them realize that they don't know what's best. The way that Dorothy sees it, heroin and religion are pretty much the same thing. She reminds Sean that Leanne has been under the influence of a cult for pretty much her entire life. And because of that, she's probably pretty loyal to them. So they need to break that bond in order to get Leanne to tell them where Jericho is. Right before she leaves for work, Dorothy tells Sean, you can't go up there without me. She'll manipulate you because you're not as strong as you like to think. And as she's heading out, the people that are going to fix the floor in the basement have arrived. And as they're digging up the basement floor to try to fix that pipe that burst or broke or whatever, Sean is rummaging through the house looking for a key to the upstairs attic because he does want to see Leanne. Unfortunately, every key that he finds doesn't work. So he calls over Julian to discuss it, and Julian thinks that this is nuts. Julian says to Sean, you know, she could be telling Dorothy anything. And Sean says, you don't think I know that? I can't get to her. If I could talk to her, maybe I could reason with her and she would tell me where Jericho is. She's not going to help Dorothy. You heard what she said to Toby about her. When Dorothy gets home from work that day, she brings up more food for Leanne and kind of scolds her for moving around some of the items in the attic. And then Leanne tells her that the family that she was staying with, the mother was really sick. Because of that, the family needs her. She tells Dorothy, I made a commitment to them, but Dorothy reminds her, yeah, you made a commitment to us too. You signed a contract. She tells Dorothy, though, I can't give Jericho to you. And Dorothy says, fine, then tell me where he is, but Leanne doesn't say anything. She heads downstairs to have dinner with Sean, and she just can't believe that Leanne is acting like this, but Sean reminds her, well, we never had her locked up in an attic before, pissing in a bucket. And Dorothy, whose mind is so warped, thinks that has nothing to do with it. It has to do with the fact that she's not with her cult. Sean suggests that maybe they bring her down for a little bit in the evening, but Dorothy's not willing to do that until Leanne tells them where Jericho is. Everybody goes to bed that night, and at 2 a.m., Dorothy wakes up and starts massaging Leanne's hand. And it freaks Leanne the hell out. Dorothy tells Leanne, you need to bring him back, but Leanne tells her, I told you already. I can't. And then Dorothy starts really squeezing Leanne's hand, and Leanne is begging her to stop because it's starting to hurt, and Dorothy just screams at her, I need him back. When she wakes up the next morning, her back is hurting. She just thinks it's from doing her indoor skydiving segment on the news the day before. But then she goes to grab breakfast from Sean to bring it up to Leanne, and Sean suggests, hey, maybe I bring it up to her. Maybe she said something to me that she won't say to you. But Dorothy is not about to break the, quote, strategy that they have. So she brings the food up to Leanne, and Leanne at this point is kind of hiding from her. She starts to try to make small talk with Leanne about eating breakfast as a kid, but after that little episode at 2 a.m., Leanne's not really in the speaking mood. She finally does break her silence, though, and tells Dorothy, I want to talk to Sean, but Dorothy says, whatever you say to him, you can say to me. But Leanne just stays quiet, and Dorothy gets frustrated, but right before she leaves, she tells Leanne, "You're not going to get between us. Me and Sean are a family, something you clearly never had." And then she heads off to work. And while at work, Sean, in the basement, is able to find a key to the attic. So he heads up there where Leanne is still in the corner, and he starts making a conversation with her about the mannequin that is in the attic that Leanne is kind of dressed up. The Turners called her Angela. She was in their apartment back in Rittenhouse until they moved into this new place. And after the mannequin talk, Sean tells her, "I didn't know that Dorothy was going to do that." Leanne asks him, "Why haven't you told her what she's done?" And Sean says, "You don't know what it would do to Dorothy. If anybody wants to punish her, they can, because it wouldn't compare to what she would do to herself." Although Leanne's feeling is Dorothy has what's coming to her. Sean begs Leanne, "Tell me where he is. I'll give you anything you want." And Leanne's one request is to use the bathroom. She takes a shower, and as she's getting out, she notices that there are scissors on the sink next to a bunch of bloody gauze from Sean's hand. When she walks out, we don't know if she has the scissors with her, but she does ask Sean what happened to his hand, and he says it was an accident, although truth be told, he still can't feel it. When she finally goes back to the attic, though, Sean has given her another present. It's her Bible back. Of course, Dorothy doesn't know any of this. And she comes home and waits until 2 a.m. again. This time, she's not as nice. She drags Leanne by the hair over in the corner, demanding to know where Jericho is, but Leanne doesn't say anything because she's gasping for air. And then like a psychopath, Dorothy then just casually gets back into bed. When she gets up the next morning, Sean asks her, "Did you sleep okay?" And she says, "I get panicky at 2 a.m. Yeah, that's one way to put it. She admits, though, that it seems like her body is remembering something that her mind forgot. And the weirdest part is the fact that it's always at 2 a.m. She's also pretty convinced that whatever this feeling is, it has to do with Jericho. Sean suggests that maybe they talk to Natalie to get her to prescribe her something, but Dorothy isn't about to get all pilled up. She then takes up Leanne's breakfast in the morning, and Leanne tells her, "I used to pray for you, but not anymore." And Dorothy snaps back at her that it's actually a good thing because they don't allow, quote, superstition in the house anymore. She drops off the food, but before leaving, she yells at Leanne that she can make this stop anytime she wants. She then takes off for work, and when she does, Sean makes Leanne a proper meal. And for whatever reason, as she's eating this bougie meal, Sean starts to tell her about the struggles that they had to even have Jericho. And Leanne knows that he's doing it so that maybe Leanne will start to feel bad for Dorothy. And Sean admits, "I'll tell you whatever you want to hear as long as it means we can get him back." And Leanne asks, "Who?" Sean kind of looks at her and says, "Well, Jericho." And Leanne reminds him Jericho's dead. That night, as Sean is making food, Julian comes over and slips something in the sauce to help Dorothy calm the hell down. Sean then tells Julian, "We can't let this go on much longer. Leanne is terrified up there." And she's not saying anything, and she probably won't, not as long as she's a prisoner. Julian tells Sean, "We're not the bad guys here." But Sean says, "Oh, we're not? Then what are we?" And Julian says, "We're the victims." But it doesn't seem like Sean really agrees with that. And as Sean is discussing this with Julian downstairs, upstairs in the attic, Leanne is swaying back and forth as she's praying from the Bible that she had on the same page that she wrote Sean's name on. And that night, as they're eating dinner, Sean's sense of taste finally comes back. Although once again at 2 a.m., Dorothy has another episode and attacks Leanne in her bed. And Sean can sense when they wake up that Dorothy isn't sleeping right. He actually gives her something to help with the bags under her eyes. And after Dorothy takes it, she tells Sean that she's pretty convinced that Leanne is just maybe days away from talking. She says that they're reprogramming her. And Sean says, "Well, as long as that's all we're doing. I want to be sure we're not crossing any lines." And that's when Dorothy suddenly asks him, "Have you been up there?" But he lies to her and says, "Of course I haven't." But when Dorothy heads off to work, Sean heads upstairs to the attic, and this time with a charcuterie board. Might have said that wrong. Those kind of boards are above my pay grade. And as they're eating on the meats and cheeses, Leanne tells Sean, "I can't tell you where he is." But Sean tells her, "You don't have to. You can just bring him home." This conversation, though, is interrupted when Dorothy comes home early, and Leanne tells Sean, "You better not have her catch you up here." So he rushes downstairs where she's trying to stretch out her back because it still hurts from, quote, indoor skydiving. Now that night, when everyone's going to bed, Leanne waits until 2 a.m. She puts that mannequin in her bed and puts a blanket over it so Dorothy thinks that it's Leanne in the bed, but it's not. And when Dorothy goes to attack Leanne, Leanne smashes her in the head with something and runs downstairs, although she's not able to get out of the house because of all the locks. And Dorothy, who's bleeding from the head, comes downstairs and asks Leanne, "Where is he?" And Leanne tells her he's in a better place, surrounded by people that love him. We keep him warm and we keep him happy and we keep him safe from you. And Dorothy gets so angry that she smashes Leanne in the head. Now, shortly after that, Sean ends up waking up in the middle of the night because his hand feels like it's on fire. He's got the sensation back. And after rebandaging the gauze up, he walks by the attic and notices the door is open. And when he heads upstairs, Leanne isn't there. So he heads downstairs to find Dorothy just kind of standing in the doorway with a bunch of mud on her. And she's not really answering his questions. But you can tell that she did something real bad because she's covered in dirt. And that real bad thing was burying Leanne alive. She was nice enough to leave her a breathing hose, but Sean rushes down to the basement and digs Leanne up. And he pulls her out of that pit as Leanne is gasping for air. Dorothy has made her way downstairs, still having not said a word. Sean is mortified, and he looks at Dorothy and says, "What did you do? This is too far." But Dorothy gets real close to Leanne and says, "Nothing is too far." And as Sean is trying to console a sobbing Leanne, Dorothy just walks back upstairs. After Dorothy goes to bed, Sean lets Leanne shower up because she's covered in dirt and escorts her back up to the attic. And Sean is still trying to defend his wife, saying, yeah, she just loves him that much. But Leanne changes the subject, saying, "You can feel the pain in your hand again, can't you? That's why you woke up and found me?" And it seems like that's something that Sean never even considered as Leanne just heads off to bed. But downstairs, Dorothy is still having trouble sleeping. It might be because she just tried to murder somebody, or it might be because, as she said earlier, it's like her body is remembering something that her mind blocked out. And that's when suddenly she remembers over the summer standing over Jericho's crib. Because it was at 2 a.m. that she realized that she had left Jericho in the car. After the bold strategy of burying Leanne alive, Dorothy takes a different approach in episode 5 by being good cop. She leaves the door unlocked and lets Leanne downstairs, where Leanne finds Dorothy making pancakes, acting like nothing happened and everything's okay. Dorothy tells Leanne that her and Sean discussed it and they think it'd be best if they let Leanne out and about every day for a few hours. But as Leanne looks over at the door, it's padlocked. Leanne then notices that the table is set for more than 2 or 3 people and asks, "Is anyone coming?" And boy, is somebody coming. It's Toby. Dorothy says, "I thought you could use a friend." And Toby and Leanne have that awkward, "Hi, sorry about kidnapping you," interaction. So Toby and Leanne sit down for breakfast, but when Dorothy tries to give Leanne some pancakes, Leanne says, "No, thank you." She's being very, very standoffish and cold. Sean then comes upstairs because Sean was in the basement just staring at the hole that Dorothy buried Leanne in. So the first thing he does is pull Dorothy aside and say, "You scared me last night." And Dorothy is aware that she went way too far, but she tells Sean the fact remains we still need to draw her out. "Hell, I actually thought you'd be proud of me for trying to devise a new strategy." They walk back in the kitchen where Sean starts to clean up breakfast, but at the table, Toby asks Leanne in front of both Sean and Dorothy, "Hey, how's everything going?" And Leanne just gives a quick, "Good." Toby starts to apologize for everything that happened the night that he kidnapped her, but Leanne says Mrs. Turner has made it quite clear the situation. Toby then starts rambling, saying, "It just sounds like you fell in with a bad crew. Same thing happened to me in high school. It wasn't religious, it was more like they did coke." And Toby ends up admitting in front of his bosses that he did coke, which isn't the smartest move, so he decides to change the subject to Jericho, asking where he is because he hasn't seen him, and Dorothy cuts in and says he's with his grandparents today. Toby then turns to Leanne and asks, "Hey, when everything's better and good, do you want to go hang out, just the 2 of us?" But Dorothy answers for her, saying, "When all this horrible business is behind us, Leanne will be allowed to go where she pleases." So after this awkward play date, Dorothy escorts Leanne back upstairs where she tells her more fun could be had if she just cooperates. "You can see that I'm doing what I'm supposed to." But Leanne is still very standoffish with Dorothy and doesn't really accept her half-assed apology, just telling her, "You can lock me up now." And with no TV and no radio in the attic, that night, in front of that mannequin, Leanne starts writing down a recipe from memory. The next morning, there's a knock at the door, and Dorothy answers it, and it's a package. And when she opens it up, she's mortified. It is a teeny tiny baby that is maybe the size of a thumb, with a note attached that says, "Bring $200,000 to a food court mall." And maybe the scariest part is the fact that it came from Sean's account, so they feel like they've been hacked. But Sean is fairly certain he knows who it is. Figures it's Julian. And when Julian comes that day, he tells Julian, "We got to talk about things like this. You've got her all riled up there." The issue is Julian didn't send the baby. And if Julian didn't send it and Sean didn't send it, then that means it must have been May and George. And they start freaking out a little bit. Because George had explicitly told him he didn't want money, but Julian says you didn't offer him enough. Now, they both know that there's no scenario where Dorothy doesn't head to the mall with a large bag of cash. They need to devise a plan. They're able to scrounge up most of the money, having to sell off some assets, including Sean's prized coffee maker. And the next day, which is supposed to be the day of the drop, when Leanne comes downstairs, she tells Sean that she wants to bake a cake and hands him the ingredients. But Sean doesn't have some of them, and he's pressed for time, so he gets Toby to do it. That night, Toby comes over with the groceries, as does Julian. And as everybody is getting the money together and the assets, when Dorothy heads up to see what's going on with Leanne, she notices that Leanne has dressed up that mannequin in one of her tops. And she's kind of upset about it, but Leanne doesn't give a rat's ass what Dorothy thinks at this point. just walking downstairs. So as both Sean and Dorothy head off to the mall, Julian is going to stay there tasked with watching them, while Leanne and Toby make this cake. But Julian's main focus is FaceTiming Dorothy while also FaceTiming Roscoe, the private investigator, who's on the second floor of the food court keeping an eye on Dorothy and Sean. So while Julian communicates with them over in the kitchen, Leanne starts making what's called a king cake. She tells Toby that she learned how to make it from her mother because her mother wanted her to have some talent for pageants. This after her mother also told her that she has no talent. She also tells a really sad story that her mom would always put on the brandy glaze if she didn't drink it already. And if Leanne performed well in the pageant, she would even allow Leanne to put the baby in the cake. Leanne was only allowed to do that 4 times though. Her mother would tell her whoever found the baby was special, and somehow her mother always found the baby, and she would hold it up and make Leanne say, "You're the special one." And this really stuck with Leanne, and she seems traumatized over it. Toby eventually asks, "Where's your mother now?" And Leanne just mumbles, "Burning." But maybe the biggest observation is the fact that this tiny little baby that came in the mail with the ransom note was actually for the king cake. And that actually checks out because nobody's showing up at the mall for this ransom. It leads both Dorothy and Sean to think that maybe it's a setup, but when Julian goes to check in on Leanne, he finds only Leanne in the kitchen. He asks what happened with Toby, and Leanne says he had to go home. Julian, also worried that it might be a setup, tells Leanne, okay, it's time to go to bed, and he escorts her upstairs. And once he locks the door, that's when Toby pops out, because Toby didn't go home, he just hid in the attic, and Toby sees that Julian just locked her inside. Julian heads downstairs and is talking to Sean because the mall is closed and they're getting kicked out, and they're trying to figure out who sent this baby, who would have had access to Sean's account. And if it wasn't Sean, and it wasn't Dorothy, and it wasn't Julian, it must have been Leanne. So Julian heads upstairs to find Toby in the attic with Leanne, and he promptly kicks Toby out, and then turns attention to Leanne, saying, "Why would you do that to her?" And Leanne just says, "I want to see her get what she deserves." But downstairs, as the couple is getting kicked out, while still FaceTiming with Julian, having no idea that he's upstairs, all of a sudden somebody grabs the camera, and it's Uncle George, and he just says, "Julian!" And once Roscoe sees that, he gets the hell out of there, telling Julian, "Sorry, man, I can't do it." Now, Julian doesn't see any of this, so when the Turners get home that night, in walks Dorothy and in walks Sean. But to Julian's shock, in walks Uncle George, who screams at him, "Where is she?" And she is just upstairs, housing king cake. I mean, she's just smashing this stuff in her mouth. But the more she does it, the more she's not finding the baby. And she's getting more and more angry. And then all of a sudden, light bulbs that are next to her start bursting. Eventually, though, she does find the baby, and she holds it up to the mannequin that you can only assume she's dressed up like her mother. Episode 6 starts off right where Episode 5 left off, with George barging in the house, demanding to know where Leanne is. Julian gets in his way from going up the steps, and Dorothy tells him, "If you want Leanne back, we need Jericho back. We explain all this to you in the car." Tensions are running high, and Sean can sense it, so he pulls George to the side to have a more civil conversation. While he's doing that, Julian does inform Sean that it was Leanne who sent the ransom note just to screw with them. Sean doesn't really care about that, though. He sits George down and says, "We had a deal. Jericho would stay with us." But George says, "That deal wasn't with me." George all of a sudden can smell something rotting and says it, and both Julian and Sean say, "Yeah, it's the pipes. We're getting them switched out." And George says aloud, "Of course, it's the house." He then starts making his way downstairs where he finds the hole that Leanne was buried in, although he doesn't know that. George tells both Julian and Sean that Leanne had caused this, the foundation crumbling, the burst pipes, but both Sean and Julian say, "No, they were old pipes. They probably should have been replaced a while ago." George then starts to make his way back upstairs, but in the doorway is Dorothy. He asks Dorothy, "How long has Leanne been here?" And they say, "About a week." And George gets so upset about hearing that, asking him, "You kept her here all this time?" George runs past Dorothy and finds the nearest window and immediately starts praying for the Turners, telling God they didn't know what they were doing. And while he's doing it, Dorothy is screaming at him, "I don't need to be prayed for. I didn't do anything wrong." But George isn't even listening to her, turning to her and saying it might not be too late to fix this, and continuing to head upstairs. It's worth noting, though, as soon as he's done praying, it really starts to rain. George runs upstairs looking for Leanne in her room but doesn't find her, and at this point, Julian's sick of George, so he's ready to throw down. But George kind of looks at him like, "I'm not going to fight. What I want to know, though, is why aren't you frightened of her? Of all she's done. I mean, that baby never should have been here. It was a mistake. Leanne needs to be returned to the house that you guys took her from." And Sean walks in the room, breaking up the conversation, sending Julian down the hall, telling him that Dorothy needs him. And really, the only thing that Dorothy needs him for is to vent about the fact that George keeps bringing up Leanne needs to be returned to the Westchester house. Sean really just wanted to have a private conversation with George. George asked Sean, "What did you guys do?" And Sean tells him we needed help, and we thought she was the only one we could turn to. And George is kind of aghast and says, so you took her? You've got to return her. But Sean doesn't understand why it's so important Leanne goes back. So he tells George, explain this to me. What's so important about that house? So George sits down and tells Sean that Leanne has always had a rebellious streak ever since she was a child. She would often stray from the communal edicts. Sean cuts him off asking what community you're talking about. And George tells him, you know who we are. You just choose not to. We're all amongst you, although we try not to take up space. You might see us on a street corner or under an overpass. We are the ones who have been given a second chance at life, and we use it to enact God's divine plan. We use it to help others, but we can only help the people that we are told to help. And Leanne disobeys that. So when Leanne brought Jericho here, and even coming here in the first place, that wasn't Leanne's call to make. She shouldn't have done it. That's the whole reason why Jericho couldn't stay. George also points out that Leanne meddled further and points at Sean's injured hand. George tells Sean his only hope is to take Leanne back to where she's needed. After that, pray for forgiveness. And the forgiveness that Sean will be praying for is the fact that when he got the call about going out to Los Angeles for that cooking show, initially he said he couldn't do it because they had a newborn. But when they called back, he thought, I might want a vacation. Jericho had colic, and both him and Dorothy weren't sleeping much, so he decided to take the call and go out to Los Angeles. It eventually led to Jericho's death. George looks at Sean and says, if you return her and you make things right, I'll undo what she did. I'll heal you. And that's how you'll be reunited with him. Although we don't know if he's talking about Jericho or God. Now in the attic, Leanne is hearing all of this because George and Sean are having this conversation right underneath her. And when she hears Uncle George say that, she kind of panics. George and Sean walk out of the room with George heading all the way down to the basement to make Sean an ointment for his injured hand. And Dorothy starts hounding Sean for details, but Sean tells her all George wants is Leanne back. Dorothy figures that George isn't in control. They need to get in touch with Aunt May, but that's going to be an issue because George doesn't have a cell phone. After this friendly reminder from Sean, Dorothy continues to grill Sean about what him and George were talking about in the other room. And Sean sheepishly admits that they were talking about returning Leanne back to that house in Westchester. Dorothy gets really upset at this because she's just sick of hearing that. And then Sean mentions how George talked about divine repercussions. And Dorothy is totally taken aback by this because it sounds ridiculous. Locusts, plagues, boils. And Sean knows it sounds ridiculous, but he's also kind of buying into it because he was the one that was dealing with splinters coming out of his throat. Sean brings up the fact that everything in the cellar started happening the day after they brought her back. But the more Sean talks, the more Dorothy's thinking that Sean's gone crazy. So just to get away, Dorothy walks downstairs, and Sean realizes he should probably talk to Leanne. So he heads upstairs in the attic, and Leanne asks him, what did my uncle say about me? And Sean tells her, your uncle said you need to be returned to the family in Westchester. Sean then asks Leanne, did you disobey your aunt and uncle by coming here? And she admits that she did. Sean tells her, you came here to help us, and we need your help now. But Leanne turns to him and says, I already told you. I don't think Jericho can come back here. But Sean is optimistic, telling Leanne, I think he can come back. I think we can fix this. And Sean's devised a plan. When he heads downstairs from the attic, he tells Julian, you're going to help me take Leanne back to that house in Westchester. You're going to pose a distraction to Dorothy. We're not going to tell her. We're just going to do it. And Dorothy isn't privy to this conversation because Dorothy headed downstairs in the basement where George was making that ointment, and she brought him the bag of money. And initially, George picks it up, and Dorothy thinks, all right, he's taking the money. But he walks over to the hole that Leanne was buried in and just dumps it in there. To which Dorothy starts screaming at him about how he took Jericho, but George is focused on a large strand of Leanne's hair that he found in the hole. He shows it to Dorothy and says, she was down here? And Dorothy, who doesn't want to tell George the actual truth, just says, yeah, I guess. George says aloud that Leanne's presence in the house is an infection that's spreading. He gets on his knees and starts to pray for Dorothy and the house and Leanne, and asks Dorothy to do it with him, but she says no. Dorothy starts yelling at George, and when Julian comes downstairs, he sees that George is kind of close to Dorothy, and he throws him back, thinking that George is attacking his sister. He then notices all the cash in the hole and starts grabbing at it, and George chides him for being focused on the money. But all of this is going on downstairs, because upstairs, Sean is trying to execute his escape plan. But before him and Leanne leave, Leanne says, I'll go with you, but just promise me, you won't take me back to that house in Westchester. You take me far away so that they can't ever find me. Because my uncle is lying. He's never going to bring Jericho back here. Sean promises, but Leanne can tell that he's lying. And as he promises once again, and it seems like they're about to leave the house, They overhear the news on the TV say that there were gunshots at the house in Westchester that they're heading to. So Leanne and Sean are just dead in their tracks watching the news coverage. Now in the basement, George turns to Dorothy and says, if Leanne doesn't leave this house, but Dorothy just cuts him off and says, nothing matters unless I have Jericho. George tells her, you need to own the part that you play in all of this. But Dorothy starts to defend herself, saying, I didn't do anything to Leanne that she didn't deserve. And if Sean hadn't come down here, I would have left her in there. At that moment, Dorothy realized that she messed up. She accidentally admitted that the hole was for Leanne. And when George realizes it, he screams at her, you're never going to get Jericho back now. The two start screaming at each other, but they're distracted when cockroaches start crawling out of that hole. And I'm talking a lot of cockroaches. Enough to have Dorothy and Julian flee upstairs. And when they get upstairs, they see the same news coverage that Leanne and Sean see, and they're also frozen. And eventually, Uncle George makes his way upstairs, and when he sees the news coverage, he angrily yells, look what you have done, as Leanne is frozen still, mortified. In episode 7, the group is still stunned about the news footage that they're watching. Uncle George yells at Leanne, your disobedience has a cost. And then he sits down, his eyes roll back in his head, and he starts speaking in tongues. And Dorothy starts questioning him, what did you have to do with this? Was it May? But George isn't answering. And Leanne's so upset that she walks out of the room, and Dorothy tells Sean, follow her, see what she knows. And Leanne goes up and locks herself in the attic. So Sean follows suit. Sean asks her what happened to the Marino place. And as Leanne is packing up all of those busted light bulbs, she says, I never should have come here. It's all too late. Sean asks, why was the Marino family so important? And Leanne tells him, he sent me. Not Uncle George, but somebody reads the signs and tells us where we're supposed to go. Everybody has their place, and I disobeyed his will by coming here. I broke the rules. Sean asks her, what happens when you break the rules? But Leanne doesn't answer, and Sean gets interrupted by Dorothy, who's come upstairs at this point, because they're not getting anything from Uncle George. He's basically in a zombie-like state. And Leanne didn't answer because up in the attic, she found a switch, and she strips down and starts whipping herself as a punishment like she's done before. Dorothy, though, starts rummaging through her old files because she did more stories on this cult than anybody else. She knows more about them than the police, so she wants to prove that they're still active, and she figures that something like the Marino situation proves that they're panicking. So she starts looking through her files to see if they have done something similar before. But after coming up empty, she calls one of her contacts at the news station to find out more details. And what she finds out is it was a triple homicide, and the youngest son is missing. Now, Leanne is overhearing this conversation in the attic, and when she hears that the youngest child is missing, she crawls over to her Bible and pulls out a Post-it note where the name Sergio Gomez is scribbled, and I mean scribbled, on this Post-it note. And Sergio is the name of the youngest Marino child who's missing. And this news about the missing child has reached television audiences. So when Dorothy and Sean come downstairs, Julian's freaking out a little bit about it, saying, what the hell is this? They're taking kids now? What does that mean for us? But Dorothy actually thinks it's an advantage, telling him, it means we have leverage. Outside, though, they suddenly hear cop cars, and Julian thinks it's great because they can get rid of Uncle George in his zombie-like state. But Dorothy says, we're not getting rid of him. I need him to broker a deal to get Jericho back. If we give him up to the cops, we're back to square one just waiting for the phone to ring. So as the police are knocking on the door, Julian and Sean drag Uncle George's body into the kitchen and have Julian wait with them. And when Dorothy opens the door, it's Officer Reyes. She asks if she can have a word with both Dorothy and Sean, and when she comes in, she asks them, do you guys know the Marino family? And they both say no. And Reyes asks, what about their nanny, Leanne? And Dorothy doesn't answer the question, asking, all right, what is this? And that's when Reyes pulls out a screenshot of Dorothy on the news asking for information about Leanne, but also the pizza flyer. So Dorothy kind of comes clean, leaving out the whole kidnapping Leanne part, saying that they were gathering evidence until she had something substantive to bring to the police. And Reyes asks her, do you understand how illegal it is doing what you did? But Dorothy tells her, I knew you guys weren't going to believe me. The last time you were here, you treated me like I was a crazy person. Dorothy hammers home to Reyes that this cult has to be involved. It was the whole reason Leanne was there. They took my son, and now they've taken the Marino child. And if you had listened to me sooner, maybe you could have done something earlier to stop this. Reyes goes on to explain that Mr. Marino was under a lot of stress. And the note that he left implied that they're not looking for a missing child. They're looking for a missing body. Dorothy, though, tells her that's what they want you to think. They must have written that note themselves. It's all part of their plan. But Reyes shakes her head, saying no, there's no cult involved. Sometimes the mind just sees what it wants to. But Dorothy doesn't seem to understand what Reyes is saying. So she asks her, so this is all just a coincidence. It's all just bad luck. It has nothing to do with us. And Reyes nods, and Dorothy says, okay, well then nothing's changed. So why don't you go do your job and I'll do mine. Now, while that whole conversation is going on, Leanne is upstairs in the attic watching YouTube videos of Sergio. Sergio was a YouTube streamer who reviewed video games, understanding that the market for television show recaps was taken. Shameless plug. But Leanne was actually featured in a couple of these videos. One in particular, she's running around the house having fun with Sergio, but when Mr. Marino walks in, she straightens up. It seems like she's kind of scared of Mr. Marino, apologizing for playing around with Sergio, but he says, "No, Sergio, I'm just happy you're having fun." And while watching these, she's crying. So she continues to watch these videos, but at the same time, she grabs straw and starts weaving those crosses. Lord only knows where she got the straw in the attic, but she has it. Downstairs, though, Reyes is about to leave, but she asks if she can get a glass of water, and Sean has to run into the kitchen and help Julian move Uncle George's body because Reyes is in hot pursuit. Dorothy, seeing this, distracts Reyes in enough time so that Sean can get in there and move George and Julian behind the kitchen island. And when Reyes walks into the kitchen, Dorothy walks into the bathroom, so it's just Reyes and Sean. And Reyes tells him, "Sean, I'm concerned. Dorothy involved herself in something very dangerous." Sean tries to chalk it up to a reporter's instinct, but Reyes says, "No, I've seen this before. People like Dorothy try to insert themselves into similar situations. They see a connection that just isn't there." She then tells Sean, "I'd feel a lot better if I could look around." And she has to look around because the police can't ignore the connection between the Marino family and the Turners. And since she has a personal relationship with the Turner family, she would rather do it herself than other police officers coming in. And with that explanation, Sean says, "Sure." So he starts to escort her upstairs to look around. And when Dorothy comes back in the kitchen, Julian informs her that her husband is currently upstairs escorting a police officer around the house. And Dorothy knows that they need to move Uncle George again. So her and Julian drag Uncle George's body into the downstairs bathroom where Julian stays there with him to make sure he doesn't say anything. Upstairs, though, Reyes and Sean arrive at the office where Dorothy has compiled all of her research on the cult. And Reyes says, "They're long gone, Sean." She then turns her attention to Leanne, saying, "I feel like I'm not getting the full picture." And Sean starts coming up with this lie, telling her that when they got the baby, they hired a nanny. And they had a bunch of applications, and Leanne was Dorothy's favorite, so they hired her. But when she arrived, Leanne got really freaked out and left. And then Dorothy saw her on the street one day and became obsessed with her because she still viewed Leanne as her nanny. And Reyes thinks that's an awfully big coincidence. But they've looked at everything in that room, and the last place they need to look is the attic. And Reyes heads up there, and luckily for Sean, Leanne had heard them coming up, so she hides. But when Reyes gets up there, she is mortified because hanging from the ceiling are a bunch of woven crosses. And Sean had no idea that this was going on. So when Reyes asked, "Did Dorothy do this?" Sean is kind of forced to say, "Yeah, she comes up here sometimes." Reyes picks up one of those crosses and turns to Sean, telling him Marino was hurting and his wife was sick, and he refused to cope with the pain, drawing the parallel that Dorothy is having trouble coping with the pain of Jericho being dead. She tells him, "Your wife needs help." But then all of a sudden she starts to feel dizzy, so she says, "Okay, I think we're done here. I'm going to see myself out." And as she's walking downstairs with the cross that she took, Dorothy catches her and says, I'll help you out." And Dorothy apologizes for the way she acted before. And right before she goes, Reyes turns to Dorothy saying, "You can call me if you start seeing things differently. I'll be an honest friend to you." And then she leaves. And this comment kind of surprises Dorothy a little bit. But after Reyes leaves, both Sean and Dorothy head to the bathroom to tell Julian the coast is clear. But George is still in that catatonic state. The only thing he's doing really is grunting and every once in a while yelling Leanne's name. And Leanne, by the way, has made her way downstairs after Reyes left and made her way into that office where she turns on the television to find out the horrifying news that Sergio's body has been found after he was shot in the head. And she's really beating herself up over it, especially when the news anchor says, if only there was somebody else there to stop this. She heads back to the attic and in anger starts ripping down those crosses while bawling her eyes out. And finally, breaking the item she was using to whipping herself. And as soon as she does that, it starts hailing down from the sky, actually breaking the sunroof. Downstairs, however, Dorothy is reaching a breaking point with George and says, "Okay, George, let's make a deal. You can take Leanne back. She's your family. You bring Jericho back. We all go our separate ways." But George isn't answering because he's still a zombie. And Dorothy's getting frustrated and starts hitting him, trying to wake him up, but it's not working. They then get a knock at the door, and when Sean goes to see what it is, it's a package addressed to Uncle George. So he brings it inside, and it's an old wooden box, and when they open it, it's a Betamax tape. And that's when George casually walks out of the bathroom like nothing was wrong, saying, "The answer is come. Leanne must watch the tape tonight. There's no time to waste. Where is your Betamax player?" But this is going to surprise everybody out there. The Turners do not have a Betamax player. So George packs up the box, mumbling to himself she must see the tape now. And Sean tries to stop him, but Dorothy says, "No, Sean, let him go." And that's because there was a note in the box that says, "Reunite them Christmas Eve." And Dorothy takes this as a sign that they're going to give Jericho back on Christmas Eve. So let George do what he wants to do. But George grabs the box and heads upstairs to Leanne's old room and starts opening it up. And there's actually a box inside the box that the Turners didn't see. And in the second box is what looks like a couple of vials, a rock, and a dagger. And finally, Sean had remembered that Uncle George was nice enough to make him an ointment, so he heads downstairs and starts lathering his hand with the spit ointment from Uncle George. Episode 8 picks up the next morning, and Uncle George is taking some of the liquid from those vials and just writing symbols on the walls. He then heads into the bathroom in Leanne's room and starts sharpening up that dagger while bawling his eyes out. Now, downstairs, the Turners are preparing breakfast for Uncle George because Dorothy is thrilled about the note that she found. Sean warns her, "Are you sure this is what it means?" And she says, "Yeah, what else could it mean?" So Uncle George's crying fit is only interrupted when Dorothy brings him breakfast, and he walks out of the bathroom acting like he was fine. She lets him know that they ordered a Betamax player for him, but it might not arrive in time because they're supposed to get about 15 inches of snow. She tells him, "I want to help however I can because we made a deal." And that's when she hands him the note, saying, "This came with your box, it must have fallen out of it." George reads the note, looks at Dorothy and says, "Then you know, it is time." He then asks to use Sean's grill that's outside, which is kind of bizarre because it's snowing out in late December. And Dorothy has no idea why he wants to use the grill, but she allows him to, and when Sean sees it, he's a little perturbed. He kind of gives Dorothy a look, and she says, "Don't give me that look. I've got everything under control." Now, the Turners do not know where Julian is. They figure that he slipped out early in the morning because their house is so big, but actually Julian didn't. He woke up and hopped online to research the fire that took out Leanne's entire family. He prints out some of the pictures and the articles from the internet, goes over to the attic door and knocks on it, but Leanne doesn't come down. He tells her, "I was at your childhood home. I saw what happened to it. If you ever want to talk to somebody, you know you can talk to me." But Leanne still doesn't answer, so Julian goes snooping in her old bedroom where George is staying, and he finds the box. And after examining it, he finds the items in the box, everything except the dagger because George hid that. He finds the vials, starts sniffing them, but he can't figure out what they are. And he also finds a lighter, which he keeps. He then hears music, though, coming from the upstairs attic, and when he passes by the door, he notices the door has been unlocked and left open. So he heads upstairs. When Julian goes upstairs, she's playing a bunch of old records, and she's kneeling down in front of that mannequin in the green dress. She looks at Julian and says, "What do you want?" And he says, "Well, I know I'm only here because you want me to be here. You obviously want to talk, so shoot." And Leanne says, "I don't even know where to start." Julian points to the mannequin and says, "Well, why don't we start there, because that's a little odd." And she tells Julian that the mannequin reminds her of her mother. She shows him the news footage of the first day she met Dorothy at the beauty pageant. And all the way in the background, you can see the way that Leanne's mom is treating her, and it's not great. Julian asks, "Well, how close are your aunt and uncle to your mom?" And she tells Julian that George and May are her, quote, chosen family. They're not even related. They told Leanne that God sent them down the road where God had buried her in ash, and that God had given her a second chance. She then puts on another record that she found, telling Julian that they're not supposed to listen to music because it's a dark temptation, and that's something that she doesn't understand. Julian then pulls out the articles that he printed out, showing them to Leanne, but Leanne's big takeaway is, "Look how my mom is holding me. It's as if she wants to drop me. Dorothy would never hold Jericho like that." And Julian asks, "What does Dorothy have to do with this?" And she tells Julian that she used to think Dorothy was the best mom, but she was wrong. And Julian thinks that's really unfair because what happened to Dorothy was an accident. It wasn't her fault. And Leanne snaps back, "Then whose fault is it?" And then Julian, pulling out that lighter that he stole from the box, lights himself a cigarette and says, "For the time being, it's mine." He then plays a voicemail from Dorothy a couple of days before Jericho died. Dorothy is begging Julian to come over because she is overwhelmed without Sean around. The baby won't stop crying, and she asked Julian for 2 to 3 hours, but Julian never showed up because his dealer had gotten some really good drugs, and that was something that he couldn't pass up. And he's lived with this guilt. What would have happened if I just showed up that day? And the whole point of this story isn't to have Leanne feel bad for Dorothy. It's the fact that sometimes bad things happen, and you act like they didn't, but that eats away at you. Leanne then reveals to Julian how the house fire started in Wisconsin. It started because of her mom's green dress that she loved. Leanne decided to destroy it, thinking that maybe if she destroyed the dress, her mom would replace the dress with her. So she threw it on the burner, not realizing how fast a fire could start. But she wasn't even scared as the fire blazed. And her aunt and uncle told her that it must have been God working through her, because terrible things happen for a reason. But she looks up at Julian and says, "If that's God, I don't want anything to do with him." Now, all the while this conversation's going on, the Turners had an unexpected guest. There was a knock at the door, and it was Roscoe. And Dorothy had never met Roscoe before, so she's a little surprised when he showed up at the door. But Sean reassures her, "Yeah, no, I do know him." And Roscoe says, "Hey, let's go outside and talk," which is odd because, once again, it's snowing in late December. And Sean fills Dorothy in that Roscoe is the private investigator that he and Julian had hired to look into Leanne. And that really annoys Dorothy. She can't believe that her nanny was under investigation and that information wasn't shared with her. He tells her, though, I didn't want to involve you. She then turns to Roscoe and says, well, what did you find? Anything that can help us get Jericho back? But he says, not really. I found an old burned down house. That's about it. She tells both of them every detail we can learn about these people is important, no matter how significant it may seem. But the more that Dorothy talks, the more she's getting stressed out, and Sean can realize it, and Roscoe offers to go inside and get her a glass of water. And as he's doing so, he hears the basement door close behind him. And that's because Uncle George had gone throughout the house collecting a bunch of pieces of wood. And he went downstairs and put all the wood in a pile like a teepee in the hole that Leanne was buried in. And then he started speaking in tongues while slapping a Bible. So when Roscoe hears the door close, it really piques his interest. And it takes him a little bit of time to get a simple glass of water. He used the excuse that he had to go to the bathroom. At this point, though, the Turners have been sitting outside for a while, so they want to go back in. And Roscoe tries to convince him to stay outside, but they say, no, we're cold, we're going to head back in. And that's when Roscoe says, I'm sorry, I can't let you. He told me to keep you guys out here until sunset no matter what. And Dorothy gets really pissed off and says, who? But then she realizes it must be George. So she barges her way in the house and finds George walking downstairs and yells at him. What, you just thought you were going to walk out of this house without living up to your end of the bargain? And he kind of looks at her dumbfounded and tells her, I needed time to prepare. We need to do these things alone. The reunion will happen when the clock turns. And that answer is sufficient enough for Dorothy. Sean, meanwhile, was kicking Roscoe out of their house. But before Roscoe leaves, he turns to Sean and says, Sean, just to let you know, something's happened to me. Things are changing and for the better. And it all started after I met him. I can't really explain it. But when he asked me for a simple task, I knew I had to say yes. What I'm trying to say is, you can trust them. They're not like us. They're special. And then Roscoe takes off. Now, back with Uncle George, he continued to go through the process to get ready to, quote, reunite them. Going into Leanne's room, blasting the B-52s while smashing his head against a wall, which probably led to a concussion, but he's bleeding pretty profusely from the forehead. He then heads outside to the grill that he lit, where he pulls out a poker, heading back inside and grabbing a piece of meat from the fridge and just throwing it in the sink. Now, the Turners have no idea what George is doing, and Leanne and Julian have no idea what George is doing, or the Turners for that matter, because they're still upstairs bonding. They end up kissing, a kiss leads to sex, and Julian gives her the ultimate compliment, bawling his eyes out because that ass is heavenly. But they end up falling asleep together, and Leanne is awoken when, shortly after midnight, Uncle George comes up holding that dagger. And Leanne asks him, are you planning on hurting me? You told me you loved me. And when she sits up, she knocks over a candle that starts a fire, and that really freaks out George. He falls back. But Leanne acts like she doesn't even know what's going on. She just tells George, everybody lies to me. And George is terrified and tells Leanne she's going to come for you. And Leanne says, then let her. I can handle May. But he says, no, not May. And then he flees the house, backing up into the street, all the while not taking his eyes off of the attic window, which Leanne is at. And Leanne watches her uncle get hit by a car. She also, by the way, did put out the fire, kind of. And this is all going on while the Turners are sleeping. But right before they went to bed, Sean did check his hand, and his hand is pretty much cured after using that ointment that George had made for him. Episode 9 takes place the very next morning, and it's the morning that Dorothy figures Jericho is coming home, so she gets the entire room ready. She then heads to George's room and starts knocking on the door, but he doesn't answer because she doesn't know George is not there. She heads up in the attic to find Leanne and asks her, do you know where your uncle is? And Leanne tells her he left. Leanne, however, does not fill Dorothy in on the circumstances that led to George leaving, and Dorothy figures that he left to go get Jericho, and he'll be back for the lunch that they're having with Dorothy's father, his new younger girlfriend, and Julian. But Leanne knows George isn't coming back. She then heads downstairs, and Sean, who is preparing a goose for the lunch, says, we don't have to do this, but Dorothy says, no, we do, because Jericho needs his family today. So Sean heads off to continue cooking lunch, but outside, Julian, his dad, and his dad's girlfriend, Courtney with a K, are discussing the circumstances regarding this lunch and what they're going to do, with Julian filling his dad in on the fact that they think Jericho is being brought back. Julian says, with Dorothy's fragile mental state, you probably shouldn't ask too many questions. Courtney wants to get filled in because, in her defense, all of this is pretty confusing. They had a baby, then it was a fake baby, then it was a real baby, now the baby's gone, baby's coming back. But Julian's pretty rude to her. He has no time for Courtney with a K. The group then heads inside, knowing that they have to be on their best behavior because of Dorothy. And even though Courtney with a K tells Dorothy that she's a big fan, Dorothy is just like her brother. She has no time for her. Julian, on the other hand, acts super weird when Leanne comes downstairs. And while Leanne is planning on talking to Julian later, she wants to talk to Sean first. She tells Sean that Uncle George left. He's not coming back. Sean used the example of his healed hand, saying, "Your uncle wants to help us." But she explains how her uncle isn't like her. He's not willing to break the rules. She asks Sean, what is Dorothy going to do if he doesn't come back today? And that's a question that Sean doesn't even want to think about. Because Dorothy has really banked on Jericho being back. She's even going outside and looking in the street to see if a car is coming. He heads down in the cellar and meets with Julian to start figuring out what wine pairs best with a duck. And he tells him how Dorothy said she'd follow Jericho if there was a chance there's something else. But Julian says Dorothy wouldn't be so stupid. Sean, however, isn't so sure. He's having trouble predicting what she'll do. He tells Julian, we have to be prepared if things don't go as expected today. But Julian shoots back, you don't seriously think that man is going to bring your son back today, do you? But Sean does in fact believe George is bringing Jericho back because of the evidence. The note, Roscoe, what he said to Dorothy the day before. Sean thinks it's very possible. They then head upstairs and everybody sits down for lunch. But right before they eat, a few of them hold hands while Sean says a prayer, saying how everything they have is great, but what they really want back is Jericho. And this really sets off Julian, who was already on edge to begin with. His father tries to calm him down as he starts freaking out about the fact that Sean dares say a prayer in his own house, and Julian makes it about him and the pain that he's suffered in his life. Shortly after they actually agree to eat, Dorothy hears a car outside and she rushes to see if it's Jericho. And Julian is getting nonstop phone calls from Natalie. It gets so bad that he excuses himself and does a bump of cocaine in the bathroom. When he heads out, he heads to the liquor cabinet, but he ends up running into Leanne. And she asks him, how do people act after? And he just cuts her off and says, they don't. What we did was a mistake. She tells him, I feel different now, Julian. More powerful. It feels good. He tells her, though, this isn't right. I'm not right in the head. And she gets really close to him, saying, then let me take your pain away. Just like I did last night. He's kind of backing up and says, what are you doing, Leanne? And she just says, what I want. Julian, though, gets called away by his father. And he heads into the living room where they're all playing charades. Everybody except Dorothy and Sean, because Sean has gone outside to be with his wife as she waits for Jericho. She's getting concerned, though, that she might have been wrong about this whole situation. She asks Sean, could they possibly be testing us or watching us? And Sean tells her, don't think about that. Think about Jericho back in your arms. She then starts telling Sean everything she's planning on doing with Jericho once he returns home. Eventually, Sean and Dorothy walk in where Julian, their dad, and Courtney with a K are all playing charades. Although Julian is getting more and more frustrated because he just doesn't like Courtney with a K's clues. Dorothy, however, figures it out immediately, but she does go to check the news for accidents because the weather isn't great. And her dad tells Sean, hey, it seems like things are getting fraught. Maybe we should go. But Sean says no, she could use your support. Stay, please. And as Dorothy is checking the news, Sean starts up a game of Jenga while Julian is in the bathroom bumping more cocaine. And while he's doing it, he's listening to the voicemails from Natalie. And Natalie's been calling him non-stop. And on the message, she tells Julian, I know how you're feeling right now, and I know you refuse to acknowledge it. I want to help you. Let me try to speak with you. You don't have to go through this shit alone. I don't know why you keep insisting that you do. But as soon as the message ends, Julian collapses. And he's not discovered until Courtney with a K tries to go to the bathroom and barges herself in, where Julian's body collapses out. And immediately everybody starts freaking out because it's clear that Julian is overdosed. So they call the paramedics as Sean tries to do CPR on him to revive him. Now, Dorothy was late to arrive because she headed down to the basement. But when she does, she looks absolutely horrified. And no matter how much Sean tries, he cannot get Julian to come back. At one point, he actually just gives up, deciding to wait for the paramedics. But that's when Leanne comes downstairs, smacks on Julian's chest, and then kisses him. And all of a sudden, Julian shoots up. He's just staring at Leanne the whole time, and she explains, you were dead. You had stopped breathing. But the only thing that Julian can say is, I saw him there. He seemed okay. Although, he never answered the question about who he was talking about. You can probably ascertain, though, that it's Jericho. The paramedics arrive and start checking on Julian, and he lies to him, saying that he just took ibuprofen, but his dad shows them the baggie of cocaine. So the paramedics take Julian back to the hospital with his dad and Karen in tow. And while they were sorting that outside, Leanne had headed downstairs into the basement, and she sees what Dorothy was up to. She was creating a noose out of clothing. So she heads upstairs to confront Dorothy about it, and Dorothy is just standing over Jericho's crib in kind of a stupor. She tells Dorothy, I saw what you made in the basement. But Dorothy says Sean mustn't know about that. Dorothy tells Leanne that it's a contingency in case Jericho doesn't come back. And Leanne asks her, you would die to be with him? And Dorothy just stares at her and says, of course, Leanne. I'm his mother. Sean, though, is downstairs looking all over for Dorothy and he can't find her. And that's when he gets a knock at the door from a woman who is in a black shroud, looking like she just came from a funeral. And when he opens the door, she says, "Mr. Turner, I understand you're looking for Jericho." And in the season finale, Leanne is upstairs with Jericho when this woman shows up at the door, and Leanne looks terrified. She introduces herself to Sean as Aunt Josephine, saying that she's brought a Betamax player for Leanne. And when Sean asks, "Where's George and May in all of this?" she says, "They're no longer involved." Now, Dorothy heard the knock at the door, so she comes down to investigate and sees Aunt Josephine sitting there. And after Aunt Josephine introduces herself, Dorothy asks her, "Where's Jericho? Have you done something to him?" Josephine kind of laughs that off, saying no. But then she apologizes to Dorothy, saying that she was never supposed to be involved in all of this. She also adds that she understands how much Dorothy has done to try to get Jericho back, but it's time to end this. She then asks for a chance to see Leanne, but Dorothy is in denial about everything she's just heard, and she definitely doesn't want this woman seeing Leanne. Sean, however, kind of convinces Dorothy to let Josephine see Leanne because Josephine's, quote, there to help. So under the pressure, Dorothy agrees to let Josephine see Leanne for 15 minutes, but after that, she wants answers. When Sean goes upstairs, Leanne is standing, clutching a mini statue, ready to hit somebody in the head with it, but it's as if Sean doesn't even notice it. He explains that someone's there to see her, and when Leanne says, "Well, who is it?" Sean explains that it's her Aunt Josephine. And Leanne begs Sean, "Do not leave me alone with her." But it's kind of too late because Dorothy and Josephine are already headed upstairs. So Leanne and Josephine head up to the attic where Josephine asks, "What do you want, Leanne?" And Leanne explains, "Well, I want to stay here with the Turners." But Josephine explains how that isn't an option. She tells Leanne, "You know the Turners don't love you. You can't be happy here." This conversation, though, appears pretty one-sided and also pretty quick because Dorothy, who has decided to go into Jericho's room staring at the baby doll, is caught by Aunt Josephine. And Josephine tells Dorothy that her and Leanne are leaving that night, but since she made Dorothy a promise, she plans to keep it. She then hands over the onesie that Leanne found all crumpled up in the basement, telling Dorothy that it's, quote, the truth that she's seeking. Sean, though, is in the room down the hall, and he calls up Julian saying, "Hey, something's happened, I need you to call me back." But then he notices that Jericho's door is closed, and since he's really concerned about Dorothy harming herself, he starts knocking on it, but Dorothy isn't answering Sean. Dorothy's fine, but she's just looking all over this onesie for a message. So since Sean isn't getting an answer, he walks back to the room where he left his cell phone, but he suddenly can't access it. The passcode that he's using isn't working. And that's when the door suddenly slams shut, and when Sean goes to try to open it up, he can't. He's locked in. So Dorothy is transfixed, and Sean is locked in another room. And at this point, Aunt Josephine has made her way back to the attic, where Leanne has set up the Betamax, and Josephine hands over the tape for her to play. And it's this old tape from probably the late 80s, early 90s with this guy named Uncle Frederick, who seems to be one of the higher-ups in the Church of the Lesser Saints. And in the video, he's explaining how to return a, quote, lost member. And to do that, it's a 3-step process. The first step is the invocation, where you listen to music that you really like, music that makes you feel, quote, connected to the earth. And as you're doing so, you beat the crap out of yourself. The second step is the consecration. That's where you blind somebody using oils, your hands, a knife, and you stab them, separating the soul from the body. You then heat the blade of a knife, slicing the limbs, and at that point, the soul can be released from the body and be reunited with God. And after that, there's only one more step, the emancipation, and that's just where you burn the body. Uncle Frederick explains to the viewer that while the process is pretty difficult, because the people may have once been family, you should never forget who the real adversary is. Then suddenly, the screen is filled with a bunch of demonic pics, and then the video ends. And as soon as the video is over, Josephine questions Leanne as to why she made the decision to abandon her post and come to the Turner residence. And Leanne tells her it's because Dorothy needed her help. And Josephine asks, "Well, did you help her?" And Leanne emphatically says yes. But Josephine reminds Leanne, we are here for one purpose, and that's to serve him. Now, let's see if you can be saved. She starts making Leanne pray to God, but then she tells Leanne to announce to God that she's going to forget Dorothy Turner. When Leanne doesn't want to do that and tries to make a run for it, that's when Josephine grabs some of the oils from the box and throws them on Leanne's eyes, temporarily blinding her. Leanne tries to make it downstairs to the kitchen where she starts feeling around for a knife, and she is able to find one. But over in the corner, Josephine is stabbing herself in the leg, as Tutti Frutti is playing in the background because that's the first step. So Leanne is scared, temporarily blinded, and she knows she needs to get the hell away from Josephine, so she goes into the basement, using the sink down there to try to wash away whatever has blinded her. Now, upstairs, Sean is trying like hell to yell for Dorothy, but Dorothy's in this trance-like state. He decides that he's going to climb out the window because the door is locked, but right before he does it, he turns and notices that the door is suddenly opened. So he walks back to Jericho's room and demands that Dorothy open the door, but after smelling the onesie, she got a creepy feeling and she's hooked up a noose. It's Sean's worst nightmare. She tells Sean how she's not opening the door because they've killed him. She's just gotten horrible feelings and she knows that that's the case. Sean begs her to open up the door so they can figure this thing out, but she tells him, I need to be with him, Sean. I'm sorry, Sean. I don't mean to hurt you and I hope you can forgive me. But he screams, I'm never going to forgive you for this. But Dorothy seems to have made up her mind, telling him, I'm sorry. I've made the decision. Sean, though, continues to try to talk Dorothy off the ledge, but down in his basement, he's completely unaware of what's going on. Josephine has made her way somehow inside, even though Leanne had locked the door, and Leanne is crouched under the steps hiding as Josephine starts to light a fire for the final step. Leanne tries to make a break for it, but Josephine grabs her, stabbing her with the knife and then cutting her arm. Leanne is only saved when Dorothy actually smashes Josephine in the head with a shovel, knocking her out. Dorothy seems pretty surprised about what she found in her basement, and she checks on Leanne, who assures her, I'm okay. Dorothy starts to call for Sean, but Sean can't hear her, so she says, I'm going to go get Sean. But right before she heads up, Leanne tells her, Josephine wanted you to think that Jericho was gone, but he's not, and I'm going to bring him back to you. And Dorothy is elated at this news, but she heads up to grab Sean. When she does that, Leanne turns to Josephine's knocked out body and says, see, she protected me like I'm her daughter. She then grabs the knife and walks over to the fire to start heating up the blade, but then she's suddenly grabbed by Josephine again. Josephine starts choking her, and she only stops when Leanne is able to get the shroud off of her head. And when Josephine grabs the shroud to put it back on, Leanne, who is freed up at this point, says, vanity is a sin, and then stabs her. Leanne and Josephine suddenly disappear. I mean, by the time that Dorothy gets back downstairs with Sean, which, by the way, didn't take all that long, the fire is out and the two are gone. And Dorothy, who had told Sean about the fact that Leanne told him that she was bringing back Jericho, knows how this all looks. So she starts swearing to Sean that she wasn't making all of this up. The two start looking all over the house for Leanne or Josephine, but they can't find either of them. And Dorothy is convinced that Leanne simply went to go grab Jericho. But Sean doesn't believe that's the case. He starts to tell Dorothy what really happened to Jericho last August, but Dorothy is so preoccupied by putting batteries in the baby monitor that she just tells Sean to shut up and then she turns it on. And when she does that, you can faintly hear somebody that sounds a lot like Leanne in the background. And Sean is convinced that they're simply picking up another person's baby monitor, but the two walk over to Jericho's nursery, and when they open the door, Leanne is standing there with a baby. She's standing there with Jericho. She hands over Jericho to Dorothy and says, we're going to be a family now. And then she lets the Turners have their time with their baby. She then heads to her room where she's talking to herself, saying, I don't know why I keep doing bad things. Honestly, I scare myself sometimes. I can feel the dark thing in me getting bigger. And after she says that, the power goes out on the entire block. But when the lights go out, she is unfazed, just sitting in the dark, saying, I'm tired of everybody telling me what's wrong with me. Maybe nothing's wrong with me. Maybe this is just who I am. But I know how this works. I know they're coming for me, but don't worry, I'll be ready, because I know killing you started a war. And it turns out that Leanne isn't actually talking to herself. She's talking to the charred body of Josephine that she's stuck in the wall. Season 3 kicks off 3 months after the end of Season 2. But even though 3 months has passed, Leanne is still on edge. She tries to go about her normal daily routine, but Aunt Josephine is living rent-free in her head. There's also another issue. There's a lot of bugs that have gotten into her room. She goes over the windowsill where there's at least 3, and she picks one up. Looks like a cicada. I'm not a bug guy. I don't know. But she clasps it in her hand, tries to revitalize it, but it doesn't work. She then gets dressed and goes to tend to Jericho, and Jericho is downstairs with Dorothy, Julian, and Sean. And those 3 are really excited because Jericho is going to try some of Sean's cooking for the first time. But all Leanne can focus on is the fact that a door is open. As both Sean and Dorothy start snapping photos of baby Jericho, Leanne goes over and slams the door. They reassure that nothing's wrong and nothing's out there, but she tells them, you wouldn't know what to look for anyway. Dorothy once again tries to reassure her by saying, if these people were after you, they already would have come. And you told us yourself that Aunt Josephine isn't coming back. But Leanne tells her that these people are patient and they'll worm their way into their lives and they won't even know it. Dorothy gets her mind off of things because the family is planning a trip down the shore. And this trip will be the first time that Leanne steps foot out of the Turner residence for a prolonged period of time in a while. This trip to the shore isn't the first time that the Turners have tried to get Leanne out of the house. In fact, they've been doing it just about every single day. Sean, Jericho, and her have been going on walks to the park, or at least walks to halfway down the block until finally Leanne just turns around and goes home. Sean, however, can't do today's walk. He's got errands to run, so he asks Julian to do it. And Julian is fresh out of rehab. He's ditched Natalie and has a new girlfriend named Vera who's planning on going to the trip down the shore. And he seems like he's in a good headspace, but that doesn't mean he wants to babysit Leanne. He tries to change the subject by telling Sean that he's gotten him and Dorothy a really expensive gift, but Sean gets it back on track by once again telling him, I need you to fill in for me and walk her to the park. And while those two are discussing the exciting trip to the park, Leanne is upstairs taking care of those dead bugs. But it turns out these 3 on the windowsill aren't the first 3. They're just one of many, because she takes that bug, puts it under a glass, and escorts it over to the medicine cabinet. And when she opens that up, there's a bunch of dead bugs in there, but they're all different kinds of bugs. She puts the bug away and gets ready to go on this walk with Julian, but she's still pretty terrified. She finds the strength, though, to start making her way down the street. The whole time, though, her head is on a swivel for attackers. As they're making their way to the park, Julian has something to talk to her about, because it turns out these two have continued to have sex the entire time. Even with Julian having a new girlfriend, they continue to have sex. But Julian wants to break it off. He wants to try to do things differently. He wants to try to do things the right way. Leanne, however, does not want that, because she knows that deep down that's not Julian, and she doesn't want him to be a fake. She also doesn't want to stop having sex with him because Julian's thrust game is a 10 out of 10. So while Julian tries to break it off, Leanne emphatically says no. She then notices that there's a guy standing in the street just staring at a car. She storms up to him, turns him around, but realizes that she's made a grave mistake. The guy's just a street artist. Julian pays the guy off, and Leanne hurries home with Jericho. They didn't make it to the park. But right before Julian steps foot back in the house, a piece of the facade falls off and almost smashes him in the head. Leanne then heads in and gets settled and heads down to the basement. Julian waits for that expensive gift to show up, which is a Peloton. When Sean gets home, though, he's not exactly thrilled to see it. Julian then fills Sean in on the fact that they didn't make it to the park and says that Leanne is downstairs. And the basement is still a big issue. That hole is still there, a swampy mess. It's gotten so bad that Sean had to contact the city to send out a guy to fix it. Now that night, right before Leanne is getting ready for bed, she stares at the painting that's in her room, and the painting is of a guy that's whipping a donkey, and it looks like an angel is trying to stop him. She stares at this painting for a while, but there is a hole right above the painting in the wall, and that is where these bugs are coming out of. And that happens to be the wall that directly behind it is the charred body of Aunt Josephine. She then goes to bed that night with a dagger in her hand, and you get the feeling that she does this every night. The next morning, everybody gets ready to go to the shore. Julian comes over with his new girlfriend, Vera, but Leanne just isn't ready to make that commitment. So reluctantly, Dorothy ends up leaving Leanne at the house, and the family heads off to the shore with Jericho. As soon as they're gone, Leanne arms the house and starts doing some chores. That includes getting rid of all those dead bugs. After that, she heads down to the basement where she gets a FaceTime from Sean, and immediately she thinks that something's wrong with Jericho, but he says, "No, I just called to check on you." Sean then notices that Leanne is back in the basement, and he also knows that she's been on edge for the last 3 months, so he gives her a wine recommendation that's in there and says it goes great with tomato soup. Leanne cracks open a bottle and starts drinking it, and with her journal in her lap, she can't find anything to write about, and this has been a problem. She's had writer's block. The weird thing is, she's trying to find inspiration right in front of the mud pit that's in the basement. That's not working, though. That is, until the mud pit starts bubbling up. And Leanne is looking at it, horrified, as she just starts scribbling V's. But they look more like when a child is asked to draw birds. When she snaps out of it, she grabs the wine and rushes upstairs. And then she gets into another glass of wine. And another. She ends up calling Toby, drunk, looking for a booty call. But Toby can't come over. He's helping a friend move. Right after she hangs up with Toby, she gets a FaceTime from Dorothy, and Dorothy just wants her to see Jericho at the beach. After showing her Jericho, Dorothy informs her that Julian was attacked by a bunch of seagulls. And when Dorothy relays this story, Leanne actually sits up in bed. She's mortified. As soon as she hangs up with Dorothy, she goes to grab her diary, which was left in the hallway. And when she picks it up, she sees what she drew, and it looks like a flock of seagulls. She then hears something over her shoulder, and it's somebody who's actually in the house. And since everybody that's supposed to be in the house is currently down the shore, she gets super freaked out. So she runs so far away. or at least to the closest closet. She FaceTimes Sean and lets him know that someone's in the house, and Sean says, well, hide and call the cops. And Sean then hangs up on Leanne and calls the cops himself. But Leanne doesn't. She starts tiptoeing through the house until she steps on a creaky floorboard and alerts the burglar that somebody else is in the house. It forces her to actually hide into the wall, the same wall that she hid Aunt Josephine, and she sees her charred body. But as she's hiding, she looks closer and notices that that charred body is covered in bugs, and those bugs start flying at her. It forces her to leave the wall. She realizes she can't evade this guy forever, so she ends up luring him into a closet and trapping him there. She starts demanding to know who sent him, who's in charge. But before he can even answer, she starts telling him how they weren't just reborn to be followers. They have their own path. At this point, the police have arrived, and as soon as the burglar hears the police knock on the door, he ends up bursting through the closet door, knocking Leanne to the side and escaping. A few hours later, the Turners arrive home to see Leanne still talking to the police, and the police let the Turners know that this is just a burglar that's been going around the city and waiting for people to leave on vacation so he could break in. Unfortunately for Leanne, the burglar had no idea that she was there. As the police are talking to the Turners, Leanne is upstairs looking to see if the burglar took anything, and she starts looking for the dagger, and it looks like it's gone. After the police leave, Dorothy knows she has to go talk to Leanne to calm her down. She lets her know that they're going to get security cameras, and this person was nothing more than a run-of-the-mill burglar. But it doesn't really make Leanne feel much better. In episode 2, the Turners did what they said they would. They install a very high-tech $6,000 security system in the house to make sure Leanne feels comfortable, but she doesn't. And that's because Leanne starts walking around noticing that Sean is making a whole lot of food. She asks Dorothy what's going on. Dorothy tells her that Sean was supposed to tell her. Sean completely forgot because he's cooking all the food, so they tell her together. They're inviting a bunch of people over. They've been on a wait list for 8 whole weeks. I mean, thoughts and prayers to Dorothy and Sean for that long, extensive wait. So in a nutshell, they're inviting all of these people to come over, kiss their ass, so they accept him into their little mommy community. And thus, Jericho won't grow up to be a loner who has no friends. Leanne, however, is livid. She doesn't feel like it's safe, and she gets pissed off because she wasn't even consulted in the matter. Dorothy apologizes, saying, "You're right, Leanne. We should have consulted you first. And you know what? We won't go through with it if you don't feel comfortable. But we have been chatting online, and I can assure you, you have nothing to worry about. These are mothers and babies, after all." Leanne ends up giving in. Even though she agreed to it, though, Leanne is still on edge from what happened. When the security camera guy comes down the steps to let her know that they installed the security cameras, she feels like he could be an attacker. Everybody who comes in the house could be an attacker. Like, for example, the children's entertainment, Mr. Smiley. I mean, that name isn't ironic. He makes kids smile. He doesn't steal them. But Leanne doesn't know that. The Turners continue to get ready, acting like this is normal. Leanne continues to be weary of everybody. And this little mommy get-together starts off without any hitches. Mr. Smiley puts on a banger of a performance. And in the middle of it, Julian and Vera show up to help out. But not with the party. They help out with Leanne. To put her mind at ease, they're going to man the security camera footage to make sure that no one's there that shouldn't be there. Nothing weird happens. But when they show up, it's like Leanne is even weary of them. Or at least one of them. She's definitely leery of Vera. The party continues to rage on, as much as a mommy and me class can. But during it, Leanne is having visions of the group being the Church of the Lesser Saints, who are there to make her pay. At one point, Dorothy has her come in, and Dorothy introduces her to everybody. But Leanne is acting super weird. When the group asks her where she's from, she says Wisconsin. And when they say, "Oh, you're far from home," she just sternly says, "This is my home." It does get pretty awkward at one point when one of the mothers asks Dorothy if she always covers personal matters because she did a story in a drug rehab and the woman's aware that Julian had a drug addiction. Dorothy is a little taken aback by this comment, but she puts on a good face and just says, it's behind us. But Dorothy gets super uncomfortable when the same woman brings up the fact that she saw an ambulance there. And Dorothy assumes that it was the ambulance in the winter, but the woman says, "No, I'm talking about in the summertime." And that was obviously when the original Jericho had passed away. To her credit, Dorothy just denies, and says, "You must have had the wrong house." It's definitely uncomfortable to the point where even Vera and Julian see it on the cameras. After the uncomfortableness, Leanne is now convinced that some of these moms, if not all of them, are not here for Dorothy. They're here for Jericho. Sean the whole time is saying, "Leanne, you're fine. Jericho's fine. Everybody's fine. Relax. Leanne, however, can't relax. So Sean tells her, we want to help you, but you got to tell us how. And that's when Leanne tells him about the warning signs, the things to look out for from people of the Church of the Lesser Saints. Like, for example, they're going to wear weird clothes, but it's clothes that they think people normally would wear, although they don't. They also won't eat the type of food that Sean would make. And the big one is they're going to have scars on their back. A little while later, when Leanne is bringing in some chocolate for the group, they're all doing yoga poses. And that's when Leanne starts looking for scars on backs. She doesn't find any until the last woman, and it freaks her out. She puts the chocolate down and runs out of the room, but she runs right into Sean, who is holding blood. He's a pretty bougie chef. It forces Leanne to have to go upstairs and clean up, but then she hears something from her bedroom, and it's a mother who's searching under her bed. Leanne goes into defense mode, demanding to know who she is, what she's doing there, and then yelling at her to get out, saying, "This is my family, I'm not going anywhere." The mother is clearly weirded out. Julian and Vera hear the commotion and run inside and ask what's going on, and the mom says, "Nothing. I was in here nursing my child. I was under her bed because he dropped his pacifier. That's it." They then tell the woman that she probably should go downstairs and rejoin the group, and then Julian has to have a one-on-one conversation with Leanne. Leanne tries to plead her case to Julian that there's something wrong with these women, but Julian isn't hearing it, screaming, "There's nothing wrong with these women. They're just rich. That's it. I mean, look at them. Do they look like they're from a cult?" And even Leanne has to admit, no, they don't. Leanne then stays in her bedroom to cool down a bit. While she's there, though, a bee ends up landing on her hand. She looks over at the wall that is concealing Aunt Josephine's charred body and just starts saying, "This is what you wanted, isn't it? For me to be afraid my entire life. Well, I'm not going to run if that's what you think. I'm going to wait right here for them. I'm going to protect my family. I'm not leaving this house." A little while later, Leanne walks downstairs, but she sees nobody. Nobody except Mr. Smiley. And just like with the woman previously, she goes in the defense mode, figuring that something's wrong, something must have happened. Leanne grabs a knife, demanding to see Mr. Smiley's back. Mr. Smiley's a little freaked out and tells Leanne to calm down, but she starts screaming, "I'll kill you." And that's when all the mothers interrupt this death threat because the moms were just simply outside getting ice cream. Dorothy is especially mortified. All of these women are coming back, seeing this. And Dorothy is really concerned that Leanne is ruining the first impression that the Turners are trying to make with these women. Leanne, however, is convinced that if Mr. Smiley takes off his shirt, he's going to be covered in scars. Mr. Smiley does take off his shirt. He's not covered in scars at all. That's pretty embarrassing. And now it's Dorothy's turn to have a one-on-one conversation with Leanne. She tells Leanne, "I don't know what we could possibly do to make you feel comfortable at this point." But Leanne just mumbles, "Nobody's listening to me." Dorothy, however, takes offense to that, saying, "Leanne, that's all we've been doing," and then commands that she stays up there for the rest of the party. Dorothy then heads downstairs and tries to explain to the women that Leanne is going through a difficult time, and then tells them that they should just forget everything and they have a toast. As soon as she says cheers, however, a bunch of bees come flying out of their chimney, attacking everybody. Forces all the mothers to leave, and the Turners are pretty confused by it. They end up calling up an exterminator, and the exterminator finds a beehive sitting on their flue. The exterminator figures it must have happened when they installed the security cameras, but Sean's a little freaked out because he was standing right next to it and he didn't get stung. As Sean is downstairs talking to the exterminator, Julian is upstairs going over the footage because he is convinced that Leanne had something to do with this. He's going so far as to claim that Leanne climbed up to the roof and dropped it down the chimney. During the explanation, he reveals to Vera that he has this theory that Jericho is actually Leanne's baby that she brought with her. There's nothing on the security camera footage, but Julian is convinced that Jericho is Leanne's child, and she's not content with watching some other woman play mommy. After everybody leaves that night, Dorothy is still in a bit of a state of shock. She just wanted Jericho to have friends, and Leanne is trying to console her, telling her that Dorothy and Jericho have everything they need right there in that house. But at this point, Dorothy is wondering if she's simply... In episode 3, Julian and Vera roll up to the house and they're discussing the whole Leanne situation. They're both pretty convinced that Jericho is actually Leanne's child. Vera does have some expertise in this department because she's a recovering addict who actually had a child and her mother took the child away from her. She tells Julian, "The best thing my mother ever did was not let me hold my baby in the hospital, but with Leanne, she's right here watching another woman raise her kid." I mean, what happens if she just decides one day to pack up and leave? Dorothy's going to be looking for Jericho seemingly forever. That's something that Julian hadn't even thought of. He walks in the house and Dorothy is walking out. She's going to a Marilyn Monroe look-alike contest. Sean is in the kitchen getting ready to take Jericho and Leanne to the park. Even though she couldn't make it down the block earlier, Sean thinks she's ready. They're making progress, and before you know it, they'll just be a normal family. Julian then walks up to Sean and tells him, hey, I think we should get Jericho and Leanne's DNA tested. We should probably know for sure if that is indeed Leanne's child. Because if not, then we need to get some adoption proceedings started. The conversation, however, gets interrupted when Leanne walks in the room. A short while later, Sean, Jericho, and Leanne head off to the park, and Leanne is in fact doing better. That doesn't mean, however, her head isn't on a swivel looking at every single person as a possible suspect. To get her mind off things, Sean starts showing her flowers in the park that are actually edible. It does work for a little bit until a homeless teen comes up and asks Sean for change. And Leanne doesn't feel comfortable with the fact that Sean let this person so close to the baby stroller. After that, she no longer wants to stay in the park and they go back home. Dorothy comes home that night, starts ranting and raving about the fact that her job made her go to that stupid Marilyn Monroe contest, and the group heads off to bed. The next day, Julian calls an old friend and meets him in the park. Roscoe. Roscoe has not been doing well. He hasn't been sleeping well, him and his wife are getting in fights, but Julian honestly doesn't care. He tells Roscoe that he needs him to get Leanne and Jericho's DNA, but Roscoe doesn't want any part of it. He's done. Julian is able to convince him to help out one last time, and Roscoe does know somebody who works in a lab who owes him a favor. So he offers to be a conduit, but he's not going to go in that house and get the DNA. He's going to make Julian do that. As they're wrapping up the conversation, that homeless teen that came up to Sean walks by and catches the eye of both of them. But they just go back to working out. The homeless teen is also in the mind of Sean, who decides to make the kids pizza because they looked really hungry. He heads out to the park, which is literally right behind their house, and he kind of befriends the kids. They just look like troubled youths, and they do enjoy the pizza. But as Sean was feeding the youth of America, Roscoe FaceTimes Julian from a hospital. Roscoe's just visiting a relative. But he tells Julian, I need that DNA now. The guy I know is willing to help out, but he needs it today. It forces Julian to go into the house and sneak around, trying to find any strands of Leanne's hair, but he's coming up empty. As he's looking under her bed, he ends up getting caught by her. He doesn't really have a good excuse as to what he's doing there, so he just says, last week when we were fooling around, I thought I dropped my watch. The issue is, he's actually wearing the watch. That's when he starts lying to Leanne, telling her how he misses her, getting close to her and kissing her, all the while putting his hands through her hair until eventually he just pulls some strands out. It upsets Leanne, and he apologizes for, quote, getting a little too carried away. Julian was unable to get enough hair, actually, to make a DNA sample. He FaceTimes Vera because he's kind of freaking out a little bit. He doesn't know what to do. Vera's suggestion is to grab some of Dorothy's hair. But Julian reminds her the whole point is to prove that it's not Leanne's child. Vera also brings up the point that they probably should confront Dorothy about this because nothing's going to change until she faces the truth. But Julian gets distracted when he sees a text from Roscoe saying, I'm here. He needs to act quickly, so he starts looking around the house for any strands of Dorothy's hair. Something's better than nothing, right? He finds more than that, though. He finds a full hairbrush. So he grabs all of the hair, and he hands it over to Roscoe to go get tested. Later in the day, Sean is once again trying to feed the youth of America, and Dorothy is asking if that's such a good idea or not. She feels like they're going to come back to him like stray cats. And in a way, she's right, because a little while later, they get a knock at the door from that same homeless teen who asks if it might be he, it might be non-binary, I don't know, but they want to use the bathroom. Sean, just trying to be nice, says, yeah, go ahead, it's over there. And the teen walks right by Leanne, giving her a quick glance as Leanne is holding Jericho. Dorothy ends up running into the teen as she's heading to work and freaks out because there's a stranger in her house. The teen ends up leaving, and Dorothy starts yelling at Sean for allowing any stranger into their home after what happened to them. She reminds him they could be casing the place, but Sean's convinced that it's nothing more than a troubled teen looking to use a bathroom. That's it. As Dorothy's yelling at him, though, she suddenly gets inspiration for a story. She calls up her news department and says, get everybody to my house, trust me. And she heads out to the park and tries to interview those kids, but they're not talking. She strikes out with the two that Sean had talked to, so she walks up to a third who's on a park bench and starts asking him questions about how he ended up like this, some of the challenges that he faces, and he tells Dorothy that he aged out of the system, and it's been tough because he wasn't able to find help, at least at first, not even for the heart problem. When he brings that up, though, the camera starts glitching. The cameraman brings up the fact that he lost it, and the kid just gets up and starts walking off. But that's when Sean walks in the park, and all three teens excitedly go up to him because they know, all right, free meal. And the news director tells Dorothy that's the story, the Good Samaritan bringing food to these kids. So instead of interviewing the kids, they interview Sean instead. Everybody comes over that night to watch the story. But as everybody's distracted watching it on television, Julian gets the DNA test results back. And Jericho and Dorothy are not a DNA match. Julian knows he needs to confront Dorothy about this. He sits her down and explains that he was there that day when Jericho died. And he wants to make sure that she keeps this child. He then pulls out a piece of paper and says, I had yours and Jericho's DNA tested. Jericho isn't your baby. Dorothy, as usual, is in complete disbelief, just saying, of course Jericho is my baby. Dorothy now thinks that because of this weird conversation, Julian has relapsed. So he repeats, Jericho is not your baby. This proves that. And while Julian is treating Dorothy like she's a fragile egg, Dorothy is doing the same thing to Julian because she's now convinced that he's using again. This awkward conversation gets interrupted when there's a knock at the door from one of the mothers from the previous day who forgot her diaper bag there. She shows up to pick it up, and that's when you find out that the hairbrush that Julian thought was Dorothy's is actually this woman's. So the DNA test didn't prove anything. He comes clean with Dorothy, and she scolds him, saying, don't ever do anything like that again. The whole time, Leanne is watching in the distance. Leanne then heads up to her room, starts playing the piano, but she gets a weird feeling. And when she looks outside, those three homeless teens are outside of her window just staring at her. In episode 4, Dorothy invites Leanne to do a little bar upstairs in the attic. But when Leanne looks out the window, the group of teenagers is growing. She gets a little freaked out, closes the shade, and then goes to work on her core. As they're doing it, Leanne makes mention of the fact she's terrible at dancing, and Dorothy asks, why would you say that? And Leanne tells her, it's what my mother used to tell me. Whenever I had to learn choreography for a pageant, she wouldn't let me eat dinner until I got it perfect. And I'd try to do my best, but eventually I'd get so tired and hungry that I couldn't get it right. Dorothy feels really bad for Leanne, but she gets called away by Sean because a safety guy has come to their house to assess just how safe their house would be for a toddler. And the answer is not very safe. As they're looking at the kitchen, Leanne comes in and tells them, you're not going to need any of this. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to Jericho. Dorothy turns to Leanne to talk to her about the whole situation, but Leanne doesn't even let her get a word out and says, you need to feed him. He's hungry. The two women go in the living room, and Leanne tells Dorothy, I don't like that guy. And Dorothy's getting annoyed with the fact that Leanne doesn't really seem to like anybody. She tells Leanne, he's not one of your creepy cult people. He's owned this company for years. But Dorothy's a little bit distracted because Isabel, her main rival at work, is doing a story for a place that she used to do all the time. Dorothy feels like she's kind of getting pushed out by the news channel. Because of the stress of it, Dorothy ends up lashing out at Leanne. A little while later, Dorothy comes downstairs in probably the scariest thing the show has ever had you watch. I mean, this outfit is horrifically bad. She finds Leanne sitting on the stoop outside, and she says, we still friends? And Leanne doesn't respond, but her body language tells you, yeah, Dorothy, we're still friends. But then Dorothy gets up and gets in an Uber, because she's headed into work to demand more stories, better stories. So for the time being, it's just her and Sean with Jericho at home. But as soon as the car pulls away, the one teen who was interviewed by Dorothy, who had the heart problem, starts walking up to Leanne outside saying, I just want to talk to you. And Leanne gets super freaked out and says, stay away from me. She really fumbles to get inside, but she is able to. Leanne goes upstairs, grabs Jericho. When she comes back downstairs, the house has yet another new visitor. Her name's Sylvia, Toby's girlfriend, who also works in the food industry and is at the house looking for a job with Sean. Right off the bat, Leanne does not like her. And honestly, neither does Sean. He's kind of annoyed about the fact that Toby brought this girl here looking for a job. He tells Leanne, Toby knows better than this. Leanne then asks Sean what he's got going on, and he says a pain-in-the-ass catering job. But then he realizes he could use some help, but he doesn't want Sylvia, he wants Leanne. Leanne is all for it. Sean figures, yeah, Dorothy can just watch Jericho for the time being. But that's not going to work. Later that night, when Sean goes upstairs to tell Dorothy about the fact that Leanne will be helping him out, Dorothy tells him, no, she won't. She'll be watching Jericho. Because I went into work, I demanded a story, and they gave me one. So I'm not going to be here tomorrow. The next day, Dorothy's the one who actually tells Leanne about the fact that she's not going to be working with Sean. Leanne then asks her, when will you be home? And Dorothy says, late. The segment's going to be live, but there's B-roll that we have to get for a party. This really annoys Leanne. She tells Dorothy, it's not good for Jericho when you're out late. Dorothy explains to her, I know you didn't grow up in a house with women who worked, but that's not practical. I love my job. It makes me really happy. Because of that, it makes me a better mother. And if God forbid anything happened to Sean, I could support the household. But Leanne says, I would never let anything happen to Sean. Dorothy starts talking to Leanne about her own goals, about getting her college degree, forging her own path. But Leanne, who is visibly annoyed, turns to Dorothy and says, all I care about is this family. Dorothy doesn't really know what to say and heads off to work. When Leanne does go downstairs, she sees who replaced her. It's Sylvia. And Sylvia has a bad attitude. She thinks she's a little Gordon Ramsay, and she is really bossing around Toby, which annoys Leanne. When Sean sends Toby out to the park to feed the kids, Leanne confronts Sylvia about it, asking her, why are you so rude to Toby? But Sylvia is so thrown off by the question, she doesn't answer it. Just keeps going back to work. And she's actually doing a really good job. She's impressing Sean. But Leanne doesn't stay in the kitchen because Sean asks her to go help the safety guy set up his equipment. And the safety guy is doing that, or at least having his men do it, while he hits on Leanne. It's super uncomfortable. She actually runs upstairs to her room. She was wearing workout clothes that Dorothy gave her, and she didn't really feel comfortable in it, so she grabs some of her clothes. And she starts looking at the wall that Aunt Josephine is hidden behind, which coincidentally has more cracks now than it did before, and she starts screaming at the wall, I guess this is my fault, right? Because I'm dressed like a whore? When she's able to compose herself, she gets dressed up in more Leanne clothing and heads back downstairs, where Sylvia continues to berate Toby. It gets to the point where when Toby goes outside, Leanne confronts him about the fact that he's letting Sylvia just walk all over him. But Toby just chalks it up to, that's how chefs talk. Leanne is really trying to get Toby's attention and screams at him, she doesn't even like you. I mean, all you want to do is live a normal life, and people just assume that you're always going to be there for them as they treat you like crap. That's not fair. Leanne, though, gets called back in the house by Sean because Dorothy's on the phone. Leanne gives Dorothy a quick update and then has her turn on the television to record her segment. The segment is with a graffiti artist, but as Dorothy is interviewing him, Leanne is giving her a death stare on the television. Then, during the interview, Dorothy gets distracted from it and then starts lactating. It's on live TV, so the whole thing is caught. Leanne, though, doesn't care. Jericho is back in the kitchen and crying. She goes to grab him where Sylvia yells at her for leaving a crying child where they're supposed to be working. And then suddenly, the shit just hits the fan. You've got the stressed out environment of a kitchen. The safety guy is trying to wrap up, which Sean has Leanne sign for. And Sylvia is yelling at Toby for spilled ceviche. It's so much sensory overload that Leanne actually leaves the room and sits down outside in the hallway. But back in that kitchen, as Sylvia is ripping Toby, saying how no one should ever hire him because he's an idiot, she ends up slipping on that ceviche and falling. But her ring gets caught on the hook that was being used to make saltwater taffy, and it ends up ripping her finger clean off. Toby immediately tends to Sylvia, but Sean starts yelling, where the hell is her finger? Find her finger. And her finger got knocked into the drain. As Toby's frantically looking for the finger, he ends up turning on the garbage disposal. And when blood ends up shooting back into his face, he realizes pretty quickly where the finger is. The only thing left from that finger is the mangled ring which caused the injury. Sean ends up somehow getting it all together, cleaning everything up, and later that night, as he's trying to just decompress, Julian comes over and says, you gotta see this. And he shows Sean what happened to Dorothy in this interview. At that moment, Dorothy comes walking back in the house, and she looks like someone who knows her career is probably over. She starts bawling her eyes out, and Leanne walks up to her and gives her a giant hug. Once they put Jericho down, Dorothy starts talking to Sean about the whole situation. She explains that when Jericho was gone, she just thought, if I can only have my baby back, I'll never ask for anything. But something just isn't right. It's like the universe is trying to hurt me. I can't explain it. She starts questioning what's wrong with her, and Sean just consoles her. As that conversation's going on upstairs in their attic, Leanne has put on a record, put that mangled ring on her finger, and starts dancing her ass off. And she was lying. She's great at dancing. But as she's dancing her heart out, the group of 3 kids that are standing outside of her window has grown to 9 kids. In episode 5, Leanne is awoken in the morning to the sound of a truck backing up. That's because there's going to be a block party right outside of their house that was orchestrated by Dorothy. She set this whole thing up, but she also put Sean to work. Sean is going to be selling food where all the proceeds go to ending homeless hunger. But Sean and Dorothy won't be the only ones there because Leanne is actually planning to go, which is a big step in her recovery. All these new people are going to be around, but she's going to gut it out and go to the block party. Julian shows up a little while later because he's also planning to go. Vera has a work thing, so he's going solo. And after Dorothy starts poking fun about the fact that Julian can be found at the funnel cake stand, he switches topics to the homeless teens in the park because they've multiplied. Julian makes mention of the fact that there's a lot more than last time, and when Sean says they're just passing through, Julian points out, well, no, they're multiplying because you're giving them gourmet handouts. Before too long, there's going to be a bunch of squatters out here, and your housing value will be kaput. This conversation is really unsettling to Leanne. When the block party kicks off, Leanne exits the house, and it is a lot, but she's handling it well, holding Jericho the entire time. After Dorothy, Leanne, and Julian check up on Sean and his stand, Dorothy starts showing Leanne around. And let me just say, as a person from Philadelphia, this is the bougiest block party I have ever seen. They've got axe throwing, they've got Sean and his gourmet ice cream, they've got a barbecue tent, they've got folk dancers. This isn't a block party, it's a goddamn carnival. But as Dorothy is showing the two around, she sees the News 8 van pull up, and Isabel gets out. This upsets Dorothy quite a bit because she pitched this idea to them weeks ago. And now not only did they not give her the story, but they gave it to Isabel. Both Julian and Leanne try to calm her down, but it doesn't work. Dorothy grabs Jericho and storms right up to the news team. They're a little bit taken off guard, especially when Dorothy basically grabs the mic and says, well, I'm sure you'll want to hear from me, and I'm sure you'll want shots of this and this and this, inserting herself into the news piece. Julian tries to go get the attention of Sean, but Sean, dealing with his stand, tells Julian to back off. After the stunt he pulled with the DNA test, he doesn't really want to hear from him and what he thinks he should be doing. As far as he's concerned, Dorothy's happy, and that's really all that matters. The conversation, though, gets interrupted when a woman named Nancy comes up. And Nancy just so happens to be Sean's minister, because Sean, without telling Dorothy or really anybody, has decided to go back to church. It's a small get-together. It's called coffee hour, but it's been doing Sean a lot of good. And when Nancy walks up, Julian's still there. So he starts quizzing Sean as to exactly what coffee hour is, until finally Sean admits it's just a ministry group. Julian says, this explains a lot. I liked you better when you were an atheist. And Sean shoots back, I liked you better when you were a drunk. Back over with Leanne, she was left alone when Julian went to go hunt down Sean. And she's doing okay, that is, until she sees the homeless teen with the heart condition. She gets super freaked out. He doesn't approach her, he just sits down at a table and starts eating food. But one of the volunteers makes mention to Leanne that she likes helping the homeless and everything, but there's got to be a line. And when Leanne says, is there any chance you can kick him out? The woman is more than happy to do that. She walks up to the teens, tells them that since they didn't pay, they can't stick around, and the gaggle of teens is forced to leave. Leanne's mind is finally at ease, and she can go back to enjoying the block party. Leanne walks by a face painting booth and decides, what the hell, when in Rome, and decides to get her face painted like a tiger. She's making chit-chat with the woman who's doing it. The whole time, her eyes are closed. At one point, the woman starts talking about her mother, and Leanne asks, do you still talk to your mother? Because Leanne thinks the woman's still there. She feels somebody touching her face. But little does she know that the woman is not there. And the finger that is touching her face is a dirty one. When the woman returns and apologizes to Leanne for leaving, Leanne gets super freaked out. With half her face painted like a tiger, she leaves the tent and is looking for whoever did that to her. But she comes up empty. Leanne continues to walk around and she sees Dorothy entertaining a bunch of kids, similarly to the way she did it with her back when she was 8 in that beauty pageant. But then she overhears one of the neighbors talking to Isabel about how Dorothy and Sean act like this happy couple, but she's seen at least 2 police cars and an ambulance outside of her house in the last year. Leanne goes and sticks up for Dorothy, saying to the woman, it's not polite to gossip. And the woman says, well, it's not polite to eavesdrop either, and then takes her baby and storms off. Isabel, who was very engaged in that conversation, tries to save face with Leanne by saying, thank you so much. That she wouldn't shut up. Isabel recognizes Leanne from the baptism and says, what was your name again? Leanne what? And Leanne says, Leanne Grayson. Isabel reintroduces herself, saying that her and Dorothy are old friends, and she wouldn't even have the job without Dorothy's help. But then Leanne asks, well, if you guys are such good friends, why do you hurt her? Isabel's a little taken off guard and says, I'm not. I'm just doing my job. And Leanne nods and says, okay, and then leaves. And as soon as she does, Isabel Googles the name Leanne Grayson and finds the missing posters that Sean and Dorothy put out when she went missing. With Leanne a little bit distracted, she totally misses the interaction between Dorothy and Nancy. Nancy, having no idea that Sean has never told anybody he's going to services, walks up to Dorothy and introduces herself as Sean's minister. She tells Dorothy, we would love to see you there too. But Dorothy's more shocked to find out that her husband has been going to church services. So that'll be a conversation she's going to have with Sean a little bit later. Leanne, meanwhile, ran into Toby. They ran out of food over at Sean's stand, so Toby's got nothing to do. So him and Leanne start hanging out, playing some carnival games. Leanne even wins a giant llama. And as they're chit-chatting, you find out that Sylvia ghosted Toby right after she lost a finger. Toby reveals to Leanne that in the end, he knows it was a good thing because that relationship was just toxic. But the more that Leanne hangs out with Toby, the more she's having fun. The night continues to rage on, everyone's having a good time, and Dorothy finally is able to just sit down and relax for a little bit. And that's when Sean comes up, and that's when Dorothy brings up meeting Sean's minister. She doesn't really have a problem with Sean going, but she does get upset when she finds out that he's been bringing Jericho. She feels like Jericho joining a church is kind of a big thing that the parents should talk about. Sean reminds her, though, that she had Jericho baptized, and he didn't really get a say in that. But in Dorothy's mind, the baptism was all for show. Dorothy says to Sean, keep all the secrets you want, I don't care, but when it comes to our son, I'm going to need transparency. Sean starts to explain that it's not some cult that he joined, it's normal people talking. And if Dorothy gave Nancy a shot, she'd probably like her. Dorothy says, good, because Nancy's coming over for dinner. Sean's very surprised and says, shouldn't we discuss this? And Dorothy says, well, when do we discuss things? And walks off. But that isn't the only secret that Sean was hiding from Dorothy. He got a phone call from the producer of Gourmet Gauntlet, that TV show that he went and filmed in Los Angeles over the summer. They're doing a spin-off on the East Coast, and they want Sean to be a part of it. But Sean doesn't even answer. He just hung up on him. As Sean and Dorothy were having a little bit of a fight, Leanne got hungry. Most of the stands are closed, but she goes into one tent where she hears some pots and pans, and she says, hey, are you guys open? But the more that she goes back in the tent, she realizes it's not a food stand at all, because there's two people that look pretty homeless, wearing weird clothes, and they're heating up a dagger. Leanne quickly realizes these are people that are after her. She throws a boiling pot of hot water on them and starts running away. She can't find help at all, and these people chase her down the block, through the Turner's house, and out the back, where Leanne has run into the park. But when she does that, she runs into all of those homeless teens, and she's got nowhere to go. Leanne somehow fights them off and returns home, although she's got blood on her hands, blood on her overalls, and even blood on her head. But she quickly cleans up, and as far as the Turners are concerned, nothing happened that was weird. Although when Dorothy does go to lock the back door, she does see blood on the doorknob. Leanne tells the Turner she's going to bed, heads upstairs, and then takes the blood from the back of her head and starts painting her face with it. In episode 6, you find out exactly what happened to Leanne in the park. She was attacked by those people. Her head was cut when they slammed it against a tree, but she was saved by the homeless teens in the park. She was just as shocked as the people that were killed. She was pretty scared and asked, what do you want from me? I'm not like you. And the one with the heart condition said, yes, we know. You said no to him, and you're still alive. Leanne asks, aren't you with them? And the kid says, not anymore. So because of Leanne, these homeless teens have turned their allegiance to whoever was in power of the Church of the Lesser Saints, to Leanne. That doesn't mean Leanne isn't still freaked out. The next day, she sleeps in and is awoken by Dorothy, who wants to let her know that she's proud of her. She tells Leanne, you ventured out, and look, nothing happened. Of course, Dorothy is completely oblivious to what did happen. Leanne doesn't correct her, and Dorothy goes on to check on Jericho. And Jericho is crying his eyes out. Dorothy yells at Sean for abandoning their child, but it's not like Sean actually abandoned Jericho. He got a phone call once again from the people from Gourmet Gauntlet. He stepped maybe 4 feet to the left to take it. He told them this really isn't a good time. So when Dorothy walks in, she wants to know exactly who he was on the phone with and grabs his phone to check. When she finds out that Gourmet Gauntlet called Sean, she gets really excited for him, especially when he tells her that they want him to host because it's coming to Philly next year. Dorothy has blocked out Sean ever going on Gourmet Gauntlet the first time. So for Dorothy, this is a new experience. And she's thrilled. She's really excited for her husband in this opportunity. Sean, though, doesn't tell her about what happened the first time. So it's really confusing to Dorothy when Sean says, I'm not going to do it. I mean, for the family, I'm not going to do it. Because Dorothy's feeling is, Sean, you have to do it. She leaves Sean, but she's not done trying to convince him that he needs to do the show. She goes downstairs to garden and has Leanne help her out, and she starts telling Leanne about the fact that Sean's being ridiculous saying no to this TV show. Dorothy feels like it's her duty as a wife to push him into this opportunity. She tells Leanne, I bet this new minister lady has him convinced that ambition isn't virtuous. And this is the first time Leanne is hearing about a new minister. Dorothy looks over at Leanne pretty surprised and says, oh, he didn't tell you either? Sean's having an affair with God. I invited this minister to dinner tomorrow because you got to keep your friends close but your enemies closer. After Leanne wraps up with Dorothy, she goes and has a conversation with Sean because Leanne understands why Sean doesn't want to do the show. And she reassures Sean, it'll be different this time. I'm here. But while Sean appreciates the sentiment, he tells Leanne, pride comes before the fall. The next day, before Nancy comes over for dinner, Dorothy drags Leanne out to the park. She feels like it's good for her healing process. As soon as they step foot in the park, though, Leanne is super uncomfortable. She actually runs back home and crouches down in the fetal position in her room. When she finally gets up, she goes in the bathroom, looks in the mirror, and just repeats to herself, you're safe now. Act like it. As Leanne is trying to remind herself that she's not in any real danger, Dorothy is outside tending to her garden when the homeless teen with the heart condition comes in. Dorothy, when she returned from the park, left the gate open, and she's pretty freaked out when this kid walks in and says, is Leanne home? Dorothy, who is pretty freaked out, tells him no. And then the kid asks her, can you check? Dorothy tells the kid that this is private property and tells him that she'll call the cops if he stays. The whole family then gets ready for dinner that night with Nancy. Even Julian's invited over. But Julian is once again without Vera. And when Leanne asks, where is she? He says, I have no idea. I'm not a mind reader. Julian then asks her, is the minister here? And Leanne says, no, but I look forward to meeting her with a lot of attitude. And Julian thinks that Leanne's jealous because this woman is stepping on Leanne's holy turf. Right before dinner, though, Dorothy hears the washing machine go off. When she goes downstairs and checks, she finds the overalls from the previous day. And the blood never came out. Why there'd be blood on the overalls is really concerning to Dorothy. So she goes and checks the security footage, and she sees Leanne fighting with the people in her house. Leanne running through the house, Leanne running out the back, and then Leanne returning. She now feels really guilty about dragging Leanne to the park. As Dorothy is finding out exactly what happened to Leanne the other night, Julian is downstairs, quote, trying to convince Sean that he should go on the TV show. Dorothy put him up to it, but in reality, Julian's on Sean's side. He says, you can't do this. And you know exactly why you can't do this. There's really not much of a discussion, though, because they both agree on that. There's then a knock at the door, and it's Nancy. It's pretty cold outside, and even though Leanne is really close to the door, she lets Nancy wait a few extra seconds before she answers it. She opens the door for Nancy, but she doesn't really invite her in. She's pretty rude to her. Leanne sits in the dining room, and when Nancy comes in and says, are they in the kitchen? Leanne tells Nancy, you should stay here with me. A few seconds later, though, Sean comes out and asks Leanne, why didn't you come get us? Leanne just says, you were busy. Dorothy then comes downstairs, says a quick hello to Nancy, but asks Leanne, can I have a word with you? She asks Leanne, why didn't you tell us what happened? And Leanne's more concerned with the fact that Dorothy's been watching her. She does then tell Dorothy, I just didn't want you to worry. And Dorothy can't figure out why everybody's so worried about Dorothy worrying. As she puts it, it's my job to worry. She starts asking Leanne who these people were that chased her through the house. But as she's asking the question, she's figuring out, yes, they were a part of the cult. Leanne tells Dorothy that she's fine. And when Dorothy says to Leanne, you must be terrified, Leanne says, no, I'm not scared anymore. I'm just not ready yet. Dorothy asks, not ready for what? But Leanne doesn't get a chance to answer because Julian knocks on the door and says, you left me out here with Sean and the minister. Can you come save me? So dinner kicks off, and Dorothy's pretty rude to Nancy. Julian isn't as rude as Dorothy, but he's not much better. But by far, the rudest person is Leanne. She is shooting Nancy death stares the entire time. It's pretty uncomfortable for Nancy. She feels the fact that Leanne, for whatever reason, hates her. Throughout the dinner, though, Nancy inadvertently reveals that Sean was already on Gourmet Gauntlet when the topic comes up. There was a guy at the service who was really geeked out over the fact that Sean showed up the first time because he watches every episode. And that throws Dorothy completely off. Both Julian and Sean try to cover it by saying that Dorothy has a horrible memory, but it definitely piques Dorothy's interest. Throughout the dinner, Sean ends up apologizing to everybody, saying it's the worst meal he's ever cooked. And Nancy, picking out a hair from her food, says, "So I don't have to eat this?" As she's laughing, it's clearly a joke. But Leanne, stone-faced, says, "Mr. Turner's cooking is not a joke." Sean tries to smooth things over by saying that Leanne is religious, but she says, "Not anymore." When Sean asks, "When did that happen?" Leanne says, "Since I outgrew make-believe." The more and more Susan tries to be nice to Leanne, the more rude Leanne is. Leanne actually goes so far as to say, "I see you, Susan. You're rotten inside." Because Leanne is aware that Susan, before she became a minister, beat on her mother who had dementia. It's something that Sean knows because Susan has told her ministry group, but it's not exactly a well-known thing, and it's nothing that Leanne could have possibly just figured out on her own. So when Susan tells Leanne, "I just want to let you know, my door is always open if you want to talk about anything," Leanne says, "Anything? Really? My secrets and yours?" Susan is getting visibly uncomfortable. She thanks the Turners and tries to leave, but that's when Leanne brings up the fact that Susan probably liked it, as she beat on her mother. Susan starts crying. She turns to Sean and says, "You realize what we talk about in service is private, right?" And Sean says, "Yeah, I didn't tell anybody." But somehow, Leanne knows. And finally it gets to the point where Susan snaps. She yells at Leanne, "How dare you? You judge me." But Leanne doesn't back down at all. When Susan leaves the house, she tells Sean, "Stay away from me." Because of this revelation, Julian hops on the internet and does a deep dive into Susan's name and finds a subreddit thread describing exactly what she did to her mother. He asks Leanne, "How did you know about that?" And Leanne actually says, "I just guessed." She then asks Julian to teach her how to smoke weed. And luckily for Julian, he has a stash hidden away in the Turner residence, so he grabs it, lights the joint for Leanne, and starts teaching her exactly what to do. But that's when the homeless teen shows up out of nowhere, asking if Leanne's okay. Julian screams at him to leave, but he waits for Leanne to answer, and she tells him, "I'm fine. Thank you for checking on me." Dorothy then comes outside and catches Leanne and Julian smoking up and tells them to get inside. After Dorothy puts Jericho down for the night, she hops on YouTube, and she sees what exactly Susan was talking about. She sees the guest spot that Sean did on Gourmet Gauntlet, and she just does not look right. I don't know if it's because she remembers what happened or the fact that she's troubled by the fact that she didn't remember this, but she looks concerned. Meanwhile, Sean went to go have a conversation with Leanne about her behavior, and Leanne's only explanation is, "Nancy sucks." But just like Julian, Sean wants to know exactly how Leanne knew that story about Susan, because there's no way she could have. He says, "I thought we were on the same side here." And Leanne says, "I'm always on your side. Could you be on my side for once?" And Sean right away says, "We are on your side. We're always on your side." But Leanne says, "No, you're not. Not like..." And she stops herself. Sean tells Leanne that he believes in God, even if she doesn't, because God brought Jericho back to him through Leanne. But Leanne tells him God didn't bring Jericho back. When Sean asks, "Well, then who did?" she doesn't answer the question, just telling Sean to take the job. In episode 7, you find out that Sean did in fact take the job. He, along with Dorothy, Julian, and Leanne, get together to watch the promo for the show. Leanne says it's going to be the most successful season of Gourmet Gauntlet yet. As Leanne is praising Sean, Dorothy cuts in and says, "No matter what happens, you were phenomenal, and we're all very excited for you." But Leanne asks, "Are you though, Dorothy?" And it's a weird question that catches Dorothy completely off guard. Leanne then grabs Jericho to take him for his walk. Ever since the incident in the park, she's fine by herself. This frees up Dorothy some time to talk to Julian. She asks Julian, "Please stop having sex with Leanne." Julian lets her know it's over, but he wants to know what the real root of this conversation is. At first, he thinks it might be work because everything's dried up for Dorothy at work. She's not getting anything. But Dorothy shakes her head and says, "No, Julian, somebody attacked her. She says she's all right, but who knows?" She then starts talking to Julian about the fact that she can't remember Sean being on Gourmet Gauntlet the previous year. Now it's making her feel like she's losing her mind. Julian, though, just chalks it up to stress. When Leanne finally gets home, Dorothy asks a favor from her. Dorothy doesn't want Jericho anywhere near the homeless encampment. Leanne, however, tells her that there was a danger, but the danger is past, and you don't need to worry about the people in the park. Dorothy thinks that Leanne's falling into another trap for a cult, and Leanne just says, "We see things differently, Dorothy." Dorothy then nicely starts talking about Leanne's poor decision-making of late and lets her know that she's made an appointment with Dorothy's OBGYN for Leanne because she found out that Leanne was having sex with Julian. Leanne doesn't agree to go, instead questioning Dorothy on if she's checking on her private things, which would upset her a lot because she wasn't allowed private things with the lesser saints. And Dorothy says, "You are entitled to your privacy, we just need to have trust in this house." As Dorothy continues to try to talk, Leanne cuts her off and says, "Thank you for this conversation, Dorothy. It's given me a lot to think about," and walks out of the room. With Leanne preoccupied with Jericho, Dorothy does have a little bit of time to go snooping in Leanne's room, and she finds her diary. Starts flipping through it, and there's no words. At first, it's just harmless pictures of Jericho, but then you get to some pretty demonic pics. There's even a pic of a severed finger, and then finally there's a picture of Dorothy interviewing that guy as she's lactating. Dorothy is completely disgusted. She tells Sean about it later on, but Sean doesn't think it's a big deal. He thinks that Leanne is doing nothing more than poking fun at the authoritative figure in her life. Dorothy, however, does think it's a big deal. She doesn't want to victim blame, but she's starting to think that Leanne's problems are too big for the Turners to handle. As Dorothy continues to try to get her message across, just like Julian earlier, Sean thinks that most of this is actually because Dorothy is stressed about what's going on at work. It's not, though. Dorothy is merely concerned for her baby at this point. And it's ironic because as those two are arguing, Leanne has taken Jericho to the park to that homeless encampment, where they treat Leanne like a god. Even Roscoe shows up just out of curiosity. He ends up asking the homeless teen with the heart condition, what is it about her? And the kid says, she's extraordinary. She's courageous enough to rebel against anybody who gets in her way. All the while, Jericho is being passed around by homeless people. But it doesn't last long, because when Dorothy looks outside, she sees from her window that some homeless stranger is holding her baby, and she loses it. And for the first time, I actually agree with Dorothy on this one. She runs outside, grabs Jericho, and tells Leanne to get in the house. When they do get back to the house, Dorothy starts ripping into Leanne for defying her orders and taking her son to that homeless encampment. It pisses off Dorothy even more when Leanne just brushes it aside by saying that Dorothy just doesn't understand. The conversation goes back and forth, no progress is getting made, and Leanne continues to be extremely passive-aggressive towards Dorothy. With no other option, Dorothy turns to Sean for help, and Sean says, I'll talk to her, but he doesn't know what else Dorothy really wants him to do. He's not going to kick Leanne out, and as he points out to Dorothy, she was the one who thought that the Turners could rehabilitate her. All Sean really cares about is just enjoying the moment and the dinner that he just prepared, but Dorothy storms off with Jericho. When Leanne re-enters the room and asks where Dorothy is, Sean fills her in and says she's just worried about you and Jericho and the homeless teens. And Leanne tells Sean that the homeless people just want to learn from her. But other than that, they're harmless. The next day, the Turners get a knock at the door, and it's Vera. She didn't come unexpected, though. Dorothy had called her. Dorothy and Vera then call Leanne into the room. Dorothy explains to Leanne that she realized after last night she really hasn't allowed Leanne to experience her independence. She then remembered that Vera has a dance background, and since Leanne has, quote, real talent, she thought she'd be perfect for something called dance semiotics. It's a 2-month class in New Jersey where you get a bunch of training and whatnot. Sean walks in and asks, what's going on in here? And Dorothy tells him, leave or be quiet. But Sean doesn't leave. And it doesn't take a genius to figure out that this, quote, dance semiotics class is a way for Dorothy to get rid of Leanne. Both Vera and Dorothy continue to try to sell Leanne on this class. Dorothy does ask Leanne if she wants to go, but doesn't even wait for a yes. She just books a train ticket on her behalf. Dorothy wants her out of the house so badly that she books the train ticket for the next day. And when Vera points out that classes don't start till Monday, Dorothy says, why wait? As both Dorothy and Sean are getting ready to go to bed, Sean is pretty pissed off that Dorothy did this without even consulting him. But in Dorothy's opinion, it's just not working. She had to do something. The issue for Dorothy is she no longer feels comfortable with Leanne around, and she certainly doesn't feel comfortable with Leanne being around Jericho, which is literally her job. And then there's the elephant in the room. As long as Leanne is there, the cult can come for her at any time. This starts a pretty big argument between Sean and Dorothy, because Sean feels like he has no say in his son's life whatsoever, and Dorothy feels like she's just trying to keep her son safe. They head off to bed, but Leanne doesn't. She continues to pack, but she also dances around the house, until eventually she makes her way in the basement, where she just sits by the pit and stares at it. The next day, Leanne comes downstairs with all of her bags packed. A couple of minutes later, Vera and Julian burst in. and Julian thinks this is a huge mistake. Vera tried to talk him out of making this speech, but he's not going to be quiet. He thinks by kicking out Leanne, Dorothy's being completely irrational. Dorothy then starts banging on the table and says, "Thank you for your concern, but Leanne is leaving today. That's it." Vera grabs Jericho because he's crying and escorts him out of the room to get away from all the yelling, because Julian is not backing down from this fight. But Vera overhears Julian use her addiction as a weapon against this decision, basically implying that her decision-making doesn't have a great track record. Eventually, through the argument, Leanne says, "It's fine, I'll go." She gives a hug to everybody in the room and then steps outside. When Leanne does leave the house, Vera comes back in and starts fighting with Julian about how he used her past history as a weapon. Dorothy walks into the kitchen to grab Jericho, but Jericho's not there. The baby doll is. Right away, they look at Vera because she was the last one with baby Jericho, and she's just as confused as everybody else. The weird thing is, they can hear a baby crying, so they frantically start looking through the house for Jericho. They run down to the basement, but Jericho's not there, and the ground starts cracking even worse near the pit. When they go back upstairs, they hear Jericho crying, but this time it's from the 3rd floor of the house. Vera, Julian, and Dorothy are running around the house trying to locate Jericho. Julian, the whole time, blaming Vera for turning her back on Jericho, but Sean doesn't join them. Instead, he goes and stares at the baby doll, trying to make sense of all this. At one point, Dorothy and Julian start looking around Leanne's room for Jericho. They go to the crawl space that leads you to Aunt Josephine's body, and when they open it up, a bunch of caterpillars come out of it. Right before you figure that Dorothy would find Aunt Josephine's body, she hears Jericho cry, so she runs out of that room. But everywhere she looks, she's coming up empty. The whole time this is going on, Leanne is sitting outside in the rain, not moving. Toby is telling her, "Leanne, we gotta go to the train station or you're gonna miss your train," but eventually she tells Toby, "Go home." Vera ends up bursting through the door and telling Leanne, "If you're as smart as I think you are, you'll get on that train and never look back." Because unfortunately, folks, Vera and Julian, well, they're over. Leanne then re-enters the house, just in time for Dorothy to come running back downstairs. Dorothy yells at Leanne, "Where is my son? You have 10 seconds. You know what I'm capable of." Leanne, though, very calmly says, "He's in the nursery. He's been there this whole time." But Dorothy knows that's impossible. She already looked in the nursery. She then hears Jericho crying and runs upstairs to see if he actually is there. And he is. As Dorothy is clinging to Jericho, Sean tells her Leanne stays. Because if Leanne's here, then Jericho's here. So Leanne's staying. Dorothy thinks this is ridiculous, that Leanne hid their child in some sort of prank. But Sean screams, "I'm not losing my son again." He then walks downstairs, brings Leanne's bags back in, and starts apologizing on Dorothy's behalf, telling Leanne that they would be grateful if she stayed. The whole time, Dorothy is screaming at Sean, "Don't you dare apologize to her." No one, though, is really listening to her. And Leanne tells Sean she will stay and then turns to Dorothy and says, "Thank you for trying to broaden my horizons, but I would never leave Jericho. If I'm not here, anything could happen to him." In episode 8, the homeless encampment is continued to grow. Now it's not just homeless teens, it's adults that are also obsessed with Leanne. And every morning she goes out to address her followers. When she comes back in, Dorothy, however, is very cold with her. Leanne will try to help out, but Dorothy's having no parts of it. She's also not letting Leanne get anywhere near Jericho. Because of that, Dorothy looks extremely run down. It's as if this poor woman has to raise her own child by herself. Thoughts and prayers. Dorothy's also being extremely cold to Sean. She's not even letting him sleep in the same bed. She feels like Sean was complicit in keeping Leanne in the house. So right now, it's Dorothy versus the world. Even when she is offered assignments at work, she has to turn them down because she, quote, doesn't have childcare at the moment. Leanne tries to offer to help, but Dorothy snaps at her and says, "Let me make this as clear as a bell. You will never touch Jericho again." With nothing else to do, Leanne just goes to the park. As she's sitting on a bench, Isabel runs by and recognizes her. Leanne was in the middle of crying about the whole situation with Dorothy, so she doesn't really want to be seen, but Isabel recognizes that face and sits down and has a conversation with her. She tells her that she's had that same face dealing with Dorothy. Isabel doesn't really bash Dorothy, though. She just goes on to explain how Dorothy's a perfectionist. It's really tough to live up to those standards. The conversation makes Leanne feel a lot better. So when Isabel says, "Hey, Wednesday, do you want to grab a cup of coffee?" Leanne says, "Yeah, okay." When Leanne comes home, Sean is hanging a painting with Julian. It's his latest effort to try to get back in Dorothy's good graces. He's doing everything he can think of, including fixing random stuff around the house. But Julian wants to have a conversation with Leanne, privately. He doesn't even get started, though. Leanne comes over with milk and says, "Pour me a glass." And Julian does it. But when the milk reaches the top, Leanne instructs him to keep going, which pours milk all over the counter and the floor. At that moment, Dorothy walks in, sees what's going on, and just has that reaction like, "You gotta be kidding me," and then walks off. After this weird behavior, Julian says, "I'm gonna go now." And Leanne tells him, "If that's what you really want." Upstairs, Sean starts showing Dorothy all the things that he did around the house. But Dorothy sees right through it. She knows it's Sean's way to try to get back in their bed. And doing work around the house isn't enough. Sean knows that in order to get back in their bed, he's going to have to kick Leanne out of the house. It once again starts a fight between both of them about why Leanne is still in the house, with Dorothy wanting her out and Sean saying she brought the family back together. It's difficult for Sean because Dorothy doesn't remember what happened to Jericho, the first Jericho. So in her mind, she thinks the family was fine before Leanne showed up, but they weren't. Sean needs somebody to talk to, so that night he goes and talks to Leanne. He explains that before he met Dorothy, he never really felt alone, even though he was. But when she entered his life, he needed her. And now that he doesn't have her, he feels more alone than ever. All he wants is to sit down, have a meal with her, hold her, and hold Jericho. That's it. In that moment, Leanne simply listening is all Sean needs. The next morning when Dorothy gets up, she's surprised because Sean is still in the house. They've pushed Gourmet Gauntlet a couple hours, so it gives him time to prepare a special meal. Since they missed the premiere of the episode, he figures he can have a small party with the family, and they can watch the second episode together. Dorothy immediately says, "Well, I'll call my dad and Courtney with a K." And that's not exactly what Sean was talking about. He really just wanted it to be very intimate, aka like him, Dorothy, Jericho. It's really it. Maybe Julian. But he has to make a concession to keep Dorothy happy. A couple hours later, after Sean leaves, Leanne is upstairs when she hears a siren, and she goes outside to see what's going on and sees an ambulance that's tending to what looks like a homeless guy on the ground. The homeless guy is awake and responsive, but then she sees Isabel talking to one of the EMTs and then handing him some cash. She then walks up to Leanne, not realizing that Leanne saw her interaction with the EMT, and she tells Leanne that she saw the homeless guy on the sidewalk and he wouldn't wake up, so she's the one who called the ambulance. EMTs say the guy was just dehydrated and he should be fine. Leanne doesn't ask any more questions, just saying, "No, you did the right thing." But she is absolutely suspicious of Isabel. Leanne then invites Isabel in because Dorothy's not there. She's been spending a lot of the time out of the house. Isabel brought some donuts, Leanne puts on some coffee, and the two women chatted up. Isabel is blown away by the fact that Dorothy keeps all of her tapes from every story she's done. But there's one story that catches Isabel's eye. She tells Leanne that it was a story that she actually brought to the table. She got a tip about a mobster getting taken down by the government. She even interviewed the guy in a false story a couple days before. Isabel put the whole thing together, but when she showed it to Dorothy, Dorothy said that Isabel didn't have the clout to sell it. The bosses wouldn't take her seriously, so Dorothy elected to do it for her. In the end, Dorothy got all the credit. Isabel tries to play it off like she's not upset about that because at the end of the day, the story got to air, but she's clearly not happy about it. Isabel then starts asking about Dorothy because she hasn't been at work and they're, quote, concerned about her. She asks if Jericho's okay because they were worried that something happened to him with the whole ambulance thing last year, and that catches Leanne so off guard that she spills her coffee all over herself. When Leanne takes off her sweater, Isabel sees that there's a giant scar on her arm, and she's concerned that Dorothy was the one who did it. Isabel says to her, "I'm not going to push, but if you ever need to talk about anything, I'm here." She then leaves, and Leanne just continues to go about her day. When Sean returns home, he goes downstairs to look for a bottle of wine to pair with the food he's going to make. He finds the perfect one, but he notices that there's sawdust all over the ground. He tries to look inside the wine rack, but he doesn't see anything. Doesn't mean it's not there, though. There's termites infesting that whole thing. Sean just heads upstairs, having no idea about the termites, and continues to try to make the meal. Later that night, Leanne goes and talks to her loyal followers. She holds some kind of prayer service, vigil thing, but at the end of it, she asks two of them what happened today. And they tell her that they have no idea why the ambulance showed up because the guy seemed okay. When they got there, nothing seemed to be wrong with this guy. Leanne then asks, "Did you happen to hear what the blonde lady said to the EMT?" And they didn't, but they do tell Leanne it seems serious. They then hand her the dagger, the same dagger they're supposed to use to kill her, and she gives a speech about how the dagger is what the Church of the Lesser Saints uses to control them. They use it out of fear, but she's not afraid anymore. And then she pricks her finger. She hands the dagger around and everybody starts pricking their finger, which is unsanitary and quite frankly very dangerous. When Leanne returns, she still has the dagger in her hand. And when she opens the back door, Dorothy is in the kitchen watching Gourmet Gauntlet, still trying to figure out how the hell she forgot all of that. It forces Leanne to hide the dagger behind her back. She then heads upstairs and puts the dagger back in the box. The next day, as Dorothy is home, she gets a knock at the door and she's very surprised because it's Isabel. And we find out exactly what Isabel was talking to that EMT about. The EMT filled Isabel in on exactly what happened the previous summer with Jericho. And now Isabel can get her payback. She tells Dorothy, "I'm going to ruin your career. I know what you did. I don't know how you're not in jail, but you're not going to get away with this." As they're having this conversation, Leanne in the background walks by and sees that they're talking, sees that it's hostile. As Dorothy asks Isabel if she's been talking to Leanne and Leanne doesn't know the full story, Leanne knocks over some pots and pans, which forces Dorothy to walk away from Isabel. The distraction in the kitchen frees up Leanne to have her own conversation with Isabel. She confronts her about if she talks to the EMTs about what happened with Dorothy, and Isabel says, "Yeah, I did. I'm sorry I lied to you, but it was a part of my investigation." She asks Leanne, "Is that your baby? Did Dorothy take that from you?" But Leanne's more hurt about the fact that she feels like Isabel didn't want to actually be friends with her. Isabel starts warning Leanne about how dangerous Dorothy is, and Leanne asks, "Well, what are you going to do?" And Isabel says, "I'm going to expose her. That woman should be in jail." Isabel gets called away for work, and when Leanne comes back inside, she gets confronted by Dorothy. She feels like this is a part of Leanne's petty revenge, but Leanne tells her, "I don't hold a grudge against you." She then heads up to her room and waits for that night's dinner. And slowly the family does arrive. First it's Julian, then it's their dad with Courtney with a K. Dorothy's dad pulls her in the room and asks, "Why the hell is this girl still here?" And when Dorothy explains how she tried, her dad cuts in and says, "That's the problem with you. You've always been too soft. It's held you back." Dorothy tells her dad that she's come up with a new plan. She realizes that Leanne should be sent away. We're talking institutionalized here. She asks her dad for help with this, but they get interrupted when Leanne comes in and offers them an hors d'oeuvre. The family then heads into the living room and gets ready to watch the second episode of Gourmet Gauntlet. But right as it's about to start, Dorothy gets a text message letting her know that Isabel is currently doing a story that she asked her bosses to give to somebody else. She demands that they change over Gourmet Gauntlet to the news, and Isabel is doing a breaking news piece on a shootout in Chester. Dorothy starts saying how this should be her. She should be the one doing the story. And Leanne says, "No, Isabel should be there, Dorothy." And then all of a sudden, on live TV, you hear someone shoot a gun, and Isabel drops dead, having been shot in the head. The entire living room is in complete shock. Everybody except Leanne. Her dad says, "Thank God you weren't there, Dorothy." But the only thing Dorothy can do is look over at Leanne, who has this sly smirk on her face. Episode 9 picks up right where Episode 8 left off. Dorothy is so mortified she goes out back, and Leanne follows her and says, "Are you all right?" And Dorothy says, "No." "What the hell was that, Leanne?" Leanne tells her, "I thought you'd understand. Isabel was going to hurt you. She was never going to stop trying to hurt you. I wanted to help." Dorothy looks at her disgusted and says, "Help? How?" And all Leanne can do is apologize and walk back in the house. When Dorothy walks back in the house, she sees that her father and Courtney are leaving. I guess after watching a news anchor get shot in the head, you're not really feeling up for watching Gourmet Gauntlet. It's 2022. You can DVR it. With Dorothy back in the house, Leanne heads back to the back. She starts looking all over the place for weed. She can't find any. And when Julian comes out, she questions him about it, but he says, "I got rid of it all." She then walks up to him and demands that he takes his pants off, which is every guy's dream. That's cool. And they start having sex. She thinks she covered up the cameras so that Dorothy can't see, but she did miss one. And upstairs, Dorothy is watching the whole entire encounter. All 3 minutes of it. The next morning when Dorothy gets up, Sean once again tries to get in her good graces. He asks, "What is it going to take to get you to stop icing me out?" And she tells him, "You know what it's going to take, and you've made your point clear." He then begs to just help her out. Let him hold Jericho while she take a shower or take a nap or something, but she says no. She says no, and then hands the food back over to him that he made for her, saying, "I can't eat this." She pours herself a bowl of cereal, but when she takes a bite, there's a bunch of maggots in them. She gets over it, Sean goes to work, and since Leanne has all been but fired, she puts on clothes and gets ready to go out. She heads over to the encampment, and Dorothy is watching from the upstairs room. While Leanne is out of the house, Dorothy puts one of the baby monitors and hides it in Leanne's room. She then starts searching around for Leanne's diary or drawing book, whatever you want to call it, and when she finds it, she snaps a couple of photos of the pages inside. When Leanne comes back, she has a feeling that somebody was in that room. She's even more suspicious when suddenly Dorothy is super nice to her again. But Dorothy wanted to confirm something. One of the pictures inside of that book was of Leanne whipping herself, so Dorothy wants to see her back. She puts Leanne in one of her backless dresses, and sure enough, Leanne has scars all over the place. She asks Leanne, "How did you get these?" And Leanne explains that she used to punish herself. Members of the Lesser Saints were supposed to be perfect, with no wicked thoughts, no selfishness. But Leanne tells her, "Don't worry, I don't hurt myself anymore. I don't follow their rules. I get to decide now." When Dorothy gets back to her room, she immediately calls her dad and leaves a message for him to call her back. But suddenly the time gets away from Dorothy. Her phone goes off at 2 in the morning, and she sees that it's her dad. When she calls him back, he says, "Dorothy, where have you been? I've been trying to get a hold of you all night." And she doesn't have an answer for him. The entire house is pitch black, and she starts hearing something coming from the attic. So she tells her dad, "I gotta call you back." She feels like Leanne might be up, so she heads outside to make the phone call to her dad. She asks her dad to send one of his friends, who's a doctor, over to the house to do an evaluation on Leanne, because Dorothy wants to get Leanne committed. She needs a doctor to sign off on it. Dorothy's going to make the case that she presents a clear and present danger not only to herself, but to others. She's clinically insane. She says, "I'll send you the photos, but make the appointment. I'll talk Leanne into talking to the shrink." The next morning, she starts gently pitching Leanne on talking to a doctor, saying how much a therapy session really helped her and Sean in their relationship. She says to Leanne, "After the kind of childhood you had, you really should talk to somebody about it." Leanne isn't so sure, so Dorothy asks, "What if we did it together? I have been thinking about our relationship. I really want to understand you, Leanne. I want to be close with you again." When Leanne hears that they can do it together, it changes her mind, and she agrees to it. The next day, Dorothy's father's friend, Dr. Mackenzie, shows up at the house. Dorothy gets him set up in one of the rooms to do the evaluation on Leanne. She introduces Dr. Mackenzie to Leanne, and then tells Leanne that Dr. Mackenzie thinks it'd be best if they started interviewing each other separately. But that wasn't a part of Leanne's agreement. She really thought that they were going to do this thing together. Dorothy sells it to her with the fact that this will give Leanne the opportunity to speak freely. Leanne is still hesitant, but the doctor's standing in front of her. Dorothy's kind of pushing. She agrees to it. With Leanne in her therapy session, Julian shows up and Dorothy gives it to him, yelling at him that she asked him to not have sex with the nanny, and there he is, having sex with the nanny. Julian tells Dorothy that she simply doesn't understand who Leanne is, but Dorothy is convinced that she understands Leanne better than anybody. Julian tells her, "I think it'd be best for everybody if you could find a way to make peace with Leanne." But Dorothy can't figure out why both Julian and Sean are terrified of Leanne. When Julian finds out that he can't talk to Leanne because Leanne is talking to Dr. Mackenzie, he freaks out. He doesn't think very highly of Dr. Mackenzie, and he's mad at Dorothy for getting their father involved in this situation. Julian ends up leaving, but he calls Sean on the way out and says, "You got to get here now. Shit's hitting the fan." Back in the house, Dorothy waits for the session to end with Leanne. When it does, she heads back in and talks to Dr. Mackenzie to see if he got everything that he needed. But he asks, "I still need more background." And when Dorothy starts talking, she sounds like a crazy person. She starts getting animated. It makes Jericho start to cry, and she really has to compose herself. As Dorothy is bawling her eyes out to Dr. Mackenzie, Leanne heads out to the back where the teen from the homeless encampment comes up and shows Leanne a jacket saying it's Milos. Milos must be the name of the homeless teen with the heart condition. She tells Leanne that they found the jacket out front and they can't find him anywhere. This is concerning. Leanne hides the jacket, heads back inside just in enough time to see Dorothy walking Dr. Mackenzie out. Right as he's about to leave, Dorothy's father shows up. He tells Dorothy, "Let's have a little chat." When Dorothy mentions going to get Leanne, Dr. Mackenzie says, "Your father's expressed some concerns to me, but his primary concern is keeping his grandson safe." Dorothy's agreeing with all of it, and when she screams for Leanne, Dr. Mackenzie tells her, "Leanne is not the person I was sent here to evaluate today. The person was you." Dorothy at first has trouble processing all of it. At that moment, Sean walks in wondering what the hell is going on. No one will answer Sean's question, and it's not like Dorothy knows what's going on. So her father has to spell it out for her. "You're not sleeping. You won't let anyone touch Jericho." And then Dr. Mackenzie jumps in and explains that the situation she's in just isn't safe for her or the baby. Furthermore, she seems to have developed a paranoid fixation with Leanne. She starts trying to plead her case, but she sounds even crazier. She also feels completely betrayed by her father. And her father tells her, all we want is for you to go to some place and rest. It's worth mentioning that Sean is standing there trying to get some clarification on all of this. He's as pissed off as Dorothy. Mackenzie explains that he's legally required to report any situation with a child in danger. He's not going to do that if Dorothy accepts some kind of treatment. But if she refuses help, he has no choice. When Sean tries to step in, Dorothy's father says, we all know what happened before. You handled it your way, now we're going to handle it my way. That's when Leanne finally comes downstairs. She says, Sean's right. This is wrong. We can all support Dorothy's recovery. We can do so from right here at home. Dorothy is an amazing mom. She holds this whole family together. Jericho is not in any danger, by the way. Dorothy has no problem letting me hold him. Do you, Dorothy? And this pressures Dorothy to hand over Jericho for the first time in a long time. It gets both Dorothy's father and the doctor to agree to not force Dorothy into some kind of treatment. The doctor does, however, give Dorothy some pills to help her, quote, sleep. She takes it, but she's terrified. And in the season finale, things aren't going great for Dorothy in the house. She's kind of just in a fog. Julian, Sean, Leanne, they're all very attentive to her, but all of those tiny straws are adding up to break the camel's back. Sean and Julian let Dorothy know that she doesn't have to take those pills if she doesn't want to, and her father is not welcome back in the house. Leanne, though, speaks up, saying, Frank isn't the problem. The problem is you and me. What you tried to do to me, having me sent away, a lot of people wouldn't be able to get past that. But I came here to help you, even if it's not what you want me to do. I need you to stop fighting me, so we can all go back to being a family. I want to start fresh. Dorothy, I forgive you, and I will always forgive you. Dorothy apologizes to Leanne, saying that now she sees she was just trying to help. She won't get in her way again. She thinks a fresh start sounds like a great idea. Sean and Julian, however, don't believe that for a second. They think that Dorothy's planning something. She's just keeping them out of the loop. In Julian's opinion, Leanne is harmless. She would never hurt Dorothy. But Sean says, we really should keep an eye on both of them. Dorothy and Leanne head off and start working out together. But when Leanne leaves the room, Sean enters and asks Dorothy, let me in on this. What are you planning? She ignores Sean's statement and says, when Dr. Mackenzie said that I could be a danger to Jericho, I looked in your eyes, and you did believe that. I'll never forget that. And then she just walks out. While those two were talking, Leanne decided to do a little spring cleaning. But it wasn't just dust and old things. It was Aunt Joseph's. She finally decides to get rid of it. Good for her. As she's disposing of the remains outside, Roscoe shows up, and Leanne asks, have you heard anything about Milo? And he tells her no. I can't find anything on him. Leanne is convinced that the Church of the Lesser Saints have taken him. That night, in a really weird sight, Leanne gives Julian a bath. Because a grown, able-bodied man has trouble with that sort of thing, Leanne decides to help out. But she asks him, do you think Dorothy's real with this? And his warning to her is, Dorothy's not one to suffer injustice. Leanne, however, is willing to put the past behind them. After everybody leaves and Dorothy's in bed, Leanne heads downstairs where she sees Sean drinking a glass of wine, and he asks her, did you have anything to do with Isabel? Leanne, though, says, I think you've had too much to drink, which Sean points out isn't an answer. But Leanne can tell that something is bothering Sean. He tells her that he thinks that Dorothy's going to do something stupid. But then Sean realizes exactly what he just said and tells Leanne, wait, you got to promise me that if she does do something stupid, you won't hurt her. That statement, however, disgusts Leanne. As Leanne heads back upstairs, a painting falls off the wall. But it wasn't some magic created by Leanne. It's because that house is infested with termites. Sean just hasn't figured it out yet. The next morning, Leanne, Jericho, and Dorothy head off for a walk. They decide to head over to the park, where Leanne introduces Dorothy to all of her, quote, friends. As Dorothy is surrounded by Leanne and her cult, Leanne pulls out a piece of paper and lets Dorothy know that Channel 11 is looking for a new morning anchor. The one they have is about to retire. One of the homeless people found this email outside the trash of the TV studio. Leanne points out what an amazing opportunity this could be for Dorothy. This could be all that Dorothy ever wanted. Dorothy doesn't think that Channel 11 will have her, and Leanne says they might. I just want to show you, though, we're on the same side. This also shines a light on the fact that Dorothy needs to fire her agent ASAP because her agent should have known this sort of thing. Dorothy's agent shouldn't be usurped by a homeless person. Later that night, Dorothy is giving Jericho a bath where Jericho says his first words, Mama. But Dorothy's excitement quickly vanishes when she realizes that Jericho isn't looking at her. He's looking at the door. And Dorothy's self-consciousness gets the best of her, where she thinks that maybe Jericho had seen Leanne and said mama to her. She has to forget about it quickly, though. She's cooking dinner that night. After she puts Jericho down to bed, she heads downstairs, starts cooking the meal, and has Julian and Sean taste test. Sean is blown away at how good it is, and Dorothy tells him, "You made this for me the week that we moved in." She then has everybody sit down, where she brings out a really expensive bottle of wine, and a sentimental one at that. It's a bottle of wine that belonged to their mother, and Julian is dead set on not opening it. Dorothy points out, though, that Julian doesn't really have much of a say. He's sober. And Julian says, "This isn't about me, it's about Mom." As soon as we open that, she's gone. Dorothy's well aware of that. That's why she's doing it. Leanne then weirdly pressures Julian to breaking his sobriety, saying, "Have a glass of wine. You can get back on the wagon again. You've done it before." And Julian says, "Okay, go ahead. Open it up. We all know I was going to relapse anyway." So they open up the bottle and they start chomping on the food. And everybody enjoys a really nice dinner. After dinner, Dorothy goes up and apologizes to Sean. She tells him, "You found faith. I turned to anger. I'm sorry." And in turn, he apologizes. But outside, they have an issue. Roscoe is in the street with Uncle George. And he tells George, "I'll be able to do what we need." George says, "Hush." Her story begins. It feeds on darkness, grows stronger each night. Things are decaying. The house is filled with parasites. Can you smell the rot? Roscoe doesn't know what any of that means, so he asks him, "What the hell happens now?" And George says, "The end." And it looks like it's going to be the end of Sean and Dorothy. In the middle of the night, Dorothy wakes up and she starts packing a bag. She's planning on taking off with Jericho, but before she can even get downstairs, she's caught by Leanne. Leanne asks her, "Where will you go?" And Dorothy says, "Somewhere far from here." When Leanne asks, "Can I come?" Dorothy snaps at her, "No." Leanne tells her she will follow her wherever she goes. It doesn't matter how far. And Dorothy says, "You can have it all. You can have my husband, my brother, the house, whatever. Just leave me with my child." Leanne then says, "Dorothy, I'm doing this for you." She grabs her and starts yelling for Sean and Julian, waking up the entire house. Sean comes out wondering what the hell's going on, and both he and Julian think that Jericho is in imminent danger. They start trying to calm Dorothy down, but it's just escalating the situation. When Leanne asks Dorothy, "Why do you want to leave me?" Dorothy snaps, yelling, "I'm not your mother. I'm your boss. You convinced these two idiots to believe you, but I don't. Just let me go." Dorothy is backing up until finally she has nowhere to back up. She's against a banister. Leanne says, "I'm sorry." And then all that termite damage causes the banister to break. Dorothy throws Jericho up. He is narrowly saved by Leanne, but Dorothy crumbles 3 floors down, and Dorothy is severely injured. And that is the end. But Season 4 picks up a few months after the incidences at the end of Season 3. Dorothy is in rehab. The road to recovery has not been easy for her, but the good news is she's on her way back. In fact, that day, she's poised to come home for the first time in weeks. It hasn't been all bad for the Turners, though. Sean's show is doing great. Gourmet Gauntlet is set for another season, and he is the star of it because he has basically become the Philadelphia version of Gordon Ramsay, telling everybody their food sucks, throwing plates, and the crowd loves it. They've got merchandise, they've got cardboard cutouts. Sean Turner has become an absolute star. On this particular day, though, Sean and Julian have gone off to pick up Dorothy from the rehab center. This is leaving Leanne at home alone to get the house ready for Dorothy's return. Leanne throws a cake in the oven for Dorothy, and then she remembers that she bought Dorothy some flowers, but they're out in the car. She runs out to grab them, but when she returns home, she notices that the door is open, and she definitely closed it. So she enters the house on high alert, and she was wise to do so, because somebody from the church has snuck in the house. Leanne is able to fight them off by hitting them over the head with a pot and fleeing to the car. But she's also pretty confused because the homeless encampment near the park has been keeping an eye on her, really protecting her. But they missed this one. They dropped the ball, although it wasn't their fault. They were forced to leave the park after the police scooped them all up and dropped them off at a random location. Leanne frantically texts Roscoe as to where they are, but Snake grabs the phone and explains that it wasn't their fault. And when she says that a neighbor must have called the police, Leanne says no, it wasn't a neighbor, it was definitely the church. As Leanne is sitting in her car, looking all over and seeing people that she suspects are from the church, she tells Roscoe, Snake, and the rest of the group, just get back here as soon as possible. I'll be able to fend these people off in the meantime. She then tries to call up both Sean and Julian, but no luck there. They both send her straight to voicemail. So this is on Leanne to get back in the house, or just out of the car. At one point, it seems like enough time has passed, so she decides to start making her way out of the car, but she does see a hot dog vendor who's on his cell phone. He looks innocent enough, but Leanne's fallen for that before, so she grabs a pen as she makes her way to the house. But when Leanne gets distracted by a bicyclist and she looks up and the hot dog vendor is nowhere to be found, that's when the hot dog vendor strikes, showing his true colors. He is, in fact, a member of the church, and Leanne tries to fight him off until eventually it becomes deadly. She stabs him in the neck with the pen. A woman who's jogging and passing by notices what happened, and she doesn't ask if Leanne's okay. Instead, she goes to check on the guy who was stabbed in the neck. Leanne is kind of frozen, watching this woman checking on the guy who just attacked her, but the woman is also a member of the church. With one hand, she is checking on the guy. With the other hand, she's grabbing some oils. She turns around and throws them in Leanne's face, blinding her temporarily. Leanne quickly tries to make her way back into the car, but in doing so, she drops the key fob underneath the car. This gives the woman a little bit of time to grab Leanne, but Leanne is once again able to fight her off. It's as if members of the church smell blood in the water because a bunch of them come out of the woodworks, surround the car, and start banging on it. It takes Leanne smashing on the horn, which draws attention to them, to finally get them to leave. Basically, these people come out when the street is empty, when no one's looking at them. With Leanne safe in the car for the time being, she splashes some water on her eyes to try to get her vision back, and she thinks she sees Aunt Josephine sitting in the back seat, but it's only for a second. When she gets her bearings together and she notices that the street is clear, she hops out of the car, grabs the key fob, and gets back in and starts the vehicle up. Before she can pull out, though, she notices an old car pull up on the street, stop, and a man get out. The man isn't alone, though. There are two twin girls standing in front of the car, watching him. This mystery man walks up to the driver's side window and starts talking to Leanne. He tells her, "You must come back. It's what's best for us all. We don't want to hurt you." But Leanne, never once looking at him, replies, "But you can't hurt me. I'm not who I used to be. I'm something more. And there is nothing that any of you can do to stop me." He then draws a triangle with two lines coming out of it on the window and backs up from the car. But at this point, there are a lot of people standing in the street watching her, and they're all from the church. Not only that, but there's also a lot of smoke, because members of the church have stuck a bunch of leaves in her exhaust pipe. They're trying to smoke her out. In her quest to get out of the parking space, she never even noticed it until it's too late. She starts choking on all the smoke. She finally looks in her rearview mirror and notices one of the members of the church literally sticking leaves in the exhaust pipe, so she decides to back the car up, pinning him against the vehicle behind her. She still, however, is stuck in the vehicle, and it still is filled with smoke. She needs to do something, and that's when you get a reenactment from Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. Pigeons suddenly attack everybody that's on the street. Now, members of the church are so focused on getting attacked by birds that they don't even notice that Leanne has opened up the skylight to get some clean air. Now, one member of the church does notice this, and he does go and attack Leanne, but right away, he himself is attacked by a bird. These pigeons quite literally scare the members of the church off the street. When Leanne finally gets to the front steps of the house, that's when Snake and Roscoe show up and ask her what happened. And she doesn't tell them. She just says, "It's over. You can go." Leanne heads in the house, cleaning up the mess that she caused when she fought off the initial attacker, and then continuing to prepare for Dorothy's arrival. A short while later, the ambulance drops Dorothy off, wheeling her into the house, and Leanne does say hello, Dorothy, but Dorothy doesn't even respond to Leanne, doesn't even look at her. Instead, just telling Sean, "Take me upstairs." Later that night, with Sean attending to Dorothy, after Julian puts Jericho to bed, Leanne asks him, "What do the doctors think?" And he says, with spinal injuries, it's hard to say. Best case scenario, if she continues with the PT, she'll be able to regain most of her mobility. Worst case, I don't even want to think about. Leanne, though, is optimistic, saying, well, she's home now. She'll get better. Julian isn't so sure, though. Once Sean exits the room, Leanne quickly asks how she's doing, and Sean says she's resting. But when Leanne offers to go check and see if she needs anything, Sean stops her and says, "I just don't think that's a good idea." She needs space from all of us. He then tells Leanne goodnight, and he shuts the door on her. Leanne is standing there pretty shook. She's dumbfounded. She doesn't really know what to say. She feels bad about what happened to Dorothy, and she wants to make it right. She wants to help out. She even baked a cake for Dorothy, but it's clear that her help isn't wanted. But when Sean closed the door, a light bulb in the family basement bursts, and another crack appears. Except this time, the crack doesn't stay in the house. No, this time the crack bleeds on out into the street. And this crack is huge. In episode 2, Leanne convinces Sean to go to a GQ photo shoot that he wasn't planning on going to. He wanted to be there for Dorothy, but Leanne convinces him, "No, don't worry about it. I got it." After Sean leaves, Leanne heads upstairs with breakfast for Dorothy along with all of her medication, but Dorothy is not happy to see her at all. She wants to know where Sean is, and she gets super uncomfortable when Leanne tells her that Sean went off to work. When she heads downstairs, Julian is taking care of Jericho. Leanne asks Julian if she can make a meal for Dorothy, and he says, yeah, but it's not going to taste like Sean's. He then goes on to say, oh, by the way, I don't think we should be together when Dorothy's home, recuperating. And Leanne looks at him and says, well, Sean's at work and Dorothy's upstairs healing, so we have to be them now. She then gets up and walks out of the room so Julian can make that dish. And when he finishes it, Leanne takes it upstairs, where Dorothy was watching the news. There's been a violent crime surge in Philadelphia, and the news was covering it. Dorothy, though, doesn't believe that Julian made it. She's very suspicious of anything that Leanne makes her. On top of it, she's pretty miserable because she's scratching all over the place. Because of this, she's pretty nasty to Leanne. She flat out tells her, I don't want you anywhere near me. And when Leanne tries to feed her the food, she spits it out right on Leanne's shoe. Leanne is trying to be very, very patient with Dorothy, but it's tough. She tries to win her over with a welcome home gift. She took all of Jericho's old clothes that he grew out of, and she made a quilt out of it. And one of those items was the yellow onesie that Jericho was wearing the night he died. It's dead center. This really infuriates Dorothy, who yells at Leanne, it's a mother's job to give away her child's clothes, not yours. Leanne then leaves, and a few hours later she returns. Dorothy still isn't eating, and she's concerned about it, so she decides to incentivize her by bringing in Jericho and letting Dorothy see him. This is the first time she's seen him since the fall. Because of this, Dorothy gets super excited, and she doesn't care when Leanne demands that she eat some food before Leanne hands him over. Although the visit lasts all of maybe a minute before Leanne grabs Jericho back and says, all right, that's enough. We don't want you overexerting yourself. Leanne puts Jericho back in his crib, heads downstairs, and she finds Toby in the kitchen. Toby's helping out with Sean while he does all the GQ gourmet gauntlet stuff. Toby can tell that there's something going on with Leanne. She just looks miserable. And she confides in him that Dorothy came back from the hospital, and even though she thinks she knows better, she doesn't. It's really bothering Leanne that Dorothy is acting the way she is. About an hour later, there's a knock at the door, and it's Courtney. Leanne answers and tells Courtney, yeah, Dorothy's resting right now. But to Leanne's surprise, Courtney says, well, Dorothy texted me to come over, and basically forces her way in. She heads upstairs and starts laughing with Dorothy. The two are chatting. And with the door cracked, Leanne is standing outside of it watching all of this. That is, until Courtney gets up and closes the door at Dorothy's behest. Leanne heads downstairs and is just sitting on the step, thinking about everything that's happened that day and how nothing she's done has worked, when Sean comes back. And when she asks Sean, what are you doing here? He says, well, Dorothy asked me to come back. And the fact that Dorothy texted Courtney and called Sean upsets Leanne even more. But there's a bigger issue. There's a full-blown bedbug infestation all over the block. There are bug crews outside going door to door handling it. The Turner residence hasn't been touched, and while neither Sean or Leanne have been itchy, they decide to check, and sure enough, there are bedbugs all over that house, which would explain why Dorothy keeps itching. And her scratching has gotten worse and worse as the day has progressed. As Sean goes room to room, figuring out which of them has bed bugs, Julian is downstairs trying to get in touch with an exterminator that can help him out quickly. That's when his dad knocks on the door in a full hazmat suit. The good thing is he brought hazmat suits for everybody. Sean comes downstairs, starts putting the hazmat suit on, but he's in a situation because he can't move Dorothy. All he can do is wait for them to get an exterminator. But while Sean and Julian are putting on the hazmat suits downstairs, Dorothy is awoken to Leanne shaving her leg. It's a super weird scene. It's with a straight razor. It freaks Dorothy out. And when she kind of tries to kick Leanne off of her, she ends up cutting her leg pretty good. Leanne is so frustrated by this because she's trying to do a nice thing for Dorothy, or at least that's the way she conceives it in her head, that she grabs some, goes over to Dorothy and starts smashing it in her face to, quote, give her some color. And Dorothy bites her. That causes Leanne to storm out of the room. A little while later, Sean finally comes upstairs and sees Dorothy for the first time. She's pretty pissed off at him for taking this long, and he explains, I came home as soon as I could, and I've been here for a while, but we're dealing with a bedbug infestation. Don't worry, though. I'm going to handle it. What Dorothy's more concerned with, though, is the fact that Sean left her alone with Leanne. At this point in the day, Dorothy and Leanne are the only ones not wearing a hazmat suit. Dorothy, because it'd be too much of a pain to get her in it, and Leanne, just by choice. It might be because Leanne is just so damn frustrated. As she stands over Jericho's crib, Julian comes in, and Leanne vents to Julian, it doesn't matter how much I give you guys. Either you or Sean or Dorothy. You guys are just miserable all the time. I mean, do you know how horrible it feels to be taken for granted? It's infuriating. It's like bugs crawling under your skin. And then she walks out. But it's interesting timing saying that with what's going on. Leanne continues, though, doing her job. She goes and grabs a bedpan and storms into Dorothy's room where she interrupts a conversation between Dorothy and Courtney and tells Courtney to kick rocks because Dorothy has to go big potty. Right before Courtney leaves, Dorothy says, you'll make that call for me, right? And Courtney assures her, yep, I will, and then walks out. That's when things get downright disgusting. Because Dorothy does go to the bathroom. She does pee in the bedpan. But as Leanne is trying to wiggle it out underneath of her, Dorothy intentionally bumps into it and piss flies all over Leanne. For Leanne, this is about the final straw. She tells Dorothy accidents happen, but I just have to clean up after you all the time. And then she strips her down, leaving her on the bed with nothing but that quilt from Jericho's old clothes. On the first floor, though, the bedbug situation has gotten worse and worse. I mean, it's got to be one of the worst cases anyone's ever seen. The frustration of not getting an exterminator in a timely manner is getting to everybody. So Julian walks out and talks to one of the guys saying, dude, you're not doing anything. Can you please get in that house and do something? And while this lowly worker goes to get his boss to talk to Julian about the situation, one of the people from the homeless encampment walks up and says to Julian, it's fantastic, isn't it? Her gifts grow every day. You must be in awe. I mean, look at this. She did this to protect us from those that want to do us harm. She's shielding us, shielding your family. Julian brushes this woman aside, just saying, I think it's just more of a matter of hygiene. But the woman grabs him by the arm and says, you can feel it, can't you? When you're close to her, there's something that pulls you in and tells you that she is the way. It's her power. And while he doesn't admit it to this woman, yeah, there is something about Leanne that he can't quite pinpoint. At dinner time, Leanne brings up Dorothy's dinner, and Dorothy is crying, saying, do whatever you want, just let me see my son. Leanne, though, doesn't even respond to that. She tells Dorothy, you used to like me. What happened to that? And Leanne is fighting back tears as she says this. Dorothy shoots back, I realized what you are. You're evil. Leanne processes this and tells Dorothy, I'm starting to realize something about the people around you. They love you very much. But I think even more than that, they're afraid of me. It used to bother me, but I'm starting not to mind it so much. I mean, I think they're so afraid that they wouldn't even step foot inside this room if they knew that I was in here. Probably not even if you screamed. So right now, I'm all you've got. And then she leaves, leaving Dorothy terrified. At nighttime, the hail comes, and so does Uncle George. He comes stumbling down the block and asks one of the exterminators how many houses were affected. And the guy tells him it was basically the whole block. The good news for the Turners is the exterminators have finally arrived. But the bad news for Sean is GQ wants him back the next day, which he can't quite figure out. He just did a full interview with them. And now they want him back. It's weird. Leanne is listening to Sean complain about this, but there's still stuff in the house that she needs to do. So she goes about doing it, but when she comes up from the basement, she notices that the front door is ajar, and she gets concerned. She heads upstairs to see if Dorothy is okay, and to her surprise, there are two strangers standing there, and Dorothy seems very, very comfortable. Dorothy informs Leanne that these two women are the live-in nurses that Dorothy hired to help her. This really blindsides Leanne, and when she asks Dorothy, why? Dorothy just says to her, I think you know why. You're not going to win this battle, Leanne. You can go now. And then the two nurses close the door in Leanne's face. In episode 3, the live-in nurses introduce themselves to Julian, Sean, and Leanne. Their names are Roberta and Beverly, and they seem nice enough, but Leanne is very skeptical of them. She's convinced that they're a part of the church, and they're just slithering their way into the house. They'll be living in a room next to the basement. It's sort of a part of the house, but not really. You have to go out of it to get into the actual main house. It's sort of like a quasi-apartment next door. Leanne was supposed to live in there, but she never moved in. That night, Leanne is having pillow talk with Julian, saying how they're definitely members of the cult, but Julian says, "No, I checked their references. They seem legit. Maybe you should give them a chance?" And Leanne snaps, "Well, maybe you should look harder." Whether she likes it or not, Bev and Bobby, as she goes by, well, they're here to stay. They've even brought gifts for everybody. It's books. In the morning, they start giving it to the people in the family. They give Julian a book on organization. They also give Sean a book on how to better communicate with his wife. And Leanne gets a book called Social Skills for Teens. Nobody really appreciates these gifts. They also got Jericho a stuffed animal, but as soon as Leanne sees it, she just tosses it in the trash. Bev and Bobby being there is helpful in a way. It's freeing up Sean and Leanne to do other things. That day, because the schedule allows it, Sean makes Dorothy one of her favorite meals. But Dorothy isn't in a great mood. She's frustrated because Bev and Bobby continue to have her do the same exercises that she's been doing for months with no improvement whatsoever. She just wants to be better at this point. She rushes the rehab so much that she forces them to help her stand up and walk, but she can't. She ends up face planting. They help her get back in bed and tell her, "You gotta stay in bed for a week. Give your body time to recover." Dorothy doesn't want to sit in bed for a week. She brings up an alternative method. There's got to be something else that they can do. And Bobby says, "Yeah, we can talk about it." As they finally leave Dorothy's room, they're approached by a very angry Leanne. Even though Leanne threw that stuffed animal out, it reappeared. So she approaches both Bev and Bobby and says, "Is this supposed to be some kind of warning?" "Well, I don't know what you're waiting for. Go ahead. Do what you want to do." Both Bev and Bobby have no idea where this is coming from or what she's talking about. They explain that they bought that doll from the Amish in Lancaster. But Leanne doesn't believe any of it. She also doesn't appreciate the fact that they reorganized part of her room. After the confrontation, Leanne storms off, and Bev and Bobby head downstairs to find Sean getting rid of the meal that he cooked for Dorothy and she didn't want. They have a serious matter to discuss with Sean. It's Dorothy's hope. They feel like it's waning quickly. They're also concerned about the mood in the house. They tell Sean that Leanne doesn't trust them. Julian doesn't open up to him. And it's clear to them that Dorothy resents Sean. So they want to get down to the root of it all. They ask Sean to tell them everything. And he tells them that he doesn't think the family copes well with loss. He doesn't bring up Jericho's name, instead bringing up Dorothy and Jericho's mom as an example. That's when they suggest that everybody get down and do a seance. Later that night, everybody meets in Dorothy's room. Candles are lit, and while nobody expected her to show up, Leanne does. Bobby runs the seance. People are going to put an item on the table to channel the spirits, and the first item that's put on, Bobby finds a spirit. Dorothy thinks it's her Uncle Robert, and Bobby says, "Yeah, that's him. He's here." The next person that Bobby brings up fits the description of Dorothy's mother. It's worth mentioning this entire time, Julian doesn't believe any of this is real. Bobby ignores Julian's criticism and tells Dorothy that this woman, who fits her mother's description, is telling Dorothy that it's okay to need support. She also adds in that it's time to forgive yourself. People make mistakes. And that has Julian's ears perk up. Bobby then notices something else. She says it's a warning. She's seeing the house that they're in, but it's different. The paint's peeling, the floors, the walls, they're rotting. She's then on the street and she can see a black vision in the windows moving about. She knows that it's evil. And whatever this evil is, it is tethered to the house. But it's also tethered to the family. All of this is very disturbing for Dorothy to hear. But it gets even more upsetting when Bobby says she starts to hear a baby crying. Dorothy, forgetting what happened to Jericho, says her grandmother lost a child once. Maybe it's hers. But Julian and Sean, knowing what happened, try to put an end to the seance right then and there. As they ask Bobby to stop, she clutches her ears and starts screaming in pain. Sean is trying to put an end to it. Dorothy, though, is pleading with Bobby to keep going with it. And finally, Bobby says, "Yeah, it's time to close the door to the other side." But Leanne steps forward and says, no, I still have an item that I want you to look at. And she puts the dagger on the table. Leanne thinks that that was the item that Bobby and Bev were looking for in her room when they rearranged everything. But Bobby says, I've never seen that before in my life. And Leanne yells at her to pick it up. She starts getting really descriptive on how Bobby is supposed to use it, just in case she forgot. Both Bev and Bobby are both pretty mortified by this. And they're also very confused when Leanne says, why don't you tell everybody who you really are? She then bum rushes Bobby and rips the shirt off her back, hoping to see scars there to prove her point. But there's nothing. It's just the back of an old lady. Sean and Julian turn the lights on and help Bobby to her feet. Sean also yells at Leanne, saying, you can't rip the clothes off of everybody who comes into this house. It's at that moment that Leanne admits Bobby and Bev aren't one of them, but she had to make sure. And then she gets kicked out of the room by Dorothy. Later that night, Julian comes and confronts Leanne about what she did and asks, how far were you going to go if she had scars on her back? And Leanne tells him, I would have killed her. Leanne is visited that night by Bobby's vision. As Leanne is dreaming, she has a nightmare. She gets so spooked that she goes into Dorothy's room and sleeps on her one-person bed. When Dorothy wakes up in the middle of the night and notices that Leanne is spooning her, she gets very concerned and very freaked out. In episode 4, it is Halloween, a holiday that Leanne has never once celebrated. But while she doesn't celebrate it, the city does. I mean, there's vandalism from Mischief Night all over the place. And let me just say, it must just be this block because I've lived in Philadelphia all my life and we've never seen this. And while it's scary to come out to your car and see a dick sprayed in shaving cream, what's even more scary is what's going on inside the house with Leanne. She's confiding in that mannequin, acting like it's her mother, and saying how she hurts people when she gets angry, and she's starting to like it. After having this hard-hitting discussion with that mannequin, she heads up to the attic and finds both Bev and Bobby going through a bunch of the items from Dorothy's mother. They're looking for a last-minute costume for Jericho, and they're just having trouble finding one. They ask Leanne if she's planning on getting dressed up, and she says no, Halloween's for children. But Bobby says, oh, no, it's not. Halloween's a space to embrace your fears. You know, indulge in your darkest fantasies. This gives Leanne an idea. After Bev and Bobby rummage through that trunk, she takes the trunk outside to the homeless encampment. She opens up the trunks and says, I want you all out in the streets tonight. They're coming for me. They infiltrated my neighborhood. I think they've even bought one of the houses on the block. So tonight, I'm going hunting. These people are really good at hiding who they are, but if I get close enough, they always reveal themselves to me. But with these costumes, tonight we get to hide who we are too. As Leanne was talking to her homeless homies, Sean decided to decorate the house. Halloween has always been a favorite holiday of Dorothy, and she's just been in such a bad mood that he wants to brighten her spirits a bit. Julian tells Sean, this is a lost cause. As long as me and you are Team Leanne, Dorothy's never going to approve. And Sean is a little taken aback and says, I'm not Team Leanne. But Julian says, are you sure about that? She seems to make everything work out all right for you. It's something Sean's never thought of, but now the seed is planted in his head. Sean decides to decorate the house anyway, sending a picture to Dorothy, and she actually does like it. She gives him tips on putting more blood outside. But she's dealing with her own issue. The costume that Bev and Bobby put Jericho in, it's just not right. And Bev asked Dorothy, what did you put him in last year? Maybe we can dress him up in that. But the thing is, Dorothy can't remember. And the fact that she can't remember really bothers her. She feels like she is a terrible mother for not being able to remember what she dressed her child in on his first Halloween. She's also concerned that she has this whole period in her life that is just blank. She has no idea what happened. Sean comes into the room and interrupts this conversation because he's taking Jericho out. He decides to dress Jericho up in a lobster outfit, and he's going to play the chef. It's time to go trick-or-treating. But as Sean heads out, Leanne gets ready to do the same thing. She dresses up as this morbid doll. Right before she does head out, she's having a conversation with Julian, who's tasked with giving out the candy. And like most Halloweens, the doorbell rings quite frequently. That's when Leanne shows her ignorance to what Halloween actually is, because she grabs one such kid, scaring the crap out of him and dragging him into the house. It forces Julian to apologize to the parents, and he goes, what the hell are you doing? Halloween's about a PG scare, not a scare that sends you into therapy. He's legitimately pissed. He's also out of candy, so he leaves to go grab some more, and Leanne sees somebody standing outside that looks like they're just a trick-or-treater, but Leanne, being cautious, has her dagger behind her back. It turns out, though, it's just Toby. Leanne heads out to go on this hunting spree, and Toby follows her along, even though she continually tells Toby not to. The first house she goes to that she's suspicious of, it just turns out that they're cranky. They're new to the neighborhood, but they don't really pose a threat. The second house that Leanne was suspicious of, there's nothing there either. Leanne really tries to provoke the homeowner by even going inside this guy's house, but he doesn't, quote, reveal himself like somebody from the cult would. The fact that Leanne is striking out, it's really frustrating her. To make things worse, even though she told Toby to go home, she's got him following along. But then she gets to a point on the street where she realizes that whoever is behind her is not Toby. And that's when she figures that it must be somebody from the cult. So she attacks them, breaking their arm in half. Although it wasn't anyone from the cult. It was just a stupid teenager trying to scare her. Leanne isn't remotely remorseful about this. She simply likes terrorizing a little too much, and this is the holiday to do it. Her final act is terrifying a little girl who had the audacity to say, "Boo," at her. Using whatever power she has, she's able to set off the electricity boxes, sending everybody fleeing away from the street. It's as if the electrical wires literally just got cut by something. The fact that she's dangerous comes as no surprise to one individual who was watching her the entire night. It's her Uncle George, who was hiding behind a very simplistic ghost costume. He's been using Roscoe as a sleeper agent. Roscoe stopped by the encampment, but all they were doing was just getting drunk and partying in costumes. They weren't really being effective like Leanne wanted them to. So when he meets with George, he tells him they've all gone crazy. And George says her ideas are spreading into others. I mean, she's even attacking children. George's big concern is they waited too long to stop her, but at this point, their plan has to work. Roscoe's big concern is the fact that he has kids, and if Leanne finds out what he's up to, she's going to come after him and them. But George says, if she wins, there will be no world for your kids. We need you. You've kept us close to the family, and they're the only way that we can reach her. Roscoe is still a little bit concerned about this, and George can sense that, so he tells him, fear not. Certain pieces are already in place, and when the time comes, even the Turners will be ready to help us. George isn't wrong about that. When Leanne gets home, she's got a huge smile on her face as if she didn't just terrorize the entire block, but she can tell that something is wrong with Sean. He sits her down and says, I owe you everything. I know that. And I'm so grateful. But if it means losing my family and losing Dorothy, I don't want it. Leanne, though, cuts him off right there and says, Sean, you've already made your choice, so be an adult and deal with the consequences. And then she leaves. Sean then heads upstairs and wakes Dorothy up and says to her, I'm sorry. I only did what I thought was best for our family. I've lost you, and I'm not okay with that. And as long as she's in the house, you're never going to forgive me. So I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to get rid of Leanne. The next morning, when Sean wakes up, he's able to get Dorothy into a wheelchair. This is the first time that Dorothy's mobile since the accident. They get her downstairs, and Leanne is beside herself. She yells at Sean, she's not ready for this. But Sean just looks at her and says, Leanne, it's fine. We got this. When Sean goes to grab Bev and Bobby and Leanne in her room, somebody slides a note under the door, and Dorothy takes it upon herself to grab it before Leanne does. Leanne is probably right. Dorothy isn't ready for that strain just yet because she falls out of the chair and it's pretty painful. She is, however, able to grab the note before Leanne notices. When they get in their bedroom, Dorothy and Sean open up the letter. It's addressed to them, and it is, in fact, from the church. The note says, CLS has laid claim to a nearby sanctuary. We want our wayward flower back. Give us an opportunity this Thursday after dark, and your family shall be left in peace. This could be the opportunity that the Turners were looking for to get rid of Leanne. Basically just giving her up to the church. While Dorothy thinks it's an absolute gift, Sean is a little more hesitant. He tells her, the church wanted this before. They failed. And Dorothy says, well, they'll be better prepared this time. Dorothy really wants this to work out. She knows she has to play some kind of role in it, and while she doesn't want to outwardly hand over Leanne to the church, she wants to set them up in a situation where it's very convenient for them to grab her. So she decides to hold a cocktail party, welcome all the new neighbors in the area to the house. And there's a lot of new neighbors. They know that this is risky. They can't let Jericho out of their sight during this party. They can't risk losing him again. And while Leanne will put up a fight about it, they'll just have Bev and Bobby distract her. They also don't want Julian getting in the way, so they get him one ticket to the Sixers game, and he has no interest in going solo. Dorothy gets serious with him and says, well, we can't have Leanne go with you. We need her here. And honestly, this thing between you guys is weird. We need to know what side you're on. Julian takes offense to it and tells them, keep your ticket. I don't know what you guys are plotting, but this is Leanne's home now. She belongs here. And Sean disputes that, saying, actually, Julian, she doesn't. This sparks a fight between the two, where Julian does have a good point. He realizes that they're trying to get rid of Leanne, and he says, every time you've tried that in the past, you've failed miserably. Julian doesn't want to have this conversation, though, in front of his sister. She's too far gone. He feels like he can talk to Sean about it. And what he's learning is Sean is firmly on his wife's side. Sean points out the elephant in the room, that Leanne has some kind of supernatural ability. Julian gaslights Sean, and Sean says, okay, I challenge you. Watch what happens around her in the next couple days. And if you don't feel like anything's wrong with her after these couple of days, then you can medicate me. He goes to get ready to head out to go invite these neighbors to the party, and Leanne stops him. She says, you really should be on set. And he lies, saying that there was a last-minute schedule change. But Leanne knows that it's a lie. And she says to him, in a very creepy way, you know, you really shouldn't keep secrets from me, Sean. And then she lets him go about his business. He goes door to door, inviting all the neighbors to the cocktail hour on Thursday. Everyone seems really receptive to it. There is a younger couple across the street who just moved in, and they do seem like they would fit the narrative of people from the church, just because they seem to be hunkering down for the apocalypse. Ironically, a chef doesn't know what a Costco trip looks like when he sees one. Either way, if they are from the church, they're exactly who Sean is looking for and exactly the kind of person that Sean wants to invite to this party. And they agree to come. That night, Dorothy and Sean are discussing their plan, how to go around the room and subtly question people on why they bought a house in the neighborhood. That's when Dorothy looks outside and Leanne is basically holding a church service in the homeless encampment. She's showing them part of her secret. She has a book, the same book that Sean's found before with weird drawings of things that have happened, and she starts ripping pages out, giving it to the homeless people, telling them, if you want something, you write it down on the piece of paper. Then the answer's going to come to you. You just have to believe that you deserve it. Dorothy can't believe that it's gotten this bad, just because she hasn't been out of bed this long. She can't believe that this group has grown to this size. All this does is confirm to Dorothy that Leanne needs to get the hell out of here. The next morning, Sean wakes up, he starts making some food for this party, and Leanne walks downstairs. She grabs a butcher knife and says, isn't it funny how some things that are so useful can be so deadly when in the wrong hands? And then she starts jabbing the butcher knife into her hand. Sean slowly takes it away from her, but he is concerned. She then starts questioning him on why he's having this party, and he uses Dorothy's lack of social interaction as the reason. Leanne, though, knows that's not true. Whether she likes it or not, that night the party rages on. All the neighbors show up. A lot of people have shown up just because they're big fans of Sean. There's an older couple that seems to be really infatuated with Sean. At least the wife does, and the husband doesn't really seem to mind. But as the night goes on, they start questioning the group, one by one. If they bring up art, they question who their favorite artists are to find out if they're faking it. They start questioning their religions. They try to bring it up as if it's natural conversation, but they're really bad at this. While this party goes on, though, Leanne isn't sitting idle. She's making her way around the room and asking very similar questions to Dorothy and Sean, but she's also having some of her minions from the park rummage through neighbors' houses. She, just like the Turners, have the same questions. Which one of their new neighbors is from the church? Snake gets the answer to that. As she's in the apartment of the couple across the street, the same couple that just seemed to be going on a Costco run that piqued Sean's interest earlier, she finds a very interesting needlework. It is absolutely creepy as hell. And it says, wash my sins with blood, anoint me with your spirit. Being a former member of the church, Snake knows what church items look like, and she knows that this couple is, in fact, from the Church of the Lesser Saints. The issue is they don't have a way to get this news to Leanne. She's still in the party, although Dorothy is trying to set it up where she gets taken. She sends Leanne outside to lock the patio gate. And the husband of that woman who was really into Sean goes outside, but he doesn't go to attack Leanne. He goes to hit on her because turns out this couple has a very open marriage. He felt like there was a vibe. There clearly wasn't a vibe. It's just a creepy old guy trying to get laid by a way younger girl. Dorothy actually breaks up the uncomfortable conversation when she realizes that this guy isn't taking Leanne. Leanne thanks Dorothy because, as I said, it is an uncomfortable situation, but Dorothy snaps, "That wasn't to help you." And Leanne asks, "Why can't you just be nice to me?" Dorothy gets closer into the light and says, "Listen to me. We do not have a relationship that needs amending. We have nothing. I've tolerated your presence only because I've had to. But I'm not an invalid anymore, and I have no obligation to care about you. And trust me, I don't." They both then have to head back into the party and act like everything's normal. Dorothy and Sean, though, realize their plan isn't working. They need to do something else. That's when Dorothy comes with the idea of Sean going down in the basement and cutting the circuit breaker and give whoever needs it the opportunity to take Leanne. A couple minutes later, the whole house goes dark. Sean comes back upstairs holding lights for everybody and claims that this is a normal occurrence. It's an old house. Even after this, though, Leanne hasn't been taken, and frustration is mounting for Dorothy. She pulls Sean aside and says, "Can you make it any darker?" But he assures her, "You gotta be patient. We're so close." And Leanne overhears this. She knows the Turners are now setting her up to be taken by the church, especially after she overhears Sean say, "We did everything right. They want her. This is nearly over." Leanne's pretty mortified by this. But Sean wasn't wrong. It is nearly over. Because a few seconds later, Leanne has a bag put over her head and she's trying to be kidnapped out of there. The younger couple from across the street is trying to get her out the door, but Leanne's putting up a damn good fight. Both Dorothy and Sean see it happening, but they just allow it to happen, not intervening at all. That's when the entire house starts to shake. The cracks in the basement, they get way worse. But the cracks in the basement lead to cracks in the house. It's as if the house is on a fault line and there's an earthquake going on. Because the house is shaking, items fall from the ceiling and it hits the attackers directly on their head. It seems to finally stop when Leanne takes the hood off, but not before she scares the crap out of Sean by having the chandelier fall just inches from landing directly on him. Everybody's pretty scared in the house. Julian is holding a crying Jericho and he's cowering in the corner. He's starting to realize that what Sean said might be true. Leanne, though, is pissed off. She looks at all of them and says, "We're a family. What is it going to take to make you understand that?" She then walks out of the house and sees the destruction that she caused. A complete sinkhole has opened up on the street. It's huge. And Leanne seems very proud of herself. In episode 6, the sinkholes have made the news. It's a huge deal around the city, so much so that the mayor is thinking about evacuating the entire block. But he hasn't done it yet, and Leanne decides she's going to throw Jericho a birthday party. The problem is, it's not his birthday, so it's a 1.5-year-old's birthday party. It's a party that Dorothy has no interest in whatsoever. She doesn't even want to go, but Leanne tells her, "Well, you wouldn't want people to think you're an uninvolved mother, would you?" Just like everything with this family, it's a point of contention. Leanne has prepared all of it, inviting the guests, and even having a petting zoo. That's still not enough to get a decent crowd, though. Leanne invited people way too late. And as this pitiful party rages on outside, inside, both Dorothy and Sean are wondering if the cult just gives up trying to get her after the events of the other night. Dorothy says aloud, "There's got to be some way to end this." And Sean looks outside and says, "Yeah, Julian. Maybe there's a way we can still get through to him." The Turners then reluctantly do head outside, just in enough time to hear Leanne give a super weird speech thanking people for coming. Leanne notices, though, that people don't have the hats that she ordered on their heads. She commands Julian to go inside, and that's when Sean takes his opportunity to try to get through to Julian, although it's not working. Julian still thinks that Sean is overreacting to all of it, that there's nothing wrong whatsoever with Leanne, and he's completely oblivious to the fact that he is whipped. Sean continues, though. It gets really heated, and it only ends when Leanne calls for Julian, and he jumps to it. Even though Leanne's intentions for this party were good, it ends up being a little bit of a disaster. The petting zoo that she ordered, well, the pets aren't well behaved. A goat starts ripping up Leanne's dress. It makes Leanne have to go inside and change, and when she does, she hears the faint crying of a baby. She follows it up to her bathroom, and sure enough, there's a baby she doesn't recognize in her tub. She's kind of confused, but then somebody is hiding behind the door and attacks her. It's somebody from the church. This person has help, though. They have help from the neighbors across the street. They're back. All three of these people work in tandem to try to get Leanne down, throw the oil in her eyes, and go through the ceremony. Leanne, though, using some ingenuity, is able to attack all of them, stabbing the one girl in the thigh and knocking the other two out. She makes a call to one of her minions, telling them that there are three of them in the upstairs room, and then she heads back downstairs as if nothing happened. While she was away, though, Dorothy made an attempt to convince Julian that he needs to think about this relationship. When she says to Julian, "You're clearly picking sides," he says, "I'm not. I just feel bad for her. Her mom was not nice to her, dragging her to all these pageants." And Dorothy remembers that on her first year on the job, she covered pageants. She saw firsthand how mean these mothers were. Once Julian is able to get away from Dorothy in the conversation, he gets instructed by Leanne to go in the house and get the cake. The problem is he can't find the candles anywhere. As he, Leanne, and even Sean start looking around the house for the candles, they hear a goat banging on the glass. It's really bizarre behavior. The goat continues to bang and bang until finally he bangs his way through the door, breaking the glass. When he does, it causes Julian to actually drop the cake. Leanne instructs Julian to clean up the cake and walks outside as if that is a normal occurrence. It gives Sean another opportunity to pitch Julian on the fact that she is weird, something's going on. Julian, though, is still in denial. He walks outside, they start to sing happy birthday, and that's when all hell breaks loose. The Dorothy that was hired to be Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, she's been drinking the whole time. She knocks in the table of food, which causes Julian to fall backwards and the cake falls on top of him. This fake Dorothy then pukes on a guy, exorcist style. He knocks into the petting zoo, where a couple of snakes get loose. Leanne ends up getting bit by this fake Dorothy's dog, fake Toto. It's a pretty bad bite, and Beverly notices it, and she says, "We got to clean that up. I have some hydrogen peroxide in my apartment. Come on, come downstairs." Leanne reluctantly heads downstairs with Beverly, but the whole time, she's looking at the disaster that this party has caused. As she's sitting in the chair in Beverly's apartment, thinking about what went wrong, she feels a pinch. And it's Beverly, injecting her with something. It's definitely not hydrogen peroxide. Leanne stands up because now she knows that Beverly is with the church. But whatever Beverly injected her with knocks her out. As Beverly prepares for the ceremony downstairs, upstairs, the conversation between Sean and Julian continues, and it gets really, really heated. Blame gets thrown around regarding Jericho's initial death, and it causes the two to actually come to a physical confrontation. It only stops when the two start smelling smoke, and they realize it's not coming from their part of the house, it must be coming from downstairs. That's because Beverly had lit a fire to heat up the dagger. Julian knows that he has to go save Leanne, and while he heads downstairs, Sean is yelling at him to let it happen. But Leanne never needed Julian's help. She woke up and saw Beverly dancing, whipping herself, but when Beverly went to the drawer to grab the dagger, Leanne just started staring at her. It caused Beverly to freeze right in her tracks. So when Julian gets downstairs, he's shocked because there's Beverly frozen still, but her hand is huge. I mean, it looks like Andre the Giant's hand. And then the rest of her body starts to swell. Leanne is fixated on her the entire time. Finally, Beverly drops to the ground and is frothing at the mouth. She's not doing well. And when Sean makes his way downstairs, he's really surprised to see her in this kind of state. While Sean is concerned for Beverly, and so is Julian to an extent, Leanne isn't. She's actually laughing at it. Sean calls an ambulance for Bobby, and a little while later, the ambulance takes her away. Roberta claims her innocence, telling Dorothy that she had no idea. She knew Beverly for years, but she didn't know this side of her. She ends up resigning over it. All of this, though, has finally woken Julian up. He realizes now that Sean was right. The two apologize to each other, but now they have a bigger issue. What to do about Leanne. After everybody goes to bed that night, Dorothy starts thinking about what Julian said about the pageants. There was also something that Bobby said about Leanne's infatuation with Dorothy. So Dorothy decided to go looking through her old tapes, and she finds one from covering a pageant. And she's shocked because when she pops it in, sure enough, there's a 9-year-old Leanne Grayson, interviewed by a young Dorothy Turner. In episode 7, Dorothy, first thing in the morning, calls her news director and says, "Hey, I've got this clip. I need you to look into it." It's the clip of Leanne from years ago. Most of the time when you're on the news, you have to fill out a form saying that you're allowing the news to use any video of you. Because of this, Dorothy thinks that there might be some information lying around the station regarding Leanne. But the news director tells her we have nothing. This is a pretty big blow to Dorothy. She's not the only one having a rough start to her day, so is Julian. He couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so he got up, he snuck down Sean's office, and he opened up this book with angels and demons and Lucifer, God. Everything's got his mind just swirling at the moment. Julian needs to confront Sean about this book. He does so, and they go in the basement to discuss it. After doing some research, Sean thinks that this is what's called the Faustian bargain. When she's angry, things go bad. When she's happy, things go well. And all of this remains intact if they stay loyal to her. Sean knows that it sounds crazy, but it was also crazy when a doll turned into his son. He starts pointing out that what if that headstone that Julian found of Leanne, what if it wasn't fake? What if it was real? What if Leanne actually died and she came back as something? The cult believes that they're servants of God. What if Leanne was one of those servants, but when she left, she became the, quote, fallen angel? As the two are talking about this, though, Julian starts hacking up a lung, as if he can barely breathe. Julian cannot get a word out. And now he's questioning if Leanne did this to him. As they're writing down possible solutions for the Leanne problem, Roscoe pops out of nowhere. He tells both of them that there's someone there to see them, and it's Uncle George. They go meet in Bev and Bobby's old small apartment. And they're pretty surprised because Uncle George looks like he's had a complete makeover. He no longer looks dirty, he actually looks normal. He tells both of them, it's time I told you the truth. He tells them that he's recently left the church and he's here to right some wrongs. One of those wrongs is Leanne. Everything going on, it's all a scam. He explains that Leanne's family died in a fire, but Leanne had blamed herself for this. Because she blamed herself, she was a perfect candidate to joining the Church of the Lesser Saints. So they recruited her, telling her that she had actually died in that fire and she was reborn to be a servant of God. What they didn't factor in for was just what a nut job Leanne is. It's been a snowball effect where now Leanne believes she's actually special, like she's something else. In reality, she's nothing special because the beliefs of the church have always been an illusion. What Leanne is deranged, delusional, but also very ordinary. Sean cannot believe this. He says, I've seen too much. And George points out some of the more recent things, like what happened with Bev. That was because of a snake bite from the petting zoo. As for the loss of taste back in the day, that could be because she was putting something in his food. Sean brings up splinters, but George says, oh yeah, she would do that to punish us as well. She would hide him in our bed. But then there's the big one, Jericho. George gets up and shows them where she got Jericho from. The house that they're in is very old, and there's actually an alleyway that used to be for sick people. It's pretty much hidden. You'd have to look for it to really see it. Hell, Sean didn't even know about it, and that's where they would bring Jericho in. Jericho is the baby of a drug addict that Leanne found passed out in the street dead. Leanne took the baby and used it as Jericho. When she needed to hide Jericho, she would put it in that apartment, tucked away in the tunnel. Then she would bring him back out when need be. So then it begs the question, why them? And George tells them that she's been obsessed with Dorothy. Dorothy interviewed her when she was a young girl at a pageant, and she's just followed her around ever since. George knew that it was an obsession, but he felt like it was a healthy one. So once a year, they would find Dorothy, find where she was broadcasting from, and just kind of watch. But the obsession became a bit too much. And when she saw what happened with the original Jericho and the job opening popped up, she took her shot. This allowed her to get the mother that she always wanted, Dorothy Turner. George apologized once again to him, but at the moment, Julian and Sean are both pretty shocked by this. He then tells them, though, ultimately why he came. He wants Leanne back. They don't really have much pushback to it, and they both go their separate ways. But when George gets in front of Roscoe, he's a little pissed off. He overheard their conversation. He was outside. And he says to George, wait, everything you told me was a lie? I mean, I left my family for your faith. And George tells him, you played your role. I believe it's time we return your family. The story here isn't nearly over. While Sean and Julian were downstairs talking to Uncle George, Dorothy was upstairs trying to dig into more information about finding out who Leanne is. Although she pretty much comes up empty. There's no new information. Everything she finds is much of the same. That night, though, everybody has dinner and no one brings up what they did during the day. Dorothy doesn't say what she was doing. Julian and Sean don't say who they were conversing with. It's actually like they're back to being a normal family. Dorothy's in such a good mood, she actually cooks. But this nice dinner gets hostile quickly when Sean says, I think I'm going to cancel my contract with the TV show. And Leanne says, you can't do that. And Julian, of all people, snaps and says, he can do whatever he wants. Leanne stands up, looks at all of them, and says, you should be very careful, and then leaves. But after what they found out, none of them are all that concerned, although they probably should be. They were lied to. Because as they're having dinner, George is whipping himself, apologizing for the lies that he told that day. He knows that by doing so, he's putting the Turner family in grave danger, but he also says, this is the last hope, and they need the strength to bring the fallen one back to the fold. In episode 8, Philadelphia has gotten hit by a freak storm. I mean, it's really, really bad. It's like a hurricane has hit the city, which is very unusual. It's so bad that rats are literally fleeing the sewers. Most of the news just thinks that it's a coincidence, just a bout of bad weather, nothing more. But Leanne, she knows that it is something more. She knows that it's something up there that's trying to get at her. And she's not worried because she knows how powerful she is. What does scare Leanne is the fact that she's quickly losing support in the house. She had one ally, and it was Julian. But lately, Julian's been super cold to her. So she knows that she has nobody left. With this storm, she really has nobody left because Snake comes to the front door and says, this is too difficult with the storm. We can't really stay here. She doesn't come right out and say that. She hints at it. And Leanne, who isn't worried at all, gives the okay for them to get to safety, saying that she'll be fine. Once she does give this order and Snake gets back to the encampment, everybody flees. So at this point, really is just Leanne on her own. This is ideal for George and the church, but they're relying on Julian and Sean to get Leanne down to the tunnels to deliver her to them. That's easier said than done. Neither Julian or Sean really want to be the guy to lure her down to the tunnels. They feel like that it's going to be too obvious something's going on, but ultimately they know what they have to do. And in the middle of the night, they've agreed to lure Leanne down and deliver her to members of the church. While Julian and Sean are downstairs in the basement discussing what a difficult situation this is going to be for them, not letting go of Leanne, but just delivering her outright, Dorothy has to get up in the middle of the night because she hears something coming from Jericho's room. She knows that it's nothing to do with Jericho because he's sleeping next to her, but she's just concerned that someone's in there. And when she walks in, she's surprised because the window is open in the middle of the storm. And there's Leanne just sitting, taking it all in. The rain in her face, the wind, all of it. Dorothy closes the window because it's getting water everywhere and tells Leanne that she's got to clean it up, which Leanne does. While Leanne is cleaning up the mess, these two once again have a conversation about why Dorothy doesn't like Leanne. And Dorothy looks at her and says, the world is full of people. Why does it have to be me whose approval you're seeking? Leanne ignores that question and says, well, even Sean and Julian don't like me anymore. Maybe you can explain to them that I'm not a monster? But Dorothy doesn't say a word to that, just fiddling with her back brace and saying that she's going to go readjust it in her bedroom. She doesn't, though. She decides to hop in the shower, and Leanne decides to go up to the attic. But just because Dorothy closed that window doesn't mean Leanne's about to not experience what's going on outside. She opens up the skylight and starts laughing in the face of God, yelling at him, "Is that all you've got?" That's when Julian comes upstairs and finds her in this state. He's done so to lure her downstairs, but he's also very concerned because it's very odd behavior. When he does finally get her down from the ladder, she says, "Don't you see, Julian? It's all for me. All of this. The storm, everything." Julian kind of ignores this and just asks Leanne to come downstairs, but after the way he's been treating her lately, she's pretty hesitant to do so. And that's when Julian grabs her and yells, "Sean, come on, quick." They don't mean to do it, but as they're carrying Leanne downstairs, they drop her. She hits her head. She's pretty dazed, but it does allow Julian and Sean to get her easily down into the tunnels. They put her in a wheelchair, tie her hands. It's pretty easy access for Uncle George. When they get down to the meeting point, it's not just George, though. It's two other members of the church, and they have a fire going. Julian's pretty concerned about why exactly they do have a fire going, and he wants to know who these other two people are, but Sean insists, don't even worry about it. Just, it's not our business. Come on, let's go back upstairs. And the two do that. that is when things really take a turn. Because normally the church would try to go through the ceremony, but Uncle George doesn't try to do that. He tells Leanne that they've messed up trying to do that. It hasn't worked. They can't kill her. So what he tries to do is put the dagger into her hands and convince her that she needs to be the one to do it. She needs to be the one to set this family free. He's doing so in a very calm tone, a very convincing tone. It seems like he really is convincing her that ending her life on her own terms is the right move. But then he makes the mistake of saying, God will forgive you all of your sins and your wickedness. And Leanne doesn't think that she has any wickedness. This pisses her off so much that she plunges the dagger through George's head, killing him instantly. She then calmly gets out of the chair and kills the other two members of the church. She finishes it all off, going through the ceremony and then lighting George's body on fire. She starts to head upstairs where a very surprised Sean and Julian hear her coming, and they can't believe it because they still believe that she's nothing more than a deranged girl. So how did she escape? Sean is definitely scared. He grabs a knife, but as he's walking towards the basement door, a gust of wind is so powerful that it breaks the glass and it plunges the knife into him. So there's Sean, stab wound and all, and that is when Leanne makes her way upstairs and sees what happened. She's not all that worried, though. Julian certainly is. He immediately starts to apologize to Leanne for what they did and says, my phone's in the other room. I just have to go and call 911. And it seems like Leanne's going to allow him to do that. But when Julian walks by the basement door, which is open, she pushes him in. He hits his head. He's pretty delirious, and he falls into that pit, the same one that is reopened in the basement. Leanne then casually walks over to Sean, pulls the knife out of him, which is very painful, and calmly calls 911, saying, we need 2 ambulances. Dorothy, who is upstairs, hears the commotion, and she's pretty concerned because she has no idea what is going on or what's happened with Sean. And when she asks Leanne what's going on down there, Leanne just says, you should make sure Jericho's okay. A little while later, though, the paramedics show up. They put Julian in a gurney. They take him out. But as they're taking Sean out, Leanne whispers into his ear, I am never allowing you back in this house again. And then he's taken away. Once everybody's gone, Leanne heads upstairs to find Dorothy sitting on the step, and she asks Leanne, what did you do? But Leanne, in a very sly tone, says, I didn't do anything, Mrs. Turner. It was an accident. You know how accidents can happen. I guess it's just me and you now. And that is a terrifying situation for Dorothy. In episode 9, it's just Dorothy and Leanne in the house. Dorothy calls the hospital to try to get in touch with Sean, but the operator puts her on hold because as she tells Dorothy, look outside. There's a lot of people looking to get in touch with loved ones. And that's because the storms have continued, and they're really bad. We're talking torrential downpour. It looks like Hurricane Katrina outside. Eventually, Dorothy is connected with Sean, and Sean asks, hey, can anyone hear us? And he sounds like he's in rough shape. Dorothy lets him know, yeah, it's me and Leanne here, indicating to Sean, be careful what you say. He tells both of them, but it's directed at Dorothy, that he doesn't think he's going to be discharged anytime soon. It'll probably be a couple days, maybe even a week. He knows that this is tough for Dorothy to hear because now she's all alone in the house with a psychopath. So he's going to send over Toby with some of her favorite things. That way, at least, she has some food, good food. After she hangs up with Sean, Dorothy goes upstairs to tuck Jericho in bed. And that's when Leanne decides to make a phone call to Sean. She kind of starts mocking Sean on the fact that he was so close to death, but he just didn't die. And he tells her, Dorothy's stronger than both of us combined. She'll fight you. To which Leanne tells him, rest well, Sean. After you heal, you're going to have to build yourself a whole new life. And then she hangs up. She then heads into Dorothy's bedroom and tells her, I'm going to stay here tonight. And it's not like Dorothy can say no. She's terrified. But when Dorothy wakes up, Leanne isn't in her room. It's still raining outside really badly, but she's survived the night at least, and so has Jericho. She makes her way downstairs where she sees that Leanne has rearranged some furniture. When Dorothy asks her, why did you do this? Leanne says, couldn't sleep. I was too excited. Leanne then suggests that maybe her, Dorothy, and Jericho sit down to watch a movie, but the doorbell rings, and when Dorothy mentions that that's probably Toby, Leanne decides to get the hell out of there. She doesn't want to run into Toby after what happened last time. She excused herself to use the bathroom, and Dorothy has to hobble on over to the door to grab this package. But when she grabs it, Toby's nowhere to be found. There is a card, though, that says, behind the construction, pretend like you're talking to Toby. We need to talk. It can't wait. So Dorothy follows these instructions, pretending like she's talking to Toby so that Leanne doesn't come over to see why she's taking so long. This does, in fact, work. When Dorothy gets back in the house, she tells Leanne, hey, why don't you go upstairs and pick a movie for us? And Leanne says, what, you think I'm stupid? You're just going to try to escape. But Dorothy points outside to the horrible weather and says, Leanne, where the hell am I going to go in my condition? Still, Leanne doesn't take the bait and says, you know what, we'll just watch a movie in the living room, and she puts on The Wizard of Oz. Dorothy knows that she has to find some way to sneak out of the house. So, in the middle of the movie, she says, I'm just not feeling great. I think I'm going to take a pill and knock myself out for a bit. And then she asks Leanne if she'll watch Jericho, giving him a bath, reading him some books. Really, the whole time, just trying to get Leanne distracted. Leanne says sure, and then they go through the song and dance of Dorothy hobbling upstairs and getting into bed. But as soon as the coast is clear, she hobbles back downstairs and painfully sneaks out of the house in the pouring rain. She finds a car, and inside of it is Sean and Julian. She's a little surprised because Sean sounded really bad on the phone, but he was just talking it up. He needed to get in touch with his wife, and he needed to do it without Leanne standing over her shoulder listening to every word. Once Dorothy gets into the car, they actually try to leave, but Dorothy's not willing to leave without Jericho. Dorothy has completely blocked out what happened to her last August with Jericho, and that's really why Sean and Julian wanted to talk to her. It's the final thing they need to take care of, getting her to remember what happened and the fact that that child is not their son. Julian and Sean know they have to tread carefully with this, and as they gingerly set up the story, Dorothy is getting more and more agitated because she doesn't remember any of it, and she also has no idea where this story is going. I mean, it takes Sean and Julian 50 words to say happy birthday, but eventually they do get Dorothy to remember exactly what went down, and they tell her everything. And when she finds this out, she is hysterical. I mean, she goes into a legitimate fit of rage, kicking, scratching, clawing. And as Sean predicted, she blames herself. She's completely inconsolable. She makes her way out of the car into the pouring rain where Julian and Sean just have to console her. Eventually, though, they do get her up and get her back in the house. And that's when they scream for Leanne. They tell Leanne, it's over. We just told Dorothy everything she knows. But the whole time, Leanne was a little suspicious. While she put Jericho down, she kept looking outside the window, and eventually, she looked at an angle and saw that car. And there weren't supposed to be any cars on the street because there are legitimate sinkholes, massive ones. So it didn't make any sense to her. She knew that Dorothy, Sean, Julian, they must have been up to something. So while Dorothy was learning about what happened to Jericho, Leanne was taking Jericho away. So when they walk back in the house, there is no Jericho. There's just a doll. At this point, Dorothy is still in complete shock. She hasn't said a word. Sean and Julian are trying to make the case that Leanne needs to go. This is crazy. She clearly stole that baby from somebody. But that's when Leanne starts telling her side of things. She starts telling Dorothy that she can do incredible things. And the most incredible thing she did do was bring Dorothy's son back. And Dorothy can have everything that she wants. All she has to do is say the word yes. As Leanne is imploring Dorothy to say yes, Julian and Sean are saying, Dorothy, don't do it. But Leanne keeps preaching that Dorothy can have everything she wants. She can have her son back. All she has to do is say those words. Yes. So at this point, it's a literal battle between Sean and Julian begging Dorothy to say no, and Leanne whispering in her ear, encouraging her, just say yes. Dorothy finally speaks, but it's not to answer Leanne's question, it's to tell Sean and Julian to go wait in the car. Both of them don't want to do that. They start telling Dorothy, you don't know what she's done. For all we know, she could have the stolen baby in the house somewhere. But Leanne says she doesn't, and Dorothy says she's right. There's no baby here. She then gives Sean a look and says, I'll be fine. And Sean looks at Julian and says, all right, let's get in the car. We have to start trusting her. Her being Dorothy. Once they do leave, Dorothy just starts slowly making her way up the steps, acting like Leanne isn't even standing there holding this baby doll. Leanne is finally able to get Dorothy's attention, and Dorothy just asks, what are you? To which Leanne says, it doesn't matter. I'm yours. And now you don't have to hurt anymore. And we can be happy again. But Dorothy just shakes her head and says, I can't, and goes upstairs. Leanne waits a little bit, but Dorothy still hasn't come downstairs, so Leanne heads to the attic and eventually ending up on the roof, where she starts screaming at God or whoever is her higher power. This was the one thing that I wanted. Why couldn't I have it? And as she's screaming this, Philadelphia is under a torrential downpour. The likes that Noah would be like, crap, like it's really raining out here. As Leanne is screaming, she looks down in the street and she sees somebody from the church with those two twin girls. It's not Uncle George, but it's somebody else, and they're clearly there for Leanne. As she's staring at them, she gets a surprising visit from Dorothy, who has made her way up to the roof and decides that would be the best location to have a conversation. During the storm of the century, she tells Leanne, I know that was my son. I know you gave him back to me, but I can't let you do it again. It was the kindest thing anyone has ever done for me. I would have given anything to have him for one more minute, and you gave him to me for months. But this pain that I feel now, that's part of my love for him. I need to feel it, and that's why I can't ask you to bring him back. You're not evil, Leanne. And Leanne cuts her off and says, no, I am evil. I'm bad. She then tells Dorothy the story of what happened in Wisconsin. When the house went on fire, she went into her room and she hid because she felt like she would get blamed for it. And in that moment, for the first time in her life, she was happy because she wanted her parents to die. The last thing she remembers is Uncle George taking her away. She yells at Dorothy, he brought me back. But I didn't deserve it. Dorothy, however, tries to remind her that she's not evil, saying, I met you when you were that little girl. You remember? And of course Leanne remembers. It's a pivotal moment in her life. Dorothy continues, telling Leanne, you should have been loved. I would have been so proud to have a daughter like you. The roof is then hit by a bolt of lightning and a piece of metal flies at them where Leanne has to knock Dorothy out of the way in order to save her. When that happens, Leanne starts saying, I'm too dangerous to be around. But all Dorothy cares about is getting back inside. Because they are getting soaked. I mean, this is ridiculous. They could have this conversation inside. It's dry in there. Once they get inside and dry off, Leanne tells Dorothy, Jericho forgives you. And Dorothy really appreciates that. Dorothy and Leanne then head out to go meet up with Julian and Sean, who are waiting in the car. Julian wants to get a move on because they have to get Sean back to the hospital. His stitches opened up, and the roads are getting really, really bad. Dorothy gets in, but Leanne says, I think I should stay. Dorothy says, no, it's not safe, Leanne. Get in the car. And Sean and Julian even tell her to get in the car, but she says, no, I don't think I should. Dorothy continues to implore her to get in the car, and Leanne says, I just have to get something inside that Uncle George left me. And then she looks right at Julian and says, take care of them. That's because Leanne has no plans of heading back into that car. She heads into the Turner house, locks the door, and heads down the basement where Uncle George's body was to grab the dagger. She then douses the entire house with gasoline and heads up to the third floor where she drops a match and watches that baby melt away. One of the last things she does is call up Toby. He tells her he was actually thinking about her because he wants to ask her out on a date. And she says, that sounds great. Let's do it tomorrow. And when Toby mentions that it might still be raining the next day because it's been raining constantly, she says, it won't be raining tomorrow. And the meteorologists differ on that opinion, but meteorologists are wrong all the time. So Toby says, okay, then tomorrow. She then heads up to go have a conversation with that mannequin where she tells her, I have a new mother now, and I don't need anything from you anymore. But I do wish I could ask you something. What does it feel like when you burn? Because this fire is making its way up the house. At this point, Julian has gotten sick of waiting, so he went to go check on Leanne, and that's when he sees that the house is indeed on fire. He alerts Dorothy and Sean. They quickly call the police, call the fire department, but they can't get in the house because the fire is way too rough. All they can do is sit on the street and watch the house burn, knowing that Leanne is inside. That man with the two twins, he's still standing outside, and Sean runs up to him and says, you did this. But he looks at Sean and says, no, Mr. Turner. We tried, but we couldn't. She had to do this herself. Leanne is in the attic going through the ceremony, blinding herself, dancing, cutting herself, until ultimately the fire just takes her, burning her alive, where she falls to the first floor, and the entire house goes up in flames. The next day, just as she predicted, it is gorgeous and sunny out. The Turners are kind of split up, talking to different police officers. Sean is talking to one police officer who's trying to make him feel better, talking about how they can rebuild the home, but Sean says, I don't think we're coming back. Julian is talking to another police officer, and he's waiting for the body to come out, but it never does. And Dorothy just so happens to be talking to the police officer that was there the night that Jericho died. She tells Dorothy that the fire department couldn't determine the source of the fire. Their best guess is it was a gas leak. And Dorothy doesn't say a word about Leanne. She does, however, say, you were there that night, the night that my son died. You were really kind to me. The police officer tells her that she got in an awful wreck when she was a teenager. She crashed her parents' car going 100 miles an hour. She didn't have a pulse when the paramedics got there, but she feels like she was brought back because she understood pain. And they're supposed to help good people deal with horrible things, like Dorothy in that moment. Dorothy then looks at her and says, oh my God, you're one of them. And the police officer admits that, yes, she is. The Church of the Lesser Saints saved her. They helped her join the police force, and they also asked her to keep an eye on one of their sisters, Leanne. When Dorothy reconvenes with Julian and Sean, she doesn't say a word. Julian gives the update on Leanne, or at least the fact that they haven't found the body yet, and they start wondering if the cult covered it up, but Dorothy just says, Leanne is gone. Now, for the Turners, it's just a matter of starting over. And that's something that Julian already got to do. Start over. He didn't realize it, though. That police officer, the same one that was talking to Dorothy, the same one that actually is a member of the Church of the Lesser Saints, she walks up to Julian, and he's annoyed because he gave the police his report, but she doesn't want to talk about that at all. She wants to remind him of a moment when he overdosed in the Turner household. He was dead, but he was brought back to life. She tells him, when you're given a second chance, it's for a purpose. You're sober now. You're probably seeing things more clearly. You probably even feel stronger. Julian is getting really agitated because he's realizing what this woman is saying. But what's really annoying him is the fact that she's being coy. So he yells at her, what are you trying to say to me? And she says, I think you know. We'll be here when you're ready to talk. We're family now. And then she walks off. But there are 4 people staring at Julian in the street. And when Julian looks at his reflection in a storefront, he notices that there are angel wings behind him. But when he actually turns around, it's just a painting of a bird. In fact, there's actually a lot of birds. And it looks an awful lot like what Leanne had drawn in her journal. And that is the end of Servant. Thank you so much for getting this part of the recap. Please consider subscribing to the channel. Hit thumbs up if you like this. Smash that thumbs down button if you thought it sucked. Tell me what you thought about the series ending, if you liked it, if you didn't, and if you truly believe this is the ending. Also, I've got merch, so go buy a shirt or a mug. I've got Patreon, so you can give me $1 a month. That'd be cool. Or you could simply just let my videos play and let the ads run. I got bills to pay. I'm not doing this for free. But hey, I do appreciate you checking this out.